Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. In the depths of the Oreo dungeon, a faint blue slime suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Its presence instantly disturbed the ecosystem. This creature clearly didn't belong to the dungeon. Before long, waves of monsters began respawning all around it. Just as the monsters lunged toward the slime, time itself seemed to freeze. Ding! Rebirth complete. Race, slime. Beginner rewards issued. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Rimuru Tempest skill tree. Confirmation complete. Skill acquired, heat resistance. Confirmation complete. Skill acquired, stab resistance. Physical attack resistance unlocked. Confirmation complete. Skill acquired, pain immunity. Confirmation complete. Skill acquired, cold resistance. Combined with heat resistance, upgraded to temperature resistance. Confirmation complete. Skill acquired, electric resistance. Paralysis resistance unlocked. Unique skill acquired, predator. Extra skill acquired, sage. Upgrading. Unique skill, Great Sage obtained. When time resumed, the newly reborn slime realized it was surrounded. So it struck first. It shot forward, leaping over the monsters. In midair, its body expanded like a massive net, wrapping around every creature at once. Then the net tightened and shrank, compressing everything inside until the slime returned to its normal shape. All the monsters had been devoured. The next moment, the slime's body began to transform, stretching upward into a tall, muscular humanoid figure. A minotaur. He flexed his arms, testing the strength of this new form. Not bad. This body feels powerful. This slime was a reincarnator. His name was Enlon, originally from Earth's celestial empire. After being reborn as a slime, he had been lucky enough to awaken a system. As a beginner reward, it granted him Rimuru Tempest's entire skill tree. Every ability could be unlocked simply by devouring monsters and absorbing magic and life force. Enlon had watched that time I got reincarnated as a slime in his past life. He knew exactly how broken Rimuru's abilities became. In the late game, some of them were practically creation-level powers. In other words, he had drawn a god-tier starter card. Opening the skill tree, he saw every ability Rimuru gained across different stages of his growth. Each one required magic or life force to unlock. The stronger the skill, the higher the cost. The monsters he'd just eaten had given him plenty to start with. He began activating the early skills: water pressure propulsion, absorption, dissolution, self-regeneration. Then magic sense, the gift from the storm dragon. Magic sense alone was incredible. It projected magic particles through space like light and sound waves, granting him a 360-degree awareness spanning 100 meters. For a human brain, that much raw data would have caused instant overload. But a slime's body was different. Every part of him could think. Still, Enlon didn't plan to process all that information himself. He left it to the Great Sage. Confirmation complete. Magic sense has been synchronized with Great Sage. All incoming data will now be processed automatically. He continued unlocking abilities such as water movement and water blade. Then they merged. Confirmation complete. Skills water pressure propulsion, water movement, and water blade have evolved into water manipulation. After just activating the early skill set, all the magic and life force he'd collected was already spent. So he checked the rest of the system. It was called the treasure box system. Each daily sign-in awarded a wooden chest. 10 wooden chests combined into black iron, 10 black iron into silver, and so on. The rarities were wood, black iron, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme. The higher the tier, the better the loot. He made his first sign-in. Sign in. Ding. Sign-in complete. Reward: wooden treasure chest. Open. Ding. Chest opened. Reward: training great sword. A massive sword materialized. It was only a 1-star beginner weapon from Genshin Impact, but it suited his Minotaur form perfectly. With his system understood, Enlon began exploring the dungeon, devouring monsters to fuel his growth. He soon encountered a pack of hellhounds spewing flames. But thanks to heat resistance, the fire barely bothered him. He charged in, swinging the greatsword. Limbs and blood flew as the hounds were cut down. But when the bodies hit the ground, they scattered into ash, leaving only glowing purple magic stones. Huh. He picked one up and realized the truth. He wasn't just in a dungeon crawler world. He was in Danmachi. And not the novel version, but the anime timeline. In the novels, monster corpses remain and must be harvested. In the anime, bodies vanish, leaving only magic stones behind. Which meant, if he wanted to devour monsters, he had to swallow them before they died. Magic stones alone were usable, but wasting the life force inside living monsters would slow his growth. Now that he understood the world he was in, he decided not to leave the dungeon yet. The exit led straight into Oreo. Without a proper human disguise, he'd be hunted instantly. So for now, he would stay below ground. Devouring. Growing stronger. Preparing for the day he walked the surface. As time passed, Enlon lost count of how many monsters he had devoured. Hellhounds, unicorn rabbits, minotaurs. The list went on. Judging by the types of creatures he encountered, he figured he was somewhere between the 11th and 17th floors of the dungeon. By now, he had gathered a huge amount of magic and life force. It was finally time to unlock more abilities. This time, he didn't choose a normal skill. He chose a blessing. The Crest of the Storm. The moment it awakened, his entire being surged with power. His existence shifted. He was no longer just a monster, but a named one. His strength skyrocketed. He continued unlocking skills one after another. Poison Mist. Heat Detection. Black Serpent Mimicry. Full Body Armor. Carapace Lizard Mimicry. Paralysis Breath. Evil Centipede Mimicry. Sticky Thread. Wire. Black Spider Mimicry. Bloodsucking. Ultrasound. Giant Bat Mimicry. Enhanced Smell. Thought Transmission. Intimidation. Fong Wolf Mimicry. All of them came from monsters Rimuru had devoured in the early stages of his growth. Every single one was practical. With ultrasound, even in slime form, Enlon could now speak. He could even freely adjust his voice. Male or female, deep or soft, anything was possible. He checked his remaining magic and life force and spent the rest unlocking. Clone. Hardening. Shadow Movement. Body Enhancement. Multiple Enchantments. Ultra Regeneration. Universal Shape Shift. Corrosion Nullification. Water Ice Magic Spear. Only then was his energy finally drained. He opened his status panel. Name, Enlon. Race, Slime. Blessing, Crest of the Storm. Magic, Water Ice Magic Spear. Innate abilities, Absorption/Regeneration/Dissolution. Unique skills, Great Sage/Predator. Extra skills, Clone/Hardening/Water Manipulation/Shadow Movement/Magic Sense/Body Enhancement/Multiple Enchantments/Ultra Regeneration/Universal Shapeshift. Common skills, Sticky Thread/Wire/Bloodsucking/Intimidation/Ultrasound/Enhanced Smell/Heat Detection/Thought Transmission/Full Body Armor/Poison Breath/Paralysis Breath. Resistances, Pain Nullification/Corrosion Nullification/Electric Resistance/Paralysis Resistance/Temperature Resistance/Physical Attack Resistance. Human Mimicry, none. Monster Mimicry, Rabbit/Hellhound/Minotaur/Wolf/Black Snake/Black Spider/Carapace Lizard/Evil Centipede/Giant Bat. It was already absurd. He was basically a walking skill library. At this point, Enlan's strength was comparable to a level 6 adventurer in Oreo. All he lacked were a few powerful skills from the Spirit, Fire Elf, and Pig King to complete Rimuru's early kit. But those skills demanded enormous amounts of magic and life force. Which meant one thing. He needed to devour floor bosses. He was still planning his hunt when a group of adventurers stumbled into view. 5 dark-skinned women in revealing armor. Amazons. And they were being chased by a pack of hellhounds and unicorn rabbits. And Lon recognized their race immediately. In this world, Amazons were all female. With no men of their own, they often kidnapped males for breeding. Bold, aggressive, and very direct. When they spotted Lon in his minotaur form, their faces turned pale. Because his minotaur mimicry had already evolved. He now stood over 3 meters tall, muscles like stone, fur darkened to black. His presence radiated crushing pressure. He looked exactly like the rampaging minotaur from the 3rd anime arc. The leader gritted her teeth. No choice. Kill it. She charged with her greatsword. Lon didn't expect humans to attack him first, but since she made the first move, he didn't hesitate. Silver-white spider silk shot from his hand, binding her movement for a split second. A water blade flashed through the air and sliced cleanly across her neck. Blood sprayed. Her body collapsed. The remaining Amazons fell to the ground in terror. Before Lon could speak, the monsters chasing them surged forward and tore into them. He finished the creatures off with water manipulation and devoured everything, including the Amazons. Human flesh granted human mimicry. His body shifted. Horns vanished. Muscles softened. His shape condensed into the form of the Amazon woman he'd killed, except younger, appearing about 16. Her originally dark skin turned pale, smooth, and flawless. Her hair became blue, making her seem even more striking. Pulling on her clothes, Lon murmured, "It's time to leave the dungeon." Now that he could mimic a human, there was no reason to hide below anymore. On his way up, he stopped devouring corpses, letting monsters turn to magic stones after death. He planned to sell them later. Even in another world, life still required money. Eventually, he reached the upper floors and encountered a party of adventurers heading back. Keeping his distance and using magic sense, he followed them straight to the surface. And at last, he stepped into the labyrinth city. Oreo. The plaza was packed with adventurers of every race. Humans, dwarves, elves, beast folk, life surged everywhere. Above them towered Babel, a colossal spire piercing the heavens. Just standing beneath it carried a weight like divine authority. After taking it in, he went straight to the exchange center and traded his stones. 360,000 valis. Not enough for a house, but enough for a roof over his head. So he booked a hotel room for 3 days and began planning his next move. At night, Lon sat cross-legged on the bed in his hotel room, lost in thought. Because he just discovered something, the great sage can't analyze the favor. The blessing of the wrong world is the key that the gods give to human beings to develop their potential. After the blessing, the battles and training of the adventurers will be recorded by the blessing, which will become an experience of upgrading, making the adventurers stronger and stronger. Humans have infinite possibilities. In addition to helping adventurers level up, favors can also develop different skills and magic according to different people. It can be said that, aside from the gods and dungeons, favor is the most mysterious thing in this world. And Lon asked a little unwillingly, "Great Sage, is it possible that there is no analysis at all?" Solution: full analysis. It will take 3 years. 3 years is neither long nor short. However, Lon already has a plan in mind. Since the Great Sage can't analyze it, she has to wait for her to evolve. Don't forget that the Great Sage is only the lowest level existence, with the King of Wisdom and the spiritual core of the skydifying level on it. The night passed, and the first thing Lon did after waking up was the system check-in. System sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, get wooden treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. The first time I opened the treasure chest, I got a training sword. I don't know what I can open this time. Ding, open successfully, get Gant's sword. And Lan's eyes lit up, but he didn't expect to use this black technology weapon. The Gant sword comes from the world of Slaughter City. It seems to be just a black handle, but the blade can actually extend from the handle in an instant. In fact, the elongation effect is achieved by instantly changing the arrangement of nanoparticles. After the blade extends out of the handle, the arrangement of nanoparticles is changed again, making the blade tough and sharp. Enlon took the sword out of the system backpack, covered the handle of the sword with his right hand, and threw it. The sharp black blade slammed out of the hilt and turned into a black war knife. The training sword that was launched yesterday was too big and heavy, and it was completely unsuitable for the body of a girl who is now mimicking. This sword is light and sharp, just right. After Enlon left the hotel, he went to an armor shop and bought a set of black armor and light armor. Put on a new attire, and simply tie her long light blue hair into a ponytail, so she looks like an adventurer. After leaving the armor shop, Enlon went to North Street for a walk. As a result, he did not encounter the legendary North Street natural disaster Hestia, indicating that she has no lower bounds. So the wrong time now should be before the plot begins. Immediately, Enlon went to the guild to inquire about the public information of the major families. To his surprise, the Astria family was still alive. Now Orari's time period is 5 years before the plot begins. Enlon has only watched the 3 seasons of the wrong anime in his previous life, but has not read the novels. He doesn't know much about the plot of this time period. He only knows that the Astria family will be revenged by the Dark family this year, and then in addition to except for Ryu Ryan, all the members sacrificed. But exactly how it was destroyed, he didn't know. Before I crossed over, I was about to play the 4th season, and it was the Luliang chapter, which was going to tell the story, but I didn't wait for it. After figuring out the time, the next step is to improve the strength. Although his current strength is enough to sweep the adventurers of the entire Orari, who would think that he is too strong. And he doesn't plan to stay in the wrong world for the rest of his life. As long as he lights up Meng Wang's final skill, God of the Void, he can travel through the world freely and leave here. Enlon went to the market to buy some food and water, put them all into the system backpack, and stored the weapons in his stomach space, and then went down to the dungeon. He doesn't need to carry a lot of materials and recovery potions like ordinary adventurers, because magic power can be swallowed, and with enough magic power, even if injured, he can use self-regeneration and super speed regeneration to recover. The adventurers on the upper floors compared that Enlon did not directly devour the monster, but took out the Gant sword, slaying monsters and collecting magic stones like ordinary adventurers. After reaching the 12th floor, Enlon started to devour infinitely after almost no other adventurers could be encountered. No matter what monster you are, what minotaur, Cerberus, unicorn rabbit, little devil, orc, silverback ape, saber-toothed tiger, pterodactyl, etc., come and devour them all. In this way, Enlon swallowed all the way, directly from the 12th floor to the 16th floor. The next 17th floor is the floor Lord Goliath. When Enlon entered the 17th floor, he saw a huge field surrounded by rock walls. Suddenly, the rock wall began to collapse. Immediately after walking out of the rock wall, a super giant dozens of meters tall, it was Goliath. Devouring you, you should get a lot of magic and vitality. A smile appeared on the corner of Enlon's mouth, and he didn't pay attention to the floor master at all. At this moment, his strength is enough to match a level 6 adventurer, and with Meng Wang's various powerful skills, he can fight even if he encounters level 7. On a mere LV4 floor, he really didn't take it seriously. I saw the floor master Goliath roared, and then punched Enlon. Enlon also stretched out his right hand, only to see his arm turned into claws, with solid scales on it. This is the ability obtained by Meng Wang devouring the carapace lizard, full body armor. At the moment, he only had one arm armored. The tiny fist collided with Goliath's huge fist, and Lon didn't move, but the dead Goliath was blasted out. Too weak, you have disappointed me. And Lan's arm recovered, and there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Next, he no longer gave Goliath a chance to resist. Using the magic water ice spear, he summoned 4 huge ice cones in the air and smashed them down. Goliath's limbs were pinned to the ground, unable to move. However, this guy is also a ruthless man, and he directly tore off his limbs, thus getting out of control. Immediately afterwards, he faced Enlon, and a blast of air blasted directly. and Lan raised his hand to activate multiple enchantments, forming a transparent defense layer. The air bomb hit the defense layer. Although it didn't break the defense, the impact caused Lan to retreat a few meters, and his feet scratched 2 deep grooves on the ground. At the same time, Goliath's broken limbs were also restored at this time. As a floor master, resilience is terrifying. Goliath charged Lan again, but this time Lan would not give it another chance. I saw countless spider silks from his hands and instantly bound Goliath's body. Then the body turned into a slime, grew infinitely larger, and devoured the Goliath package. Devoured Goliath, including the oversized magic stone in its body. In addition to the other monsters he devoured along the way, and Lan's magic power and vitality have once again accumulated to a very large amount. Next, it's time for another happy point of skill. The mutant, inflammation, imitation Izawa Shizue. Clone, inflammation, area enchantment, heat manipulation, flame blast, invalid heat attack, imitation Ifrit. The confirmation is completed. The additional skills, inflammation, hot manipulation, and water manipulation have been integrated, and the additional new skills, black flame, and molecular manipulation have been successfully obtained. Confirmation is completed. Black lightning and molecular manipulation are linked to obtain the additional new skill, black thunder, successfully. Confirmation is completed, temperature change resistance and heat attack invalid are integrated, and the evolution to temperature attack invalid is successful. After confirming, link various resistances with range enchantment to obtain the additional skill, multiple enchantment, successfully. Confirmation is completed. The imitation in the unique skill Predator is integrated with the original slime skills Dissolve, Absorption, and Self-Regeneration, and the additional skill Super Speed Regeneration is successfully obtained. Therefore, the inherent skill Dissolve, Absorb, Self-Regeneration disappear. It is enhanced again as Lan unlocks the skills of Still and Fire Spirit Ifrit. At the same time, because of the integration and separation ability of the mutators, the Great Sage began to integrate skills for Lan. The direction of integration is exactly the same as that of Meng Wang, and some skills do not even need to be lit, they are directly integrated. For example, the 2 skills Super Speed Regeneration and Multiple Barriers that were lit up before were directly integrated, which is a complete waste of magic and vitality. Next is the skills of the Pighead Emperor and the Storm Demon Vortex. The Hungry, the Demon King, the Mimic Pighead Demon King. Magic Obstruction, Gravity Manipulation, Storm and Scale Rain, Imitation Storm. In addition to the skills of the Pighead Emperor and the Great Storm Demon Vortex, there are also skills that Meng Wang copied and learned when fighting against them, such as Lao Bai's Chido, Demon's Magic Bullet, and Lanya's Wind Control, as well as Spirit Summoning, Demon Summoning, etc. And Lan simply lights up all these skills at once. As his skills were lit up, and Lan seemed to have swallowed these monsters himself just like the King of Cuteness, and his strength was growing rapidly. But the most important thing is the pig-headed Demon King's Demon King species. With this, you can advance to the Demon King in the future. Confirmation is complete. The unique skill, Hunger, is absorbed and integrated by the unique skill, Predator, and the unique skill, Predator, evolves into the unique skill, Gluttony. At this moment, Lan's strength has reached the strongest form before the Mo King evolves into the Demon King. In the wrong world, it has surpassed the strongest LV7 level Oda, and the proper LV8 level is up. The strength of Oda LV7 in the Meiwang world is at most similar to the Pighead Emperor, and it is estimated that even the Storm and the Big Demon Vortex can't be beat. After all, there are too many special skills and magic in the world of Meiwang, as well as various regeneration and recovery skills, and the corpse can be recovered after separation, which is not comparable to adventurers in the wrong world. Of course, adventurers in the wrong world are not useless. They have been fighting with dungeon monsters all the year round, and their combat experience is very terrifying. Meiwang has no combat experience and basically relies on bug skills to devour and crush, and one trick is eaten all over the sky. In addition, Please call on your behalf and let the great sage control it. And Lan will naturally not learn from Meng Wang, even if he has strong skills and strength. He can't let go of his combat experience. After clicking on the skills, the magic power and vitality of the swallowing are also exhausted. So far, Meng Wang's initial skills have all been lit except for one unintentional. And Lan didn't light up Heartless because this skill would affect his emotions, making him emotionless. So he planned to turn it on when he advanced to the Demon King in the future and used it to sacrifice to the Gluttony. The rest of the skills in the skill tree are basically the skills of the awakened Demon Queen, which are completely transformed. Some of the ultimate skills are even more terrifying and require too much magic and vitality. It is estimated that it will take several years to accumulate only by swallowing dungeon monsters. So Lan is not in a hurry to continue to point skills anyway. With his current strength, he can walk sideways in the wrong world. When you come to the 18th floor, you are introduced to a green grassland and forest, like a paradise scenery. This layer is the security layer. Many adventurers on expeditions will use the security layer as a transit station. Over the years, some adventurers who saw business opportunities have established a small town called Rivera here. Because it is inconvenient to transport the materials, the prices in the town are particularly expensive. Most of the expedition teams chose to camp in the wild and only went to the town to stay and buy supplies if they had to. And Lan grows a pair of bat wings behind and flies high into the sky. Looking down from above, he found that the space on the 18th floor was very large, and many forests and grasslands were uncultivated areas. Even the small town of Rivera was only built under a giant tree in the central area. It's so beautiful. And Lan said with emotion, I have to say, this dungeon is really a miracle work. He didn't stop at the 18th floor and left directly after finding the entrance to the next floor. Next, continue hunting monsters. The dungeon starts from the 19th floor, which is the big tree maze. The fog and jungle trees can be seen everywhere, and the types of monsters have become more and more. It's just that no matter how it changes, the strength of these monsters is not enough to see in front of Lan. He didn't use his skills to slaughter, but relied on his own physical and demon resistance and super speed regeneration to practice actual combat experience. Holding the Gans sword, keep fighting with monsters. Swordsmanship and taijutsu have grown rapidly without knowing it. Every time the monster is beaten to death, only the corpse is devoured, leaving behind the magic stone. These magic stones are naturally kept in exchange for money. In the future, they will live in Orari for a long time, and it is impossible to have no money. Going deep all the way, and Lan didn't know how long he stayed in the dungeon and how many floors he went down. Anyway, there were a lot of magic stones accumulated in the system backpack, and the number could not be counted. However, just when Lan was about to go back, 4 male adventurers suddenly appeared and surrounded him. With obscene eyes in their eyes, they stared at Lan as if they were going to eat him. Lan sighed, there is still a lot of darkness in Orari at this time. Since the departure of the Zeus family and the Hera family, the Dark family has completely lost its shackles, causing the entire labyrinth city to become a haze. First, the most evil incident, several family members were scattered, and the main god was sent back to the heaven by the evil god Erebus. Immediately afterwards, the Dark family of Thanatos began to do things, and the nightmare event on the 27th floor destroyed the Astria family. The 4 in front of them are obviously the Dark familiar. And Lan mimicked the Amazon woman, who was originally beautiful. After the mimicry, the black skin turned white, the golden eyes and blue hair, and the appearance of a 16-year-old young girl, which can be said to be infinitely more attractive to male adventurers. The man in the lead said with a wicked smile, Little sister, it's very dangerous to go down to the 21st floor alone. Do you want the big brothers to protect you? The other 3 men also burst into laughter after hearing this. Little sister? An evil smile appeared on the corner of Lan's mouth, and then he saw his body change. The original girly appearance disappeared, replaced by a black Tauren with a height of more than 3 meters and large muscles. What the hell? The Minotaur? No. It's impossible. How can people become monsters? Flee, Black Minotaur, this is a mutant monster. For a time, the faces of the four people who surrounded Enlon changed dramatically. Their legs trembled, and they desperately turned around and ran away. But Enlon wouldn't let them escape. He snapped his fingers and a semicircular barrier emerged, shrouding him and the four of them together. The four hit the barrier and fell directly to the ground. They attacked the enchantment frantically, but the enchantment that looked like glass was stronger than the alloy, and it was useless no matter how they attacked. There's no other way but to kill this monster. The leading man calmed down and turned to look at Enlon fiercely. In his opinion, all this is Enlon's ghost. As long as he kills Enlon, he can escape the enchantment. Although the opponent is very strong, there is always a silver lining. The other three adventurers looked at each other, nodded, and attacked Enlon in an instant. The four cooperated with each other and aimed at the eyes, crotch, chrysanthemum, and head at the same time. Enlon moved in a single shadow and disappeared from the eyes of the four. The next second, he sprang from the shadow of one of them and slammed down with a punch. Facing the huge fist of the mimetic Minotaur, the man's head was like a smashed watermelon, shattering instantly. The red blood and white brains were splattered everywhere, making people terrified to see. The other three people only reacted at this time, and one of their companions has died. Next, Enlon turned into a girl again and took out the Gant sword. He is not in a hurry to kill the three, but intends to use these three to practice swordsmanship. The front has always been fighting monsters, so he plans to try fighting people. Kill me and let you go. Enlon looked at the three of them with a girly sweet smile. But the three of them looked terrified, as if the beautiful girl in front of them was a devil who eats people and doesn't spit out bones. But no matter how scared they are, they still have to fight for this chance. The three started to attack Enlon frantically. Enlon turned on magic perception and clearly captured all their movements. Immediately afterwards, he turned on the thinking acceleration ability of Great Sage. In his eyes, the attack speed was extremely slow, but it was slowed down countless times again. Enlon started the delay like this, saw the tricks, and then, under the guidance of the Great Sage, gradually integrated a set of actual combat swordsmanship. I don't know how long it took. The three of them were exhausted, and all the recovery potions they brought were used up. Enlon's side also completed the creation of swordsmanship, which means that they have lost their value. As soon as Enlon waved his hand, 3 water knives decapitated them. Looking at the corpse underground, I felt a little disgusted and did not swallow it. After solving the 4 dark familiars, it's time to go back. Going up from the 21st floor, it was still the same way, beat the monster to death, and then only swallowed the corpse, leaving behind the magic stone. Night falls, and Enlon finally returns to Orari. First, he went to the gold exchange to exchange all the magic stones for money. Because there were a lot of monsters killed this time, when he took out thousands of magic stones, all the other adventurers were stunned. The people at the gold exchange were also taken aback and hurriedly began to count. In the end, a total of 6.25 million Wallace was exchanged. The gold coins piled up like a hill. Enlon paid the staff of the gold exchange office to help deliver them to his hotel room. After the people left, they were all loaded into the system space. Orali's night is very lively. It can be said to be brightly lit. Because the adventurers who had been in the dungeon during the day came back, after a day of killing and fighting, and exchanging magic stones for money, I would definitely enjoy it. So this period is the most profitable time for taverns and flower streets. Enlon left the hotel and came to Orali's most famous tavern, the Rich Hostess. After entering, I saw many adventurers sitting together drinking and chatting in 2s and 3s. Among them, the most eye-catching is the Loki family. After the worst incident 2 years ago, the 3 giants in the family have all been upgraded to level 6. And Ace, who is only 11 years old, is a little natural, but he is already level 3. In addition, there are the Amazon sisters and Bert the Wolf. The atmosphere of the entire family is very good, and the other adventurers around are envious. The arrival of Enlon has also attracted the attention of many adventurers. After all, she has a new face and is a beautiful girl. A silver-haired maid in the store also looked at Enlon. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Enlon also noticed the maid. The green maid's skirt was covered with a white apron, a pair of slender and round legs wrapped in black silk, and a pair of brown riding boots on her feet. Rova. This made him uncomfortable for a while. Freya could see through the soul. Could it be that Sierra saw that she was not a human being? No, even though he is a monster slime, his soul is still human. Maybe you're thinking too much? He glanced at the store, and now there are only 3 members in the Rich Hostess Tavern, all of whom are members of the Freya family. The store manager is the former head of the company, Mia, and the remaining 2 store clerks are Sierra and Anya. The 3 future members of Luliang, Chloe, and Runoa have not yet joined. Enlon suddenly had an idea. Should he open a shop himself and cut off the 3 of them? Since you can't join the family, why not create one? As long as the Great Sage deciphers the benefit, he can also give favors to others. And just when Enlon was thinking about things, Sheer over there took the initiative to step up and ask, "Little sister, do you want something to eat?" Enlon reacted, smiled politely and said, "This is my first time here. Just come with one of the main dishes in your shop, plus a glass of wine." "Okay, wait a moment." Xiao also left with a smile. Before long, a pasta and a glass of wine were brought to the front. Of course, spaghetti is just the name of Enlon before he crossed over, and this world is not called spaghetti. After taking a sip, the taste is similar to the rum in the previous life. As expected of a different world set in ancient Europe, the food and drinks are similar. Although Enlon is a slime, after mimicking an adult, he is basically the same as a normal person and possesses the most basic 5 senses. He does not eat food to fill his stomach, but because of his habit of previous life and his greed for tongue. It was already late at night when we left the pub. After returning to the hotel for a night of rest, Enlon plans to buy a place to stay today. But the first thing I do when I wake up is to sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, get wooden treasure chest. This time, Enlon did not rush to open the treasure chest, but planned to accumulate 10 wooden treasure chests to synthesize a more advanced black iron treasure chest before opening. Before buying a house, first go to the Ganesha family to report. There are many managements of Orari, and the responsibility of the Ganesha family is similar to that of guards. Whether people from the city go out or people from outside the city come in, they must register through the Ganesha family. As an outsider, Enlon must report to the Ganesha family if he wants to have his own ID card in Orali. When he came to the Ganesha family, he felt like he came to India in a previous life. As the 3rd largest family of Orari, it not only has a large number of members, but also is quite rich. The family station is super huge, and it also has a large arena. All kinds of strange buildings are like ancient India, full of exotic flavors. Enlon came to the registration office and found it was crowded with people. As the center of the world and the place where the gods gather, Orari can be said to be the most prosperous city, and a large number of people come here every day. The waiting time is boring. It would be nice to have a mobile phone to swipe short videos. Great Sage, can you make a mobile phone? Solution: yes. Enlon was slightly taken aback, and he just asked casually, but he didn't expect it to be possible. But think about it, the Great Sage is actually like a supercomputer. As long as she has the material, she can copy anything. King Mo relies on the Great Sage to copy all kinds of things, such as weapons and static masks. Later, he copied the cartoons in his mind and showed them to Zhang Erlong and his students. Thinking of this, Enlon no longer hesitated and sent all the knowledge about science in his mind, from the steam age of the first industrial revolution to the age of network information, to the Great Sage. Although it is only cognition, there is also a part of modern knowledge. The 9-year compulsory education plus the amount of knowledge in high school and university is enough for the Great Sage to calculate and analyze the technology of the previous life. Sure enough, after waiting for less than 10 minutes, the Great Sage had already finished analyzing it. Confirm, complete the technical analysis. It's so awesome. It's worthy of being a plugin for the King of Cuteness. Next, as long as you get the materials for making mobile phones, you can make the Great Sage copy it. And Lon thought about it for a while. Except for the semiconductor materials needed for chips, the mobile phone manufacturing materials are easy to say. Finding materials was a hassle, but it didn't bother him. Because there is an awesome skill in the Mo King skill tree, that is the material creation, taught by Diablo. This is much more than the legendary alchemy, which requires an equivalent exchange. But this skill of Mengwang can be created out of thin air. And Lon devoured a part of the magic stone kept in the stomach space and gained a lot of magic power. Then open the skill tree, find the skill, material creation, and unlock it. After acquiring the skills, based on the metals, copper-clad laminates, monocrystalline silicon, silicate glass, and other materials required by the Great Sage, they are all created. Then swallow the materials into the stomach space, and the Great Sage begins to use molecular manipulation to make these materials into mobile phone parts, and then assemble them. In an instant, a brand new mobile phone is manufactured. And Lon took out the mobile phone from the stomach space. The appearance is very similar to the latest Huawei model in the previous life, but the chip, system, battery, and screen inside are all the latest technology calculated by the Great Sage, which is stronger than the Apple in the previous life. In fact, with the computing ability of the Great Sage, the technology can be deduced better, and even the black technology that was only found in the movies of the previous life can be deduced. But it's not necessary now, and Enlon doesn't want to promote technological civilization in this world and change everything here. With a mobile phone, I don't feel bored anymore. After he couldn't wait to open the phone, he was soon disappointed again. Because there is no app in the mobile phone, no internet, no games, videos, novels. After a long time, I ended up being lonely. Shaking his head in disappointment, he threw the phone into the system space. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Enlan's turn to register. The identity formalities were completed soon, and they were no longer black households. At noon, Enlon came to North Street again, planning to buy a shop here. North Street is very large and has a lot of traffic. There are shops and stalls on both sides of the street. After shopping around, he found a fruit shop with poor business and planned to sell it. The boss is a middle-aged couple, not an adventurer, so the fruits sold are ordinary fruits. Some specialty fruits in the dungeon, they have no supply, so the business is poor. You must know that Arari is the richest adventurer, and doing business for ordinary people can only make ends meet at most. It is basically impossible to make a fortune. Enlon is no nonsense and directly bid 5 million Wallace to buy his shop and all the fruits. The middle-aged couple was extremely surprised and agreed without thinking. With this money, they can go to Deadless Street to buy a cheap house again, and the money left is enough for them to use it for a long time, or even change careers. The two of them went to the guild to go through the formalities together, and Enlon could be considered to have a house in another world. Back at the store, he packed all the fruits into the system backpack so that the quality would not be damaged, and he would eat them slowly in the future. The next step is to renovate the store. The store has 3 floors. The first floor is a facade shop, about 300 square meters. The second floor is the residence, 3 rooms, plus a bathroom and toilet. The third floor is the attic, and there are also 2 rooms, which have been used as storage rooms. The decoration is old and shabby, which makes Enlon, who is used to living in a modern house, a little uncomfortable. Therefore, it must be refurbished. Enlon uses the molecular manipulation skill to break down all the dilapidated decorations in the house into molecules, and then reassemble them into new furniture pieces. Material creation creates a large number of decoration materials such as floors, doors and windows, glass, cement, marble, and latex paint. Summon the elves, summon a large number of low-level elves, and let them help start the decoration together. Working together, with the blessing of various magical skills, Enlon completed the decoration in just one afternoon. Now, the interior of this ancient European-style 3-story building has been replaced with modern and minimalist decoration. The walls are all painted with white latex paint, the ground on the first floor is covered with white marble, and the rooms on the second floor are covered with wooden floors. The previous wooden windows were all replaced with metal frames and glass, and the windows in the master bedroom were transformed into floor-to-ceiling windows, which provided better lighting. The roof of the third floor was removed, and all were transformed into open-air balconies and sunrooms. The shop on the first floor is also decorated in a modern style, except that the floor is covered with white marble, and the style has also been changed into a living room. Open kitchen and bar, as well as fashionable and beautiful fabric sofa and coffee table. There is even a 100-inch smart LCD TV hanging on the wall of the living room, which is full of arrogance. Of course, this TV was also made by the great sage by Lon, but unfortunately there is no electricity and TV station, so it can only be used as a decoration. Thanks to the elves, Lon lifted the call. After a busy day, I can finally rest. He lay down directly on the sofa, and the whole person was much more relaxed. But soon frowned again, because the newly renovated house smelled too heavy, especially the latex paint on the walls. As a slime, he is not afraid of formaldehyde, but it smells really bad. Use the glutton directly to devour all odors and harmful substances in the house. As a result, the air became clear. However, there is still a lack of green at home, so I can get some potted plants in the future. After a comfortable bath in the bathroom, I went to the master bedroom on the second floor to rest. A night passed, a new day. Wake up in the morning and still sign in first. Ding, sign in successfully, get wooden treasure chest. After a wash, Lon started to get busy again. Today, he doesn't plan to go to the dungeon and is still setting up his own hut. Great Sage, can you make a device that converts magic power into electricity? Solution: yes. It's great. Let's start now. What materials to use? You create directly with matter. Like King Mo, the Great Sage can use his skills autonomously, as does Lon. In this way, he doesn't need to do anything anymore, and it's all handed over to the Great Sage. Deduction, calculation, analysis, and creation are even easier to use than the system. Confirmation is completed, the manufacturing is successful. Soon, an instrument the size of a microwave oven was built. It is square and has a groove at the top, which can put the magic stone that the monsters in the dungeon exploded into. Then the instrument will automatically operate, converting the magic power in the magic stone into electricity. Both magic and electricity are energy, and they are transformed into each other, which is completely in line with the law of conservation of energy. Lon took out a magic stone and put it in, and asked the Great Sage, how much electricity can the magic stone convert at this moment? Solution: the magic stones dropped by monsters of different levels contain different magic powers, but even the lowest level magic stones can convert 3.6 billion joules. That is 1,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. According to the average daily electricity consumption of 10 to 20 kilowatt-hours per household in the previous life, one magic stone is enough for me for 2 months, and there are not many places in this world that I need electricity. So one magic stone is enough for me to use it for 2 months. The magic stone can even be used for 3 months. This surprises Lon. He is afraid that the magic stone conversion power will not be enough, so he will change it every day in the future. With enough electricity, some electrical equipment can also be manufactured by the Great Sage, such as air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, these necessities of life. The Great Sage is also very powerful and quickly produce these appliances. Next is wiring and installing appliances. After another busy day, it was finally completed. The air conditioner turned on, and the house suddenly became much cooler. Although he has the skill of invalidating temperature changes and is not afraid of hot and cold, the cool air will still make people more energetic. Great Sage, create a USB flash drive and download all the movies, TV dramas, and animations I've seen in my mind. Confirmation is completed, the U-Disc has been successfully manufactured, and 176 movies and TV dramas and 109 animations have been recorded. Awesome! Lon turned on the 100-inch smart LCD TV in the living room and inserted the USB flash drive. Immediately, a series of classic film and television dramas and animations from the previous life appeared on the screen, free to choose. I chose Mengwang animation and was about to start watching it when I heard a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw a beautiful woman with long red hair standing outside the door. This woman is not only beautiful, but also very tall and slender. Long red hair tied into a ponytail, sleeveless jacket with light armor, black shorts with over-the-knee black silk, a red skirt around the waist, and brown boots on his feet. And Lon looked at the other party and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The red-haired woman was stunned for a moment, then said, "Hello, my name is Alice Raphael. I'm here to buy fruit. Is this still a fruit shop? There are fruits, come in." And Lon made his debut and also took out a new pair of slippers. Alice was stunned again, but soon understood. With a blushing face, she took off her boots, put on slippers, and followed Lon into the house. As soon as she came in, she was stunned. The snow-white walls, smooth and reflective marble floors, and all kinds of strange modern furniture in the home look amazing. But what shocked her the most was that although it was so hot outside, it was extremely cool in this room. At this time, she seemed a little overwhelmed when Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden, but her eyes were full of curiosity. And Lon didn't see the change in the woman's expression and just pretended to take out various fruits from the room. In fact, he stored them in the system backpack. He originally planned to eat them slowly, but he could sell them for money. "Look at what you need." Oh, I'll pick it myself." Arashi reacted and began to pick. There are many fruits in the wrong world. There are many familiar fruits in previous lives, as well as some special fruits in this world. If it is used to squeeze juice and sell wine, it should be very profitable. But Lon only thinks about it. He will not do business. Even if you squeeze juice and make wine, you will only taste it yourself. If you run out of money, go to the dungeon to kill monsters and blast the magic stone. As for selling the fruit to Alice, it was naturally because the other party was handsome. Beauty, of course, has the privilege. Alice quickly picked out the fruit, and after paying the money, she left reluctantly. "No way, Lan's air conditioner is on, it's too cool." After Lon closed the door, he put the remaining fruit into the system backpack. He turned on the TV, and while watching Mengwang's animation, he came to the open kitchen and started cooking. These days have been so peaceful. Another day passed. Sign in to accumulate the third wooden treasure chest. Today, Lon plans to go down the dungeon again. An easy life will make people fall. Although he is not afraid of falling, he still has to work hard before all the Mengwang skill trees are unlocked and lit up. When he came to the square under the Tower of Babel, he accidentally saw Alice again. In addition to herself, there are 3 teammates by her side. A beautiful fairy with long golden hair, a long black girl in a kimono, and finally a little lowly with short pink hair. Seeing these 4, some vague memories in Lan's mind began to become clear. No wonder the name Alice sounded familiar yesterday. This is the leader of the Astrea Familia. That's right, the 4 girls in the distance are members of the Astrea family. Alice is the head of the family, and the long blonde-haired fairy is Ryu Lion. The long straight girl in black kimono should be Gajono Kagaya. In the original book, Lu Liang's 2 small swords are her relics, named Futaba. As for the last pink-haired lowly, it's Layla. Seemingly short, just because she is a small human race. In fact, her real age is 2 years older than Lu Liang, and she is already 18 years old. Of the 4 women, except for Liu, the other 3 were dead before the plot began. Alice obviously saw Lon too, waved her hand with a smile, and walked over with her companion. "Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to not only open a shop, but also an adventurer," Arashi said warmly with a smile. And Lon also smiled and replied, "The business is bleak, and I can't support myself by opening a store. Also, let me introduce you to my comrades. They are Gale Wind Ryan, Yawa Rindo, Gajono Kagaya, and Cunning Mouse, Layla." After speaking, she introduced Lon to her 3 companions. "This is Lon, the fruit shop owner I told you about yesterday. She has a lot of magical things in her shop." Liu and Kagaya nodded politely to Lon. Layla said energetically, "A magical thing? I'm looking forward to it." Alice asked Lon again, "Sister-in-law, do you want to go to the dungeon too? Would you like to team up with us? And Lon refused directly. Thank you for your kindness. I'm used to it by myself. He went to the dungeon to devour monsters and accumulate magic power. If you team up with them, how can you devour yourself? Well, next time we have the opportunity to form a team together. Arashi was a little disappointed, and after saying goodbye, she left with her companions. In fact, she also has selfish intentions, that is, she wants to get along with Enlon more, cultivate bonds, and then pull her into the Astria family. Unfortunately, Enlon doesn't seem to have this plan. After entering the dungeon, it is still the same, killing monsters at the upper level to pick up magic stones. When he reached the middle level and was sure that he would not meet other adventurers, Enlon directly imitated the Minotaur and then took out the training sword. All the monsters encountered were crippled, their limbs cut off, and then the corpses were swallowed, leaving behind magic stones. Because Predator has evolved into Gluttonous Eater, when swallowing monsters, it is not necessary for the body slime to swallow it. It only needs to burst out a black energy vortex from the palm to wrap the monster's corpse, and then the devouring can be completed. It's a pity that it only devours the corpses of monsters, and the speed of accumulating magic power and vitality is a bit slow. After all, the source of magic power of dungeon monsters is magic stones. Enlon is not in a hurry anyway. He has an almost endless lifespan, and there are still 5 years before the plot begins. As more and more monsters are swallowed, there are more and more types of monsters he can mimic. But his favorite form is the Minotaur. The Tauren's body is amazing, and with the training of the sword, a child can be saved with one knife. Soon, Enlon passed the 17th floor again and came to the 18th floor of the security layer. The floor master on the 17th floor was subjugated, and it would take 2 weeks for it to be resurrected and refreshed. It can be said that the current 17th floor is also a security layer. Enlon did not stay on the 18th floor and continued to go deeper. Starting from the 19th floor, it belongs to the big tree maze. There are various plants and jungles here. In order to facilitate the movement, Enlon has changed into a human girl form, and the weapon has also been changed from the training sword to the Gant sword. There are various plants and fruits in the big tree maze, which makes Enlon very envious. Next, he began to fight monsters and devour monster corpses while collecting various plant seeds and specialty fruits. Some plants are really very beautiful, and if you bring them back to potted plants, they will definitely look good. This dungeon is extremely dangerous for other adventurers. But for Enlon, it is a natural treasure trove. On the way, some monsters will drop items after being killed. These are also useless to Enlon, all thrown into the stomach space. And just like that, he went all the way. 19th, 21st, 21st, 27th floor. There is a new floor master on this floor. Amphias Baena, known as the Lone King of the Labyrinth, is a two-headed dragon. If Lord Goliath's level on the 18th floor is around level 4, then the level of Amphias Baena is about level 5. Of course, the strength of the floor master has a bonus, and the resilience is terrifying, coupled with the advantage of size. Even adventurers of the same level have to form a team to beat it. Enlon came to a huge waterfall, which is the famous blue waterfall on the 27th floor. It seemed that the intruder had been found, and I saw a sound of dragon roars coming from the bottom of the waterfall, followed by a huge figure breaking out of the water. This is a slender dragon that looks like a giant lizard. It has horns on its back and a head on its tail. The two heads look different. One looks like a western dragon and the other looks like a snake head. It's ugly. Looking at the ugly monster in front of him, Enlon couldn't help complaining. Shuanglonglong roared and instantly opened his attack. Enlon raised his right hand, and the multiple barrier blocked the attack. Immediately following a one-handed move, countless black lightning bolts in the air slashed at the two-headed dragon. The two-headed dragon let out a shriek, and its skin burst open. The bright red blood directly turns the waterfall into red, which is extraordinarily bright. If Enlon wasn't trying to devour the floor master, he could burn it down with a single move of Black Flame Prison. Even with the use of Black Thunder, the force was reduced as much as possible. Although the two-headed dragon is injured, Its regeneration ability allows it to recover quickly. And Lon didn't give it a chance to recover, and another black thunder blew it up to half-death. Immediately afterwards, a black vortex erupted from the palm, quickly wrapping it. 3 seconds, swallowed up. This time, Lon devoured not only the corpse, but also the huge magic stone of the Floor Master. The magic stone of the Floor Master is too conspicuous, and bringing it back to Orari to sell it will definitely attract the attention of the guild and major families. Although he is not afraid, he is afraid of trouble. Simply swallow it directly, accumulating magic power and vitality. The magic power and vitality of the Floor Master are very large, but they still don't have enough skills. The ultimate skill of the Mo King needs to be advanced into a Demon King, and the evolution of the Demon King needs a lot of human souls to nourish the Demon King seed, so that it can take root and blossom and bear fruit. And Lon can't kill people for no reason, and he still kills more than 20,000 people at one time like Meng Wang. Without a soul, it can only rely on a lot of magic power to pile up. There is also the most crucial point in the wrong world. When you can't get the blessing of the voice of the world when you evolve the devil, you need a lot of magic power to replace the blessing of the voice of the world. These two items alone require a huge amount of magic and vitality. The magic power and vitality of a Floor Master alone is far from enough. Next, go deeper. Time flies so fast, 7 days have passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, Lon has been going deep into the dungeon without ever going out. In just 7 days, he has descended from the 27th floor to the 59th floor. It devoured countless monsters in the middle, including the Floor Master Udius on the 38th floor and the Floor Master Baylor on the 49th floor. In addition, these 7 days of sign-in finally accumulated 10 wooden treasure chests. System: Synthetic Treasure Chest. Ding, the synthesis is successful. Get Black Iron Treasure Chest. Open the treasure chest. Ding, open successfully. Get World Pass. This is a rather old-looking scroll. As long as it is opened, the user will be randomly transported to a world for a 365-day journey. And Lon was a little surprised that what he had opened this time was so precious. His character exploded. With this thing, you can go to other worlds. Although I can only stay for a short period of 1 year, it is better than staying in the wrong world. Now the timeline of the wrong world is 5 years before the beginning of the plot, and many familiar characters have not yet appeared. Instead of making soy sauce here, it's better to play in other worlds. Thinking of this, Lon didn't have the heart to stay in the dungeon any longer, and set off to return to Orari. On the way back, he continued to devour monsters and accumulated magic power. 6 days later, he returned to the 18th floor. When Lon continued up and entered the 17th floor, the Floor Master Goliath was refreshed. Goliath's refresh time was 2 weeks, and he just caught up with him again. Not much nonsense, just use the Gluttony skill to swallow Goliath alive. With his current strength that is almost beyond the LV8 level, it is still very easy to directly swallow a LV4 level Floor Master. Back to Orari. First went to the gold exchange, took out a small part of the magic stone, and exchanged it for 3 million Wallace. The remaining magic stones were not taken out because there were too many. This time, I went deep into the 59th floor of the dungeon. I went back and forth. I don't know how many monsters I killed. The magic stones in the system backpack have piled up into mountains. If all this is exchanged for money, it will definitely be hundreds of millions. This can all be made by the craftsman God Faith Toss to create a top-notch weapon, such as the 200 million dagger from the original libel. Of course, 200 million is still a friendship price. Back home, Lan's first thing to do is to take a bath in the bathroom. After staying in the dungeon for half a month, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. After taking a shower, take a good night's sleep. The next day I woke up naturally. It was past 9 o'clock in the morning. The first thing is to sign in. Ding, sign in successfully. Get Wooden Treasure Chest. Wooden treasure chests accumulate to 7 again. Next, Lon spent 3 days of being an otaku at home. Finally, I gathered 10 wooden treasure chests again. System: Synthetic Treasure Chest. Ding, the synthesis is successful. Get black iron treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Ding, open successfully. Get travel sword. What came out this time was a little unsatisfactory, and it was actually a weapon. A weapon from the world of Genshin Impact, the Samsung one-handed sword. The overall shape is somewhat like a cross, with a black blade and a bewitching red in the middle of the blade. Although the appearance is very good-looking and conforms to Enlan's aesthetics, it gives off an evil spirit, as if it was born as a weapon used by villains. Enlan took it in his hand and waved it twice, then threw it into the system backpack. Next, he took out the world pass. Then open it with anticipation. I saw only 4 characters written on the scroll, Shadow Lord. Immediately, the scroll turned into a vortex time-space gate. Enlan was also not afraid at all and walked in directly. Earth, Country H. 10 years ago, the doors of this world to other dimensions were opened, people called dungeons. With the appearance of various monsters, demon hunters with different abilities also appeared. These demon hunters are collectively called hunters. Enlan, who had passed through, stood on the top of a building in Seoul, looking at the pedestrians coming and going below. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When he came to this world, he received relevant information in his mind. With this information, Enlan finds himself transported back to a familiar world. This is the world of the Korean manga I Level Up Alone. It is based on a modern city and tells the story of hunters entering dungeons to hunt monsters. Different from the dungeon in the wrong world, the dungeon in this world is actually more like a game copy. These dungeon entrances will appear randomly in various places in the world, and the dungeons are divided into E, D, C, B, A, S grades. The male protagonist Chung Jinyu was originally a low-level E-level hunter, but he encountered a double dungeon in a D-level dungeon, and then became the Shadow Monarch, starting an invincible journey all the way. Although it is a Korean manga, the plot has to be said to be very cool. Enlan has also read the manga in his previous life, so he is very familiar with the plot. A copy of this world is very suitable for accumulating magic power and vitality. As for the male protagonist Chung Jinyu's plugin, he also does not intend to snatch it. Enlan decided to raise pigs because of the 2 great skills of Great Sage and Gluttony. Let Chung Jinyu become the Shadow Monarch and become stronger along the way. Then at the last moment, swallow him again. In this way, not only can a lot of magic and vitality be obtained, but also Chung Jinyu's cheating can be inherited. Shadow Monarch. This is indeed a good ability. I don't know if the Great Sage can parse it. Enlan used the material creation skill to replace the original adventurer's attire with a modern attire. Because mimics are girls, they are also women's clothing. A JK uniform and black over-the-knee stockings are perfect. Sure enough, women's clothing is cool for a while, and women's clothing has been cool all the time. After changing his outfit, he went to the Hunter Association and registered as a hunter. First, he forged an immigration certificate from Country Z, the celestial dynasty in this world, and then let the Great Sage invade the network of this world and make his identity real. This is naturally very simple for the Great Sage. When registering a hunter, it is mainly based on the value of magic power. Enlan controlled his own magic power and only used 1/100000000 magic power during the test. The next second, the magic test instrument exploded directly into 5 digits. S-rank hunter. The tester was shocked and said in disbelief. The girl in front of her, who was only 15 or 16 years old, was actually an S-rank hunter. You must know that there are only a few S-level hunters in each country, all of which are strategic weapons. The test results were quickly reported to the Hunter Association, which also alerted the major guilds. For a time, the upper echelons of these forces sent people to win over Enlan. In the face of many forces to win over, Enlan directly indifferently refused. The world is like a game to him. After swallowing the ruler and the monarch, he left. The mere natives still want him to serve, and they are simply courting death. After leaving the Hunter Association, Enlan found a jewelry store, used the material creation skill again, and got some gold and gems to sell. At the end of the transaction, a total of 135 million H-yuan was sold, which is equivalent to 700,000 Huxia coins. With the money, Enlon opened a 1-month stay in the most luxurious hotel in Seoul. Now that I have my identity and my residence, it's time for a copy. The dungeon entrances of Country H are basically guarded by the Hunter Association, and multiple teams are required to enter the exploration. As an S-rank hunter, Enlon can naturally single-play low-level dungeons. But the advanced copy still needs to team up. This is also the Hunters Association's protection for hunters, preventing them from dying because of arrogance. Enlon rested at the hotel overnight, and the next day came to a sea-level dungeon on the outskirts of Busan. The entrance of the copy is at the subway station, and the surrounding area is blocked. In addition to the police, there are people from the Hunters Association. Enlon directly showed his S-Class Hunter certificate, and after obtaining permission, he entered the dungeon. Compared with the dungeons in the wrong world, the copy of this world is much more dangerous. Because even a low-level copy has many fatal dangers. Unlike the dungeons in the wrong world, from the upper level to the lower level, they are basically graded. As long as you don't go deep, there isn't much danger. Not only did he come in, he encountered a giant anaconda, and he opened his mouth and sprayed poisonous mist at Enlon. Mimicry Minotaur instantly turned into a huge Taran, punched out, and the fist wind dispelled the poisonous mist. Then a pair of big hands quickly reached out and grabbed the giant boa's 7 inches. It has to be said that the Taran is physically powerful. High attack and defense, invincible in close combat. The death of the giant boa attracted more poison. What centipedes, spiders, poisonous snakes, scorpions, etc. are all poisonous insects. And these poisonous insects are still very large and terrifying. Enlon was not afraid at all, took out the training sword and rushed into the poison swarm. The killing begins. Wherever the great sword passed, the poison was all crushed. Such an arrogant attack is like the heavy sword in Jin Yang's novels, which is too clever to work. In just a few minutes, the poison was cleaned up. A pile of magic spar fell on the ground. These magic spar stones are similar to the magic stones in the wrong world, and they contain a lot of magic power. No nonsense, Enlon used the Gluttony skill to devour all the monster corpses and magic spar. Keep exploring the copy. Because these monsters are too weak, he has no intention of fighting. The monsters encountered next are all directly using the Gluttony skill to swallow them alive. Just like that, keep devouring. It took about a day to basically devour all the monsters in the entire dungeon. Next is the final boss. Enlon came to a dilapidated temple, which enshrined this female statue with a human upper body and a snake lower body. With his arrival, the statue seemed to come to life. The outer layer of the stone shell shattered and fell off, and the boss opened his eyes. I have to say, the boss in front of me is beautiful. Unfortunately, the strength is too weak. Before she could shoot, Enlon took the lead. First, it was bound with a silk binding array, and then the Gluttony swallowed it alive. Kill it, it's that simple. After leaving the dungeon, everyone in the Hunter Association was shocked. Even an S-rank hunter would not be able to clean up a C-rank dungeon so quickly. But when they entered the probe, they found that all the monsters disappeared together with the boss. Back at the hotel building, Enlon soaked in the bathtub in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, sipping red wine and admiring the night market below. Today's harvest is very good. The entire sea-level dungeon has provided him with a lot of magic and vitality. Continue tomorrow. In this way, it won't take long before you can advance to the Demon King. Overnight, the news of Enlan's quick cleaning of the sea-level dungeons was soon known to the top of the Hunter Association and the major guilds. When he woke up the next day, the hotel manager sent a flood of invitations. Enlon ignored this and burned all the black flames. Today, he chose another sea-level copy. It's not that he doesn't want to choose a more advanced dungeon, but the more advanced dungeon, even S-rank hunters have to form a team, otherwise they won't be allowed in. The entrance to the dungeon this time is in Seoul, in a dilapidated, unfinished building. And Lon came to the entrance and saw that there were already other hunter teams here, so he wanted to explore this dungeon. However, their strongest hunter is only C rank, and the members of the Hunter Association are not allowed to enter. And Lon showed his S rank hunter certificate and went in directly. This made other hunters jealous and hated when they saw it. The monsters in this dungeon are not all dead. What kind of undead? Ghouls, skeleton soldiers, and the like. It was a novelty for Lon, who devoured a skeleton soldier after breaking it up, then mimicked the appearance of a skeleton soldier. I am the supreme being, Angel Gown. It's a pity that there is no superposition magic and undead magic, otherwise it would be more like it. And Lon was very playful, and since then he has been fighting in skeleton form. Compared with ordinary skeleton soldiers, the skeleton soldiers of his mimicry are as hard as super alloys. Without the physical body, there is no need to defend when fighting. Just like last time, the sea-level copy was quickly cleaned up by Lon. Every day that follows, he will go to clean up a sea-level dungeon. If there is no sea-level copy, then clean up the D-level. Every time he cleans, he devours all the monsters and bosses in the dungeon, including the magic spar. However, his crazy actions not only shocked the Hunter Association, but also angered the ruler and the king. On this day, just as Lon was about to continue cleaning the dungeon, a middle-aged man found him. Feeling the magic of the opponent's physical strength, Lon asked, "Are you the messenger of the Dominator? You actually know that the ruler is not an ordinary human." The middle-aged man was startled, but he didn't expect his identity to be seen through at once. "Tell me, what's the matter with me?" And Lon asked indifferently. "I want to ask you not to continue to enter the dungeon. Your strength is enough to match the king. Why do you want to kill those low-level monsters?" The middle-aged man lowered his stance and sincerely pleaded. "No, I need magic power." And Lon refused indifferently. "Don't you want to watch the destruction of mankind?" The middle-aged man asked sharply after being rejected, feeling a little out of control. Even if it is destroyed, the Dominator can use the Cup of Samsara to restart. Anyway, it has been destroyed so many times. Don't you care about one more time? And Lon asked meaningfully. "You actually know about the Cup of Reincarnation?" The middle-aged man was completely terrified. He didn't know what the girl in front of him was, but he could feel the magic power in her body that was enough to rival the king. Such a powerful existence knows so many secrets about the Dominator. This is really creepy. And Lon did not answer his words, but continued, "For the sake of the rulers to protect human beings, I can help you deal with the king. The premise is that you must open all the dungeons to me, and I need the monsters in the dungeons." Magic. This. The middle-aged man was silent. "If you can't make a decision, go ask your boss and I'll give you time." And Lon turned around and entered the dungeon. The middle-aged man looked at the entrance of the copy, sighed slightly and left. And Lon, who has read comics in his previous life, naturally knows all the plots. A certain world is called the God of the Absolute, who created the messenger, ruler, of the gods from the shards of light, and created 8 kings from the shards of darkness. In an attempt to destroy the world, the king broke out an endless war with the ruler. Tired of the war, the brightest shard of radiance asked the Absolute why he didn't help the ruler to destroy the king. However, for the Absolute, this war is like a farce game. All are trapped in the laws of worshipping God, praising God, and proving faith. Either way, the end result is demise. As long as the Absolute exists, the war will not end. So the Dominators betrayed the Absolute and killed him. With weapons containing the power of the Absolute, they attacked the king again. The king was defeated by the ruler. So the kings avoided the sight of their rulers and sought a world where they could cultivate their fighting power. Earth. By the time the Dominator senses the king's movements and rushes to Earth, it will be too late. The Dominators were furious, and they used the Cup of Reincarnation, which contained the power of the Absolute, to set the time back 10 years. The Dominators did their best to save the Earth. But the Earth is too fragile to support the war between the ruler and the king. Therefore, the magic power was continuously delivered to the Earth. The appearance of those dungeons and hunters was to ensure that in the future wars, humans could retain a small number of survivors and continue the vitality of the earth. The kings also got inspiration from the ruler's method and let humans destroy monsters to spread magic power. Before the ruler reached the earth, they used the human body to set up many traps so as to swallow the ruler and send them to support mankind's troops. Earth has been destroyed many times, each time being restarted under the power of the Cup of Reincarnation. But the use of artifacts is also limited. If the power of the Cup of Reincarnation is exhausted, the destruction of the earth will never be reversed. Therefore, those copies are used to cultivate strong human beings. When humans kill monsters and spread their magic power, it is the king's plan. Enlon so recklessly devoured the magic power of the copy, which was equivalent to offending the ruler and the king at the same time. But Enlon doesn't take them seriously. In order to evolve the Demon King, it is impossible for him to give up these magic powers. However, he is not a heinous person, and he will not really watch the destruction of human beings on Earth. Simply put forward a win-win proposal to the Dominators to help them defeat the king, but they must open all the dungeons to themselves. 3 days later, Enlon received a notification from the Hunter Association. In the future, he will open all the dungeons' single-brush permissions to him. A smile appeared on the corner of Enlon's mouth. The next day is a crazy single-brush advanced copy. From B level to S level, not a single one is spared. The monsters, bosses, and magic spar in each instance were swallowed up. As a result, Enlon's accumulated magic power and vitality increased rapidly. In 3 months, he brushed the high-level copy of Country H over and over. But the accumulation of magic and vitality is not enough. To this end, Enlon changed his appearance and went to Country R, the neighbor of Country H. No matter which world he was in, he didn't like those people who had a good life. Grab a copy directly. In the face of overwhelming strength, the Hunter Association of our country could not stop it at all, and could only watch Enlon seize one advanced dungeon after another. For several days in a row, the high-level officials of our country were furious. They formed an army of hunters, led by S-rank hunters from the Sword-Drawing Guild, and launched a siege against Enlon. A shrine in Kyuden North, Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo. The soldiers and their family members who died in battle since the Meiji Restoration era are enshrined here, and there is also an S-class copy entrance inside the shrine. Enlon's goal today is exactly this copy. When he flew above the shrine, he discovered the surrounding ambush under the magic induction. Interesting. Enlon smiled disdainfully, stood in the air, and opened his arms. Suddenly, the originally clear sky dimmed. Immediately after the gust of wind, a tornado like a long snake rose from the ground. Among the dark clouds in the sky, black lightning flashes. This move is exactly what King Ming's subordinate Lanya used to deal with the pig-head emperor, He Leilon. Black thunder cooperates with the wind control technique, a group big move. Under the storm and thunder, all the hunters who were in ambush were blown away, and the stronger hunters were also killed by the black thunder. As for the shrine, it was completely destroyed. Through the aerial photography of the drone, the senior executives of our country who watched the battle were collectively dumbfounded. It was originally an encirclement and suppression of Enlon, but how did it become Enlon's hunter to encircle and suppress them? These hunters are all high-end combat power of their country, and they died like this? After reacting, they were both regretful and afraid. It's too terrifying. This is no longer the power that human beings should have. Enlon looked at the hunter who had been completely destroyed by him, and suddenly had a new idea in his heart. Since the magic power and vitality of the evolutionary Demon King are still close, then learn from the cute king and sacrifice with human souls. Right now, there are as many people in our country as you want. The birth of the devil's thoughts will be a nightmare for the entire our country. Next, Enlon did not enter the dungeon and started to kill like crazy in Tokyo. Clouds of water droplets appeared in the sky above Tokyo. The bottom of the water concentrated the sunlight to form laser-like rays of light, which were continuously emitted. God's wrath is not a skill. To put it simply, The Great Sage relies on extraordinary computing power and water manipulation to use sunlight to kill people. The number of deaths is increasing, and the Great Sage is counting. 186 people. 633 people. 1,056 people. 20,788 people. The crowd below was already frightened and ran away screaming frantically. Some were timid, kneeling directly on the ground begging for mercy, trembling constantly. But facing these are people, and Lon really has no sympathy at all. Whether you beg for mercy or not, kill them all. Confirmation is complete. Successfully obtain the unique skill Heartless successfully. And Lon didn't expect that because of his ruthlessness and hard-heartedness, he could directly unlock the Heartless, and he would have a lot of magic power left. Information: the analysis of the unique skill Unintentional has been completed. This ability can grasp the souls of those who beg for mercy and those who are rescued. Once you lose the will to fight in front of the skill, it means death. And Lon didn't say a word and used the skill directly. In an instant, all those who feared and begged for mercy were instantly pulled from their souls and died. The death toll, 180,000. In order for the Demon King seed to gain enough fat, and Lon killed far more people than the Mo King. After all, this is not the world of the cute king, and the evolutionary devil does not have the blessing of the voice of the world. So he needs to sacrifice more souls. The Demon King Malim also slaughtered an entire kingdom, more than 100,000 people, to evolve the Demon King. In form, confirm the evolution conditions. The nutrient human soul required for the evolution of the Demon King's seed has been confirmed, and the specified conditions are met, and now the Demon King evolution begins. Following the announcement of the Great Sage, and Lon suddenly felt a drowsy feeling from the depths of his soul. Tell me, the evolution of the Demon King cannot be stopped halfway. And Lon reluctantly stopped the killing, a spatial movement skill, and disappeared directly in our country. Appearing again, it is already at the top of Mount Everest in Country Z. The evolution process of the Demon King began, and Lan's soul fell into a deep sleep. His body turned into a slime, floating in midair, his whole body exuding colorful light. The next moment, and Lan's accumulated magic and life force turned into a blessing from the voice of the world. In form, the evolution of the Demon King has begun, rebuilding his body and evolving into a new race. Confirmed, evolved from a sticky creature to a magic sticky spirit body success. Physical abilities have greatly increased in an all-round way, and you can freely switch between physical and spiritual bodies. Continue to obtain the existing functions and resistances of the old individual success. Acquire new inherent skills: infinite regeneration, universal perception, universal change, Demon King's domineering, magic operation, enhanced clone, multiple barriers, space movement, black flame lightning, universal silk success. Acquired new resistances: natural influence invalidation, status abnormal invalidation, spiritual attack resistance, and holy magic attack resistance successfully. At this point, the evolution is complete. Information: the unique skill Great Sage requested from the voice of the world to apply for the evolution of Great Sage. Confirmed, the application for the unique skill Great Sage has been accepted, and the unique skill Great Sage challenges evolution. Failure, execute again. Failure, execute again. Failure, execute again. Information: the unique skill Great Sage sacrificed mutant and challenged the evolution again after obtaining the evolution blessing of the devil and succeeded. The unique skill Great Sage has evolved into the ultimate ability King of Wisdom. Request to sacrifice the unintentional to evolve Gluttony. It has been successful. The unique skill Gluttony has evolved into the ultimate ability King of Gluttony. After an unknown amount of time, Lon finally woke up from his slumber. After waking up, he found a change in himself. Although the main body seems to be still a slime, its essence has been completely changed, and the level of life has been infinitely improved. There is also the power within the body that is enough to destroy the world. It is too strong. Is this the power of the Demon King? and Lan's mouth curled into a smile, which was a wonderful feeling. Next, he opened the properties panel. Name, Enlan. Race, demonic spirit. Blessing, crest of the storm. Magic, Cheeto, elemental magic, physical magic, spirit summoning, demon summoning. Inherent abilities, infinite regeneration, demon king domineering, magic operation, universal perception, universal change, enhanced clone, multiple enchantments, space movement, black flame thunder, universal silk. Ultimate ability, king of wisdom, king of gluttony. Additional skills, hard power, magic bullet, shadow movement, molecular manipulation, magic obstruction, gravity manipulation, body strengthening, matter creation. All resistances, invalid pain, invalid corrosion, invalid temperature change, invalidate physical attack, invalidate natural influence, invalidate abnormal status, mental attack resistance, holy demon attack resistance. Some additional skills have evolved into inherent abilities, and some have been incorporated into ultimate abilities under the unification of the King of Wisdom. Skills such as inflammation, wind control, water manipulation, and water-ice magic spear are all incorporated into elemental magic. Furthermore, the fusion of sound wave perception, heat source perception, and magic perception has evolved into universal perception. Although Heartless and Variant were sacrificed, their attributes were inherited by King of Gluttony and King of Wisdom and did not disappear. The attribute panel is very powerful and can be said to be a skill library. But Enlan knows that this is not the final attribute of the cute king evolving into the demon queen. He still has two ultimate abilities that have not been lit up, namely the King of the Oath and the King of the Storm. These two ultimate abilities are quite special. The Oath King is a fusion of all the extra skills based on the analysis of the hero skill Infinite Prison by Ming Wang. The King of the Storm is because the cute king devoured the residue left in the stomach space of the storm dragon to gain some power, thus further establishing the connection of the soul, and this is the ultimate ability. It is a pity that the accumulated magic power has been used up, and the skill tree cannot use its own magic power to point skills, and cannot unlock these two ultimate abilities. Back at the Seoul Hotel in Country H, Enlan saw the news. All of them are news of our country being attacked and countless casualties. Enlan didn't care, as if those people didn't kill him. In the days that followed, he did not continue to swipe the dungeon alone, but stayed in the hotel every day, checking in, playing games, watching anime, and living an otaku life. Over time, more and more wooden treasure chests are checked in by the system. At the same time, Chung Jinyu, the male protagonist of this world, began to grow crazy after gaining the power of the Shadow King. Enlan is waiting for him to become stronger and become the real Shadow King. Then, together with the other kings of the mixed world, they devoured them together. I believe that if you devour those kings, you can accumulate enough magic and vitality to unlock the ultimate ability. 3 months have passed, and the turmoil of the mysterious man's attack on country has finally subsided. But what followed would be the real catastrophe of the world. More and more dungeon entrances appeared, and some dungeons even suddenly appeared in densely populated cities of various countries, and then a large number of monsters emerged from the entrances to attack humans. Immediately afterwards, the chaotic kings appeared and began to attack and assassinate the strong human beings. For a time, the atmosphere of the whole world became tense. Because of the rise of the male protagonist Chung Jinyu, the president of the Hunter Association asked him to protect those who might be attacked. What was unexpected was that not long after Cheng Xiaoyu agreed, the frigid king found Gao, the head of the Hunter Association. After some battle, when Chung Jinyu arrived, President Gao was dying. The Shadow King fought against the Frost King for the first time. In the end, the Frost King was defeated and chose to flee. The death of the president of the Hunter Association alarmed all hunters. The final battle seems to be coming. At night, Enlan in the hotel was lying on the sofa and playing games. There is a huge screen in front of him, and the game screen projected on it is the latest RPG game in this world. However, just when he was having a good time, the hotel suddenly lost power. The whole room suddenly fell into darkness. And Lon frowned slightly, very angry. It's hard to pass the customs quickly. The key is that I haven't archived it yet. He stood up from the sofa, threw the gamepad aside, and said out of the window in a bad tone, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" "Little thing, you're very dragging." With a rude sound, the window glass shattered directly, and a giant-like figure stood on the edge of the window at some point. "This magic power, are you the king?" And Lon looked at the person who came and instantly understood his purpose. "My file in the Hunter Association is an S-level hunter, and the other party is here to assassinate me. Since you know, then go to die." The giant figure slammed into Enlon with one punch, but Enlon just stretched out a finger and caught the huge fist. How is this possible? The other party showed a shocked expression, and his tone was full of disbelief. "The King of Chaos, that's all?" Enlon was a little disdainful, and the King of Gluttony was activated, and a black hole the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in the palm of his hand. The black hole erupted with terrifying suction and directly pulled the opponent's arm into it. "No. Don't. I am the Fong King, you can't kill me, the Destruction King will not let you go." The king showed a look of fear and began to struggle frantically. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape the small black hole. In just a few seconds, it was swallowed up. King Fong, that's all. For these kings, Enlon looked down on them at heart. Although he has a lot of magic power, his combat power is too weak. The death of King Fong Fong made other kings in the world feel threatened. The Cold King thought it was Chung Xiaoyu's hand, so he joined the Plague King and King Kong King and planned to shoot together and kill Chung Xiaoyu. In this way, because of the death of King Fong, the original plot was moved forward a lot. The original plot was that the Cold King, together with the Plague King and the Fong King, dealt with Chung Jinyu and successfully killed him. As a result, Chung Xiaoyu was resurrected again, completely inheriting the power of the Shadow King, and became the second generation of the Shadow King. His strength greatly increased. Enlon killed King Fong, and Chung Jinyu took the blame, which was equivalent to changing the plot. But history's ability to correct is very strong, allowing King Kong to replace King Fong. Of course, Enlon doesn't know all this. The next day, the Hunter Association elected a new president and then called all senior hunters in Country H for a meeting. Enlon also received an invitation. This time he did not refuse, intending to join in the fun. When many hunters came to the building of the association, the staff led them to the conference hall one by one. The hall is very large, and when Enlon arrives, there are already many people sitting in it. Moreover, he also saw the male protagonist Chung Xiaoyu, who has not inherited the full power of the Shadow King, but his own magic power has already matched other kings, and he is indeed one of the two strongest kings. The meeting was boring, and the main content was some recent events. Enlon was swiping his phone board, which made an S-rank hunter sitting next to him very upset. If it weren't for her mimetic appearance of a girl, the other party probably couldn't help but take action. The meeting ended after 2 hours, and Enlon stretched and was about to leave. As a result, there was a roar over the whole of Seoul, and then a huge vortex portal appeared. Everyone felt at this moment the terrifying magic power in the portal. The show is coming. The corners of Enlon's mouth twitched, showing a look of anticipation. The Hunter Association began to organize people to let ordinary people in the city evacuate first. For a time, the whole city was in turmoil. At the same time, as soon as Chung Jinyu left the association, he encountered the 3 kings who were in ambush. Enemies were very jealous when they met, and Chung Jinyu vowed to kill the Cold King to avenge President Gao. The Cold King will also destroy Chung Jinyu and prevent the true Shadow King from coming into the world. The 4 kings battled together, lightning flashed and thunder, hurricanes raged, and under the flash of various skills, countless buildings collapsed. The aftermath of their battle made the entire land of H country tremble like a 12-magnitude earthquake. Other adventurers, even S-rank adventurers, cannot get close to the battlefield. Enlon stood in the air, watching the battle below with interest. Although Cheng Xiaoyu is powerful, he did not fully inherit the power of the Shadow King, and it is obviously not enough to deal with 3 kings at the same time. As time passed, he was already at a disadvantage. As for his Shadow Legion, it is not the king's opponent at all. Even if it depends on the number, it will be frozen by the Cold King. In the end, Cheng Jinyu was stabbed by King Kong Kong and passed through his chest. The Frost King saw the scene and showed a triumphant smile. King Kong King also yelled at Cheng Jinyu that it was a pity, saying that after he died, he would not see the appearance of the chaotic army invading the earth. However, at this moment, Cheng Xiaoyu's originally dim vitality was restored, and the magic power in his body increased exponentially. The Frost King discovered the scene and thought that the real Shadow King was coming. He wants to kill Cheng Jinyu and prevent the Shadow King from coming. However, at a critical moment, Cheng Jinyu's father appeared, blocked the attack of the 3 kings, and guarded his son, waiting for him to fully inherit the full power of the Shadow King. Seeing this, Lan knew it was time to take action. Now that Cheng Jinyu has awakened, the 3 of them are useless, the Cold King. Lan appeared beside the Frost King in a teleportation. Before he could react at all, he used his hand as a knife and beheaded him. The sudden change not only shocked the Plague King and King Kong King, but even Cheng Jinyu's father was horrified. The next second, Lan shot again. I saw him raise his right hand, and the 2 circular enchantments enveloped the Plague King and the King Kong King. No matter how the 2 kings attacked, they could not break the barrier. Lan activates the ultimate ability, King of Gluttony, and the black energy engulfs the Cold King. Not only that, the King of Gluttony devoured the King of Plague and King Kong after devouring the Frost King again. Together with the enchantment, the 2 kings were swallowed up without even a chance to resist. In this way, plus the Fong King, Lan devoured a total of 4 kings. Next, his eyes turned to Cheng Jinyu again. Pigs are raised so fat, they should be slaughtered. Not good. Cheng Jinyu's father's eyes changed. Unfortunately, before he could make a move, Lan appeared in front of him, knocking him unconscious with a single blow. At the same time, Cheng Jinyu also completely inherited the power of the Shadow King, and his strength increased sharply. When he opened his eyes and saw Lan knocking out his father, he was instantly angry. The powerful force directly attacked Lan, but unfortunately Lan used the barrier to defend him. Lan's impression of Cheng Jinyu is not bad, and as the savior of this world, he is worthy of admiration. But in order to unlock the cute king skills, he had to devour the opponent. As punishment and compensation, Lan will devour the remaining monarchs and save the world in his place. This approach is selfish, even evil. However, he didn't care. After becoming stronger, Cheng Jinyu found that he was no match for Lan, and he couldn't even break the defense. This made him unacceptable, but soon cheered up again. I saw that he summoned a huge portal in the air, and then walked out of countless shadow armies from the door. These shadow armies are the subordinates of the first generation of Shadow Kings, and now they have gathered together with Cheng Xiaoyu's shadow army, and the number is even larger. Under the control of Cheng Jinyu, all the shadow soldiers were dispatched, targeting Lan. So much magic power, I took it all according to the order. Lan laughed loudly, and the ultimate ability, King of Gluttony, was fully activated. I saw a huge black hole appeared in the sky, and then the Shadow Legion was sucked into it one by one and devoured it. Cheng Xiaoyu looked at the scene in despair and couldn't believe it. In the end, who is hanging up? Devouring all the Shadow Legion, Lan came to Cheng Jinyu in an instant. I won't kill you, but you have to surrender the power of the Shadow King. After speaking, he put one hand on Cheng Jinyu's chest. King of Wisdom quickly analyzed Cheng Jinyu's body and then found the source of the Shadow King's power. The King of Gluttony was activated again, consuming that source of power. In just a few seconds, Cheng Jinyu lost all his power and became an ordinary person. Why do you do this? Cheng Xiaoyu stared at Lan and asked. I need this power, and as compensation, I will save the world in your place. After saying that, Lan teleported away. Devouring 5 kings one after another, as well as a whole shadow army, the accumulation of magic and vitality is enough to unlock the 2 remaining ultimate abilities of Mengwang. Before lighting up the Oath King, you also need to light up the hero skill, Infinite Prison. And Lan opens the skill tree to unlock it. Information. Based on the unique skill Infinite Prison, the skills have been merged, and the unique skill Infinite Prison has evolved into the ultimate ability, the King of Oaths. After unlocking the Oath King, and Lan's attribute column lost an additional skill. Because of all the extra skills, it's all merged together. Information confirmed the establishment of the Corridor of Soul of the Master, and the individual named Veldora devoured and analyzed and appraised the remnants of Veldora and obtained the ultimate ability, King of Storms. After unlocking Lord of the Storm, and Lan showed a shocked expression. Because the magic and vitality of the skills just unlocked turned into a storm dragon without a sense of thinking. Because this ultimate ability can summon a storm dragon, and is even related to the future skill, Dragon Seed Nucleation, the skill tree directly created a storm dragon. That's a bit arrogant. With all 4 ultimate abilities unlocked, and Lan's strength has finally reached the strongest stage of the evolution of the Mo King. Not only that, the properties panel has also been updated, and it is not the same as before. Name, Enlan. Race, Demonic Spirit. Blessing, Crest of the Storm. Magic, Cheeto, Elemental Magic, Physical Magic, Spirit Summoning, Demon Summoning. Inherent Ability, Infinite Regeneration, Devil Domineering, Universal Perception, Universal Change, Strengthened Clone, Universal Silk. Ultimate Ability, King of Wisdom, King of Gluttony, King of Oath, King of Storm. King of Wisdom, Raphael. Thinking Acceleration, Analytical Appraisal, Parallel Calculation, Chanting Destruction, All Things, Unity and Separation, Ability Change. Beelzebub, Predation, Stomach, Mimic, Isolation, Corruption, Ghoul, Food Chain. Uriel, Infinite Prison, Law Manipulation, Universal Enchantment, Space Domination. Veldora, Storm Dragon Summons, Storm Dragon Restoration, Storm Magic. All resistances, Invalid Pain, Invalid Corrosion, Invalid Temperature Change, Invalidate Physical Attack, Invalidate Natural Influence, Invalidate Abnormal Status, Mental Attack Resistance, Holy Demon Attack Resistance. The extra skill bar disappeared, and the previous small skills were all merged into the big skills and ultimate abilities. And Lan's current strength, placed in the wrong world, is already beyond the existence of level 9. Even the legendary Black Dragon is not his opponent. No way, Mengwang's skills are just that. Next, it's time to evolve the dragon species. This is a little simpler than the evolution of the Demon King. You only need to give the King of Wisdom a name, make it evolve into a Sans core, and then swallow and analyze the Storm Dragon so that you can evolve into a dragon species. Unfortunately, it is still an old problem. The setting of name evolution is unique to the world of Mengwang. Even if Enlan names the King of Wisdom now, it is impossible to evolve. The only way to do it is to build up the magic power and unlock the skill tree. The skill tree will convert magic into settings, allowing skills to evolve. Just like unlocking King of the Storm, the skill tree directly creates a storm dragon. At this moment, Enlan realized how terrifying the novice reward the system gave. With this skill tree, even if you are not in the world of Mo King, you can get all the power of Mo King. The 4 kings of the mixed world were killed, and the Shadow King was taken away from the original power. The plot was so disrupted by Enlan that it finally collapsed completely. After all, even the male protagonist has lost the plugin, and the power of history's revision is helpless. It didn't take long for the strongest King of Destruction to lead the remaining 2 kings to the earth. The King of Destruction is the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, the King of Light Dragons. Along with him came the Dragon Legion. The other 2 kings also led their respective legions. But just before the portal where they descended, Enlan had been waiting for a long time. After the 3 of you, I should go back, Enlan said, looking at the countless army of monsters and the 3 kings in front of him. The Dragon Emperor looked at Enlan and suddenly said, It's neither a shard of light nor a shard of darkness. I didn't expect that there are still strong people like you among human beings. Human? Your eyes are bad enough. And Lon chuckled, then sneered. The Dragon Emperor frowned, and just as he was about to say something, Lan's body changed. The beautiful girl who was originally 15 or 16 years old suddenly turned into a male demon with wings. Lan took out the travel sword from the system backpack and waved it lightly at the army of monsters. The huge magic power turned into a huge sword glow, and countless monsters were annihilated. This terrifying scene made the three kings frown wildly. So scary. And Lan waved his hand and said, "Sorry, the power is too strong to control." After speaking, he put away the travel sword again. This made the Dragon Emperor feel naked contempt. However, he did not know that Lan really did not control his strength. Destroying so many monsters in an instant made him feel extremely distressed. Those are all magic and vitality. ****. The other two kings beside the Dragon Emperor were furious, and they attacked Lan directly, regardless of the 3721. The corners of Lan's mouth twitched slightly, and he snapped his fingers lightly. The colorful light shrouded the three kings and then turned into a cage. The strongest hero's skill, Infinite Prison, was analyzed by King Mo and combined to create the ultimate ability, King of Oaths. The three Dragon Emperor were trapped, and they were shocked. Start frantically attacking the cage, trying to escape. But unfortunately, this move trapped the Storm Dragon, who was no weaker than the Demon King, so how could they be able to break it? Your fate is destined to be swallowed by me. No nonsense, and Lan released the King of Gluttony against the Infinite Prison and devoured people and skills together. Immediately afterwards, the King of Gluttony was turned on to the maximum. Destroyed the monster army brought by the three kings. In this way, the crisis of the Earth is completely lifted. It didn't take long for the Dominator's emissary to find Lan. Thank you for saving the Earth and human beings and eradicating all the dark fragments. The messenger said gratefully. Stop talking. The 8 great kings also have a Taizu king. Where is the king of giants? And Lan asked directly. He who has read the comics knows that King Taizu has long been caught by the ruler. There are only 8 regular kings, and they were created by the absolutes out of dark shards. The Shadow King is not actually a king. He is the ruler of the radiant fragments. Because the one who betrayed the absolute was strangled by other rulers, he fell into the 9th Shadow King. But its essence is not a dark fragment. Now Lan has devoured 7 of the 8 kings and collected 7 dark shards, and the last shard is only needed to synthesize the complete power of darkness. I'll take you there, the messenger said quickly. He knows that Lan is strong, even if the ruler is weak in front of him. If it weren't for the Dominator who has been helping humanity and saving the planet, the fierce god in front of him might swallow the ruler together. Lan followed the messenger into a dungeon, and in the deepest part of the dungeon, he saw the locked King Taizu. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and swallowed it directly. Since all the 9 kings have been swallowed by him, and the 8 dark fragments have also been collected. King of Wisdom, fuse dark fragments. Confirm, the fusion is successful and obtain the power of darkness. Analyze the Shadow King. Notify, the parsing was successful. The King of Shadows is the mainstay and the power of darkness is integrated. Confirmed, the fusion of King of Shadows and Power of Darkness was successful and the ultimate ability, God of Shadows, was obtained. A brand new ultimate ability. This is a skill outside of the Mo King skill tree. God of Shadows, Dark Domain, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Swap, Shadow Preservation, Godhead, Invisibility. Dark Realm, the realm of God. In the depths of darkness, you will be the incarnation of God. Shadow Extraction, extract the power of inanimate creatures and turn them into shadow soldiers. Shadow Swap, you can swap positions with the designated shadow soldier. Shadow Preservation, shadow soldiers are preserved in the caster's shadow and can be summoned or saved again according to the caster's needs. Godhead, Divinity, Divine Power, Mystery. Stealth type, in the dark will increase 10 times the speed and attack power. Looking at the properties, overall it's pretty good. On the basis of the Shadow King, the skills have been strengthened, such as shadow extraction, and there is no limit to the number. There is also a shadow swap, which directly cancels the CD time. But compared to Meng Wang's ultimate ability, it's still a little less interesting. It devoured 4 monarchs again, including the strongest destroyer, the Dragon Emperor, and countless monster legions, with sufficient magic power. Enlon intends to give the King of Wisdom a name and unlock the Theosophical Core. King Mo named the Psycho Core Seal, but Enlon didn't plan to take the same name. After a moment of thought, he noticed. King of Wisdom, you will be called Paimon from now on. At the same time as the name was given, he also unlocked the spiritual core on the skill tree, and a large amount of magic power was transformed into the naming setting of the Mengwang world, and he began to evolve the King of Wisdom. For a moment, the King of Wisdom felt something called an emotion, whether it was joy or wonder. In short, the King of Wisdom, who had developed feelings, began to feel overwhelmed by the sudden arrival of something that could not be calculated. Immediately, evolution begins. King of Wisdom, like the evolution of Digimon in Digimon, turned into a round egg, and countless information was sucked into it. Click. The eggshell is broken, and the new King of Wisdom is like an angel, so holy and beautiful. No, now she should be called Paimon. I am Paimon, the integrator of abilities, the Sanity Core. I am with the soul of Enlon Sama, and I am the executor who assists the master. Sir Enlon, forever, please take care of me. Enlon was overjoyed when he saw the birth of Paimon. He knew what a terrifying existence the Psycho Core was. It is because of the birth of the Sans Core that Meng Wang easily finished the abuse of the Storm Dragon and the Scorching Dragon. Paimon, I will devour the Storm Dragon next. You help me analyze it. I want to evolve the dragon species. Enlon said nonstop. Today, he is going to unlock and light up all of Meng Wang's skill tree. Enlon Sama, please leave it to me. After Paimon finished speaking, Enlon used Storm King to summon the Storm Dragon. This Storm Dragon was born because of the skill tree and has no mental awareness, but it is no different from the real Storm Dragon. As a summon, it was devoured without any resistance. The power of the Storm Dragon is not comparable to the Dragon Emperor in this world. As the 4 dragon species of the Mengwang world, they are born with an immortal spirit body, possess the dragon factor, and have their own dragon spirit domineering. This dragon factor is very terrifying. Even if the Storm Dragon does not resist, it will not be swallowed and absorbed. Enlon just devoured some, and was frantically destroying his body, making him miserable. The resistance skill, pain ineffective, is useless. This pain comes from the soul. But fortunately, Paimon did not let him down. As a Sans Core, he has completed the analysis and appraisal of the Storm Dragon. Master Enlon, did you transform your body into a dragon species? Certainly. After getting the answer, Paimon began to transform. In an instant, the pain on Enlon disappeared. Storm Dragon's dragon spirit domineering no longer works because Enlon can also use dragon spirit domineering. From this moment on, Storm Dragon, one of the 4 dragon species in the Mengwang world, became like an ordinary monster in front of Enlon. As the Storm Dragon is constantly being swallowed, Enlan's own magic power is also increasing, and his body functions are also strengthening, eventually breaking through the limit. Just like the Evolution Demon King, he has evolved again. This feeling is like being reborn from Nirvana. Congratulations, Mr. Enlon, you have evolved from a magic sticky spirit body to a dragon devil sticky star god body. The whole body shone with the light of blessing to show off, and finally turned into a human form. He was completely naked, and the appearance of a girl of 15 or 16 years old had become 17 or 18 years old, and he had grown a little taller, reaching about 1.68 meters. Golden pupils like dragon eyes and dazzling white skin exude a divine aura. The magic power of black and gold wraps around the body, turning it into a pitch-black full-body suit. After feeling his own powerful strength, Enlon showed a satisfied smile. Compared with the Demon King stage, After evolving into a dragon species, his strength has been qualitatively improved again. For example, just using material creation to make the leaked magic power into clothes, it has also reached the highest quality mythical level. Although the storm dragon was swallowed up, the core is still there. And Lon used Lord of the Storm to revive it again. After all, it is a dragon species, high-end thugs and mounts. Then he began to continue to unlock skills. Scorching King, Dragon Seed Liberation, Dragon Seed Nucleation. With the Searing King unlocked, and Lon gains a second mindless dragon from the skill tree, the Searing Dragon. As more and more skills are unlocked and illuminated, Paimon begins to play the role of Sans Core, integrating skills to create new and more powerful skills. She directly integrated her mother body King of Wisdom and King of Gluttony, sacrificed King of Storm and King of Searing, and obtained God of Void. God of the Void not only inherits the attributes of the 4 ultimate abilities, but is even more powerful and perverted. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the technique of creation. Then Paimon combined all the remaining skills of Enlon to obtain the second most powerful skill, King of Fengzhou. At this point, Mengwang's skill tree has finally been unlocked. When the skill tree was fully lit up, it turned into a divine power and merged into Enlan's body. Enlon has been strengthened again and his strength has skyrocketed. Now his strength is equal to that of Mengwang in his final form. He can even create the world himself if he wants to. This is beyond the existence of God, the level of God of creation. Properties panel, updated again. Name, Enlon. Race, the highest Holy Spirit, Dragon Demon Sticky Star God Body, Ultimate Slime. Shelter, the favor of friendship. Title, Chaos Create. Magic, Cheeto, Elemental Magic, Physical Magic, Dragon Species Magic, High-Level Demon Summoning, High-Level Spirit Summoning. Sanity Core, Manus Paimon, Thinking Acceleration, Analysis and Appraisal, Parallel Calculation, Champ Breaking, all kinds of things, Unity and Separation, Future Attack Prediction, Food Chain, Thought Control, Law Control. Attribute Transformation. Inherent Ability, Universal Perception, Dragon Spirit Domineering, Universal Change. Ultimate Abilities, God of Void, King of Tuono, God of Shadows. Azathoth, Soul Storm, Void Collapse, Imaginary Space, Dragon Seed Liberation, Searing Heat Storm, Dragon Seed Nucleation, Searing Heat Storm, Time and Space Domination, Multidimensional Enchantment. The King of Tuono, Shub, Nigurath, Ability Creation, Ability Copying, Ability Gifting, Ability Preservation. The Nameless Mist, Dark Domain, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Swap, Shadow Preservation, Godhead, Invisibility. Resistance, Pain is invalid, Corrosion is invalid, Temperature change is invalid, Physical attack is invalid, Natural influence is invalid, Abnormal status is invalid, Mental attack is invalid, Holy Devil attack resistance. Enlon teleported out of the earth and came to an unknown planet. Here, he intends to test his strength. Dragon Seed Nuclearization. Summons a storm dragon and turns into a core. Enlon took out his travel sword and embedded the core of the storm dragon into it. The travel sword suddenly burst into dazzling light, and it was strengthened, and it became a super artifact. Mengwang's use of this trick requires the consent of Storm Dragon and Searing Dragon. But both of Enlan's dragon species have no minds and are 100% loyal and do not need their own consent at all. Just a thought, whether it is a storm dragon or a scorching dragon, it will be turned into the nucleus of a weapon. Enlon stood above the planet, swinging his sword. Bang! Like opening up the world, the entire planet cracked. The cracked part produces an electrical discharge, which maintains the crack and prevents it from merging back together due to gravity. Enlon also showed a shocked look, because he didn't use any power just now, it was just pure weapon power. With such a powerful destructive power, it is no wonder that Dragon Seed Nuclearization can make ordinary weapons become divine weapons, and divine weapons can be advanced into creation-level weapons. Enlon shifted again and came to a land of stars. There are many meteorites here, floating in the universe like rubble. The largest is the size of Jupiter, and the smallest is about the size of the moon. And Lon stood in the cosmos, held the divine sword high, and swung it out with all the magic power of his whole body. Click! The stars were shattered, and a huge hole was torn out in the universe, swallowing the fragments. After more than an hour, the crack disappeared. All the kings were wiped out, the crisis on the earth was lifted, and all human beings returned to their normal lives. After Enlon unlocked all the skills of Meng Wang, he stayed in this world for a while. Until the 365th day, I finally have to go back. In 1 year, he accumulated 365 wooden treasure chests. There is also Psycho Core Paimon, who also records and replicates the human technology of this world. When she returns to the wrong world, she can also make various technological items. Not only that, but the system backpack is also filled with a variety of modern delicacies. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, a portal of time and space appeared in front of Enlon. He stretched his waist and walked in suddenly. Orari, Enlon returned to his home. I checked the time, and only 36 days have passed. In this way, the time flow rate after crossing is 1 to 10. I haven't come back for a month, and the house has begun to fall. He cleaned it inside and out, and then took out the special product he brought back from the system backpack. Some modern furniture decorations, just to rearrange the home. There are also various game consoles, as well as novels, comics, impurities, and the like. There are also a dozen discs that have downloaded anime and movies and TV series, which will be enough to pass the time in the future. And finally, the food. Because some ingredients have an expiration date, they will not be damaged when placed in the system backpack. And Lon only took out some snacks and drinks and filled the refrigerator. In this way, my small family is more complete. But it seems that there is still a hostess. Do you want to find a girlfriend first? And Lon shook his head, but gave up. If you are asexual, can't you just watch when you are looking for a girlfriend? He can restore as *X, but the precursor needs genetic information. Meng Wang once returned to the world before crossing, brought back his own genetic information from the previous life, and planned to restore his manhood. It's a pity that Psycho Core Seal has feelings for King Meng, and in order to ensure the seat of the palace, he has not agreed. And Lon is different. His Sans Core Paimon is very obedient. As long as he wants, he can recover. But he doesn't have the genetic information of the previous life, so he can't just find the genetic information of a man to restore it. Is the son born in the future still his own? This kind of spiritual green hat, he absolutely cannot agree with it. Or wait until you meet someone you really like in the future, then go back to your past life and retrieve your genetic information from the previous life. At present, being asexual is still quite good, there is no trouble root, and there is no random thinking. By the way, Paimon, has benefit been analyzed? And Lon asked, suddenly thinking of something. In the past, Great Sage was difficult to analyze, but now Sane Core can always be. Lord and Lon, the analysis has been completed, but the use of benefits requires divine blood as a medium. As a dragon species, sir, you do not have this condition. I'm a little disappointed. Although Meng Wang's skills are powerful, his strength has reached the level of the god of creation. But it is still a monster, not a god. In fact, it can be seen from the resistance that all the resistances of King Meng are invalid. Only the attack of the Holy Devil is only patience. This shows that his body has not yet evolved into a god, and it is only because of the two abilities of Theosophical Core and God of Void that he has the strength of the god of creation. The original novel also explained in detail that although Meng Wang is the 5th dragon species, it is a sub-dragon species born the day after tomorrow. It seems that in the future, I have to find a way to improve my life level until I evolve into a god. The easiest way at present is to devour a real god, then let Paimon analyze and identify, and then transform the body into a god, just like swallowing a storm dragon. Master and Lon, you don't need to be disappointed. Although there is no divine blood, I have completely analyzed benevolence and can create an identical ability through its principles. Paimon seemed to sense Lan's disappointment and hurriedly replied. It is very simple to create an ability with the same principle as benevolence by using the Shenlua Wanxiang, law control, and attribute transformation of Psycho Core, combined with the ability creation of King of Fengzhou. After all, benevolence is not a God-defying ability, it is just the key given by God to mortals to develop their own potential. I don't need it for the time being. I don't plan to develop a family yet. And Lon shook his head. It is too tiring to develop a family, and it is also subject to the jurisdiction of the guild. And Hui aside for the time being, it's time to open the treasure chest. In 1 year, 365 wooden treasure chests have been accumulated. System: use 300 wooden treasure chests to synthesize 3 silver treasure chests. Ding, the synthesis is successful. Get 3 silver treasure chests. Open all. Ding. Open the silver treasure chest and get Jade of the Four Souls. Ding. Open the silver treasure chest and get Sagittarius Gold Cloth. Ding. Open the silver treasure chest and get the Protection of the Sword Saint. Not bad, all good things. The Jade of the Four Souls from the world of Inuyasha is a fusion of the souls of the Shrine Maiden and the Great Monster, and has a very powerful power. And Lon swallowed it directly, enhancing his magic power. There is no need to unlock skills now, so the mana devoured can be used to strengthen itself. The Sagittarius Golden Cloak looks very handsome, but it is too high profile after wearing it. The Protection of the Juggernaut. It can kill things that cannot be killed, and maximize the ability of the sword. This is a good ability, and it comes from the protection of the world swordsman Reinhard Vanistria from Life in a Different World from Zero. After opening the treasure box, Lon left the house, ready to go shopping for food and cook in person to celebrate in the evening. During this period of time, he had eaten enough kimchi in Country H. Because my home was originally a store on North Street, I went out to the street market, and it was super convenient to buy things. There are many kinds of vegetables in the wrong world. And Lon doesn't know how to cook these vegetables, so he can only buy what he knows. Next is meat, buy a little of each. However, just when he finished shopping and was about to go back, he accidentally encountered Alice and Layla. Sister-in-law, Arashi said happily. And Lon looked at the two and asked, "Didn't you go to the dungeon today? Just finished an expedition, so take a break." Alicia explained. Looking at the ingredients in Enlan's hands, Layla couldn't help but say, "Enlan, last time I heard from the head of the regiment that there are many magical things in your house. Can I visit it?" "Lila, that's rude," Alicia immediately rebuked. Enlan didn't care, and instead sent an invitation. "It doesn't matter, I just happened to be preparing a rich dinner. I don't think I can finish it all by myself. Why don't we all come together?" "How embarrassing is this?" Arashi blushed a little, and didn't forget to give Layla a glance. "You're welcome," Enlan said with a smile. "Since I want to celebrate, I am too lonely by myself and more people will be more lively." Layla said excitedly, "That's great, I'll go get you and Kagaya together." After speaking, she turned and ran away. Enlan brought Alice home and turned on the air conditioner. Immediately, the whole house became cooler. Alice was also curious to look here and there. "The last time I came to buy fruit, I was in a hurry, but Enlan's home still left a deep impression on her." "Want something to drink?" Enlan asked her suddenly. "Anything you can," Alice replied. "Then you sit down for a while." Enlan went to the kitchen table after saying that. Because the kitchen at home is open, so the kitchen counter, dining table, and living room are all connected. This modern decoration style makes Alice feel extremely novel. Enlan opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of sky blue cocktail and Sprite, and some ice cubes. "The weather is so hot, it's best to drink a cold drink." He took out 4 Colin glasses, filled each with ice, and poured half the cocktail. This blue cocktail is a blue rose-flavored whiskey that goes with everything. Then squeeze some lemon juice, add orange slices, limes, chopped red dragon fruit, and finally pour in Sprite. Suddenly, the cup showed 3 colors. The bottom is blue, the middle is red, and the top is transparent. Very beautiful. Enlan brought 4 drinks to the coffee table in front of the sofa, and said to Alice, "Try it and see how it goes." "What's this?" Alice couldn't help but ask, looking at the dazzling cocktail in front of her. It's called enchantment, the cocktail I made. And Lon introduced it. It's actually wine? Alice looked surprised. Orly has no shortage of fine wines, and the divine wine brewed by Soma, the god of wine, is even more addicting. But in front of me, I mixed the drinks together, add ice, add oranges, and even dragon fruit. Is this delicious? Although there was some doubt in her heart, Alice still picked up a cup and took a sip. As a guest, if you don't even drink the wine prepared by the host, it would be a bit too disrespectful. However, when the drink was in the mouth and the deliciousness bloomed on the mouth and taste buds, she was instantly conquered. The blue rose-flavored whiskey cocktail has a low alcohol content, only about 6 degrees. Then after the dilution of Sprite, it can hardly count as wine. The aroma of blue roses, the refreshing and sweetness of Sprite, and a hint of lemon and orange, combined with the coolness of the ice cubes, is simply heartwarming and soaring. How? And Lon asked again. This is also his first time bartending, and the recipe is also learned from a short video in a previous life, which is simple and easy to remember. Delicious. I have never had such a good drink, Alice said excitedly. In fact, what she said was a bit exaggerated. Although the cocktail was delicious, it was just that. Compared with the divine wine brewed by Soma, the god of wine, it is still far behind. The winemakers in this world are blessed with the ability to develop. A winemaker with the ability to brew, even if the wine brewed casually, tastes better than the wine brewed by ordinary winemakers. It was only the first time that Alice tasted a cocktail, and she was so unfamiliar with the taste that she thought it was so delicious. But then again, cocktails are indeed more suitable for girls. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. And Lon opened the door, and it turned out that Layla came with Liu and Kagaya. Just in time, I just prepared drinks for you. And Lon took out 3 pairs of slippers and handed them to them. You're too polite, Liu and Kagaya said politely. There are still drinks. Layla looked expectantly. The 3 women changed their shoes, and as soon as they walked into the house, they felt a burst of coolness. It's so comfortable, Layla exclaimed in surprise. Liu and Kagaya looked at each other with curiosity in their eyes. The decoration in this room is as strange as the head of the group said. Come here, before the ice cubes melt. Hurry up and taste the bar that Enlon prepared for you, Arashi said after seeing the 3 girls. Is this wine? Layla raised her glass with curiosity in her eyes. After taking a sip, his eyes lit up and he drank with a big mouthful. Liu and Kagaya each took a cup and started tasting. Immediately, the 2 women also showed surprised expressions. Because of this drink, they tasted it for the first time. It seems that this Enlon's sister not only lives in a strange house, but also drinks different drinks from ordinary people, Kagaya said with a smile and narrowed eyes. It's so good, Miss Enlon. Can you have another drink? Layla drank it after a few sips, and even ate the dragon fruit pulp used for coloring. Not only her, but also the 3 daughters of Arashi, Liu, and Kagaya were looking forward to it. Wait a moment. Enlon smiled slightly, then took out a large cup and adjusted a little more at once. The 4 daughters were so happy that they drank before they had eaten. Enlon, why is your house so cool? Layla asked suddenly, running over. Because I turned on the air conditioner. He pointed to the air conditioner mounted on the wall. All the girls looked at the air conditioner and found that the air conditioner in the room was indeed coming from there. It's amazing. Layla looked envious. It's nothing special. You can think of it as a kind of magic called science. And Lon explained briefly. So that's what it is. Layla nodded knowingly. There are many adventurers in Orari, and the magic awakened by each person is different and varied. Apparently, she sees air conditioning as scientific magic for Enlan's awakening. And Lon didn't explain much. After all, something like science cannot be explained clearly in a sentence or 2. In the next time, the 4 girls were sitting on the sofa drinking and chatting, while Enlon was cooking on the kitchen counter. Because the living room and the kitchen table were figured out, he also chatted with the girls from time to time. In addition to the life and death adventures in the dungeon, The chat content of the girls is mostly about the interesting stories of the major families. As night fell and Lon made dinner, a series of exquisite dishes were brought to the table, and the girls couldn't help swallowing. So delicious. The background of the wrong world is similar to that of ancient Europe, so people's staple foods are mainly potatoes, oats, pasta, roasted meat, and brown bread. Not only that, but the standard of living here is also very backward. For example, if you don't even brush your teeth, you have to get a wooden stick with fur to brush. So Lon came back this time, bringing a lot of modern daily necessities and a lot of ingredients. The dishes he cooked tonight were all huxia. And Lon, are you from the extreme east? Are these all extreme eastern delicacies? Layla couldn't help but ask first. I am indeed from the east, but not the extreme east as you say. These dishes are called huxia food and come from the Celestial Dynasty. And Lon shook his head and explained to them. The wrong place is because the author entrained private goods and integrated into the culture of the island country, so there was a setting of extreme eastern people. The food of the extremists is also rice with dishes, which is why Layla thinks that Lon is the extremist. Orally has no racial discrimination. After all, there are many subhumans besides humans, and they get along very peacefully. This is based on strength. As long as your strength is strong enough, even a small human race will be respected. For example, the leader of Loki's family, Finn, who has the title of hero. It doesn't matter who is, I'm already hungry. Layla waved her hand and got ready to start. Seeing that she didn't consider herself an outsider at all, Alyssa shook her head helplessly. And Lon greeted everyone to the table and then went to the refrigerator to get some drinks. Layla quickly tasted every dish and exclaimed, "These dishes are so delicious." The other three women heard the words and joined them one after another. Immediately, everyone showed a surprised expression. This is completely different from the staple food they usually eat. Rice is paired with dishes, so it turns out to be so delicious. Seeing this, Lon smiled slightly. The dishes on the table in front of him were all his specialty, such as braised fish, large plate chicken, sweet and sour pork ribs, shredded pork with green peppers, green vegetables with oil residue, and scrambled eggs with onions. All the girls were eating huxia food for the first time, and they said it was delicious. Even Alice lost her restraint and let go of eating. Layla ate several bowls of rice in a row. She really didn't know how her little human body fit in. After drinking and eating, Layla patted her stomach and said happily, "Lon, do you want to form a team with us and explore the dungeon together?" "Yeah, it's always safer to form a team than to be alone." Arashi also looked at Lon expectantly. "Okay, then we'll be together next time." Lon nodded and accepted the invitation. The last time he rejected them was because he wanted to devour monsters alone and accumulate magic power. Now Meng Wang's skill tree has been fully unlocked and completely integrated with his soul. He doesn't need to accumulate magic power anymore, and the monsters he devours in the future will be used to strengthen himself. Also, the nightmare event on the 27th floor happened this year. Lon didn't know the exact time, and in order not to regret it, he decided to form a team with the Astrea Familia. Great! Alyssa was very happy when Lon agreed. "Lon, how old are you?" Kagaya suddenly asked calmly. "I'm level 4. He casually said a level. Neither high nor low, they belong to the mainstay in Yulari. "Wow, you are actually level 4, one level higher than me." Layla suddenly showed a regretful expression. "Originally, I thought of teaming up to go to the dungeon together, but I showed off my skills and took Lon to fly. As a result, Lan's level is higher than himself." Looking at the 4 girls in front of him, Lon sighed slightly in his heart. If the Astrea Familia is not destroyed, what will happen in 5 years? At present, Alice has reached LV4 for some time, and her strength is infinitely close to LV5. She only needs one adventure, and she can level up after accomplishing great feats. Liu and Kagaya are also level 4, while Layla is level 3. Give them 5 years, with Arashi's talent, to properly LV6. Liu's talent is not inferior to that of Loki's family's genius sword girl, Ace, and now she and Ace are known as the 2 new star families of Orari. In the original book, she didn't update her favor for 5 years, so her strength was LV4, and she was overtaken by AC. If nothing happened to the Astrea familiar, Liu would have been venturing in the dungeon like Ace, constantly renewing her favors. 5 years later, her strength is likely to be LV6. Furthermore, Kagaya and Layla, if the two of them are not dead, they should be able to reach LV5 in 5 years. In this way, the Astrea family can have 2 LV6 members and 2 LV5 members at the beginning of the story. The balance of Orari will definitely be broken, and it will no longer be the third of the Freya family, the Loki family, and the Ganesha family. Thinking of this, and Lan's mouth showed an expectant smile. Delight. Arashi did not expect Lan to be a level 4 adventurer. With such strength at such a young age, it is impossible for him to be unknown in Orari. Unless her main god concealed information from the guild and protected it. Thinking of this, Alice couldn't help but ask, Sister-in-law, who is your family? Nua's family. The god of my family is not in Yulari. And Lan said nonsense. He also doesn't know if there is a heavenly god in this world, it's just flickering anyway. When Alice heard this, she was indeed full of question marks. However, there are many gods in the heavens, and there are only a small number of gods in the lower world. As a mortal, it is impossible for her to know all of them, so she simply does not ask anymore. After chatting for a while, Alice and the girls left. And Lan had already made an agreement with them that he would go to the guild to pick up a mission in a week, and then go to form a team to go on an expedition. After sending the girls away, looking at the table full of tableware and chopsticks, he directly separated a clone and asked the clone to clean up and clean. I have to say that Meng Wang's skills are easy to use. In the following days, in addition to signing in and accumulating treasure chests every day, I would play games and watch anime. A week passed quickly, and the appointed time came. And Lan came to the square under the Tower of Babel and saw Alice and the others in full armor. In addition to the 4 of them, there is the god Astrea and a supporter. This is the first time Lan meets Astrea, the legendary goddess of justice. I have to say, it looks beautiful. A beautiful face, a perfect figure, wearing a white slim dress and long brown hair draped over her shoulders, giving a sense of intimacy. And Lan. Alice immediately waved and shouted after seeing her. And Lan walked over and greeted everyone politely. Oh, you're in Lan, that's great. Astrea's eyes lit up, as if she had found some kind of treasure. It would be great if such a young LV4 could join her clan. You are over the top. And Lan said modestly. Let me introduce you, this is Niz, the supporter of our family. Arashi suddenly introduced the supporter beside her. Hello. And Lan smiled and nodded. You, hello. The little girl blushed a little shyly. Immediately, Alice told Lan about the mission. The task they received this time was to go to the security layer on the 38th floor to protect a team of supporters from returning. Because the floor master on the 37th floor has already been defeated, so they can take this task. Otherwise, with their strength, they would not be able to pass the level of the floor master on the 37th floor. In addition, because the floor master on the 27th floor has been resurrected and refreshed, there is another requirement for this mission, the crusade against the 2-headed dragon Amphius Baena. And Lan's face was a little weird after hearing this. Because those floor owners were all attacked by him a month ago. In more than a month, the floor master on the 27th floor has been refreshed and resurrected, but the floor master on the 37th floor has been refreshed for 3 months, so it has not been resurrected. Vispaina has LV5 strength, you must be careful this time. Astrea reminded the girls. Don't worry, after completing this crusade, I will be able to level up. Alice said confidently. This time, the team has more in Lan, which is equivalent to having 4 LV4 adventurers, plus LV3 Layla. They can definitely defeat the 2-headed dragon Vespaina under Astrea's blessing and gaze. And Lan followed Alice and the others into the dungeon. After entering, Lan took out the travel sword. How did your weapon come about? Layla asked curiously when she saw the scene. This is my magic, space magic. And Lan fudged again. I see. It's such a convenient ability. Layla said with envy. With this magic, adventurers may not need supporters. The supporters are actually the logisticians of the adventurers, weapons, supplies, and recovery medicines. Each expedition requires the supporters to carry a lot of things. Even if they are not on an expedition, adventurers need supporters to help them pick up magic stones. But supporters are generally weak and need protection. This is equivalent to bringing a burden on the battlefield and dispersing the combat power. Niz was also envious, wishing she had space magic so that she wouldn't have to carry a big package. At this time, Kaguya suddenly reminded, "Stop chatting, it's time to fight." A group of goblins appeared in front of them, and the three girls, Arashi, Liu, and Kaguya, rushed forward. Even in the face of the most low-level monsters, they will not take it lightly, and they will do their best to shoot. Seeing the scene, Enlon also rushed up. He controlled his own strength and only played around LV4, and then relied on swordsmanship to kill monsters. Because of the ability of Juggernaut's protection, Enlon felt that he was more at ease with his sword. As if the sword was himself, he was always in a state of unity between man and sword. "It's amazing!" Layla couldn't help exclaiming when she saw Enlan's strength. It's a pity that she wanted to protect Niz, so she couldn't make a move, so she could only watch from a distance. 4 LV4-level adventurers cleared the way, and in less than a day, they had already descended to the 17th floor. However, on the 17th floor, the Lord Goliath had been refreshed and resurrected, and he was not attacked. As soon as everyone came down, this guy jumped out of the wall. "Do you want to solve it easily?" Enlon asked, looking at the girls. Ordinary Goliath only has the strength of LV4, and it will not be as strong as the Black Goliath that drops 18 layers in the anime. The birth of the Black Goliath was entirely because Hestia entered the dungeon and unleashed divine might. Then it was noticed by the dungeon, and, because the dungeon hated the gods, naturally he would not let go of the opportunity to kill the gods. It directly mutated the Goliath on the 17th floor into a Black Goliath and rushed into the security floor. "I want to try a crusade alone." Arashi stood up, looking at Goliath with war intent in her eyes. "You can only level up if you take risks and complete the feats that the gods admire. In order to make his great achievements more abundant, it is a very good choice to crusade the floor owner alone." The Sword Girl Ace in the original book also defeated Udius, the floor master on the 37th floor, and was promoted to level 6. "Come on." Enlon gave her a look of approval. "Leaders see you, our family's first LV5 adventurer." Layla shouted loudly. Liu and Kaguya are also encouraging Alice. Everyone retreated to the entrance of the 18th floor, and Arashi held the long sword of the True Red Order, and the sword body erupted with red flames. It turned out to be additional magic. Enlon saw her skills at a glance. With the existence of a mental core, he can not only analyze other people's skills in 1 second, but even copy them in 1 second. The battle begins. Goliath let out a terrifying cry and then threw her fist at Alice, attacking in a simple and rude way. Alice dodged in a flash and then swung the flaming sword, turning it into a red energy sword. Like a phantom sword dance, bloodstains were left on Goliath's body. Very powerful, this damage is no longer lost to level 5 adventurers. Goliath didn't seem to feel the pain and suddenly opened his mouth wide and aimed at Alice with an air cannon. Alice slashed out with a sword, and the flames cut off the air cannon. Then, without knowing what skill was used, Goliath's body suddenly began to explode. The places that exploded were all places where wounds had just been left. "Head's detonating spell is so handsome," Layla cheered on the side. However, it is a pity that Goliath, as the floor master, has a strong regeneration and recovery ability. In the explosion just now, the severed limbs that had been blown up were exposed, and the wounds recovered quickly. There was nothing wrong with Alice, as if she had known it for a long time. I saw a smile on the corner of her mouth, and the fighting intent in her eyes became stronger. The flame on the sword is like the arrogance after the scion transforms, and it burns more vigorously. Armed with the flaming sword, Alice fought with her again. The entire 17th floor was shaking, and some adventurers who had just descended to this floor watched the scene from the sidelines. Looking at Alice, who was enjoying the battle, and Lon suddenly thought of someone. Their skills and fighting styles are so similar. She is the Hershers of the Burning Flames, Kiana Kaslana. The battle quickly came to an end, and in the end, Alysse won, beheading the floor master Goliath. Seeing Alice, who was about to lose her strength with scars all over her body, the girls hurried forward and gave her a recovery potion. In the case of the same level, defeat the floor master alone. Such great achievements have been able to upgrade her. It's a pity that it's still a little worse than Sword Princess Ace. You must know that GNG was at LV5, and she alone defeated Udius, the floor master with LV6 strength. Leapfrog challenge, even the gods must be convinced by it. Other adventurers who watched the battle also came to congratulate them. Apparently, they all knew Alice. Because of the worst incident 2 years ago, the Astria family is quite famous in Orari. As the leader of the Astria Familia, almost no one does not know him. After these adventurers left, everyone checked the items dropped by the floor master. In addition to a huge magic stone, there is also a black sword. The weapon dropped by the floor master is quite valuable. In the original book, S also dropped a black sword after she defeated Udius alone. Later, the sword that the male protagonist Belle used to kill the Black Goliath on the 18th floor was the black sword of Udius that Ace left on the 18th floor. Goliath was defeated by Alice alone, so the dropped weapons and magic stones belonged to her. But the floor master magic stone was too big for Niz to pack. In the end, it was Lon who took the shot and put it into his system backpack. After everyone went down to the 18th floor, they decided to rectify and rest for a night before going further. Because the cost of accommodation in the small town of Rivera is too expensive, we can only choose to camp in the forest. And Lon went to the small town of Rivera alone while everyone was not paying attention. Although the price of this town is expensive, it is also a natural black market. And Lon went deep into the 59th floor a month ago and killed countless monsters one after another. There were countless magic stones, materials, and weapons in the system backpack. For the items dropped by these monsters, he only sold some magic stones for money, and the rest are still there. If it is sold in Orari, such a huge amount will undoubtedly attract the attention of the guild and major families. But if you sell it here, you are not afraid of being discovered. Before entering the town, Lon used mimesis to change his appearance from a girl to a middle-aged uncle. This is exactly the appearance of the Dragon Emperor who was swallowed by him, tall and strong, with long fiery red hair. The town looks a bit shabby, and there are adventurers with stalls everywhere. There are many family members of Orari. In addition to the exploration family, that is the main battle, there are many other family members. For example, the Demeter family, which specializes in planting and agriculture, and the Mai family, which specializes in medical treatment, are all business-oriented families. And Lon found an open space, put a layer of cloth on the ground, and then took out the monster drop items in the system backpack. Magic stones, materials, weapons, piles are full. The people passing by and the other family members doing business all widened their eyes. And Lon ignored them and put up another sign that said sale at low price, 30% off. Seeing this scene, all adventurers are not calm. Everything in the small town of Rivera is very expensive because it takes a lot of manpower and material resources to transport the materials. It's the first time they've seen things here at low prices. This man is either out of his mind or he needs money urgently. However, they were all wrong, and Lon just didn't want these things to occupy the system backpack. Although the system backpack is infinite in size, it is full of rubbish, and it will be very uncomfortable to look at. Yes, these things are garbage in his eyes. Then, is there a 30% discount? At this time, an adventurer stepped forward, picked up a big sword and asked. This big sword was exploded by Lon devouring the two-headed dragon, the master of the floor. That's right, 30% off the market price of Orari. And Lon nodded. Great, I want this. The adventurer happily took out a bag of Wallace. and Lan also gave him the weapon, and the deal was successful. This time the other adventurers couldn't sit still, and they all gathered around to buy what they wanted. The best sellers are undoubtedly the materials and weapons dropped by monsters, but magic stones are rarely bought. Some adventurers didn't have enough money, so they rushed to inform the members of their family. Soon, more and more people came to buy. The materials and weapons were sold out in no time, and only a pile of magic stones remained. And Lan thought no one had bought it and was ready to leave. Suddenly, a big family appeared and bought all the magic stones directly. If all these magic stones are brought back to Orari and sold in exchange for gold, 30% of the cost can be directly earned. With the trash sold out, and Lan is finally comfortable. This time, I made a total of more than 500 million Wallace. Back at the camp, the girls of Alice had already rested. Obviously, the battle this day has made them very tired. In order to explore deeper and better tomorrow, they must rest and regain their energy. And Lan wouldn't feel tired, so he went to the 15th floor by himself with nothing to do. The monster on this floor is the Minotaur, and he intends to try the ability of the God of Darkness. This is the ultimate ability of the Shadow King that combines 8 pieces of darkness. It not only inherits all the abilities of the Shadow King, but is even more powerful. He is going to use this skill to create an army of shadows. There are many monsters in the dungeon, and they all look strange and ugly. As a face value party, Lan finally chose the Minotaur as his first Shadow Legion. An army composed of countless Taran is very cool to think about. As soon as they reached the 15th floor, they encountered 3 Minotaurs. And Lan took out the travel sword and, with a single stroke, beheaded them all. Looking at the magic stone falling on the ground, he raised his right hand and commanded, "Stand up." As soon as the voice fell, countless black breaths poured into the magic stone and then turned into 3 shadow Taran. They came to Lan and knelt down on one knee as if they were seeing a king. The whole body is dark, exuding a black ominous atmosphere, and the blue eyes like ghosts, and ghosts are full of murderous aura. Very good, the next thing is to explode. And Lan smiled and ordered the shadow soldiers to kill the other Minotaurs. After the shadow soldiers got the order, they started to slaughter frantically. If broken, Lan can also resurrect it. As more and more Minotaurs were killed, so did Lan's army of Taran. After one night, the Shadow Legion already had 120 members. It's a pity that the speed of spawning monsters in the dungeon is a bit slow, otherwise you can explode more shadow soldiers. Back at the camp, the girls of Alice had woken up and were washing. And Lan waited for them to finish and then continued to go deep into the dungeon together. Entering the big tree maze on the 19th floor, the monster's strength has obviously improved. Even with 4 LV4 level leaders, the speed has slowed down a lot. And as it goes deeper, the monster's strength becomes stronger and stronger. Especially when they reached the 20th floor, they actually encountered a predator. Enhanced Seed, Moss Giant. This thing seems to have intelligence, not only hunting humans, but even monsters. And Lan wanted to take it too and become the captain of his own Shadow Legion. It's a pity that he didn't want to reveal this ability in front of Alyssa's daughters. The strength of the Moss Giant is good, although it is not as good as the Floor Master. It can also be regarded as a small boss. Alice gave it to Liu, apparently trying to nurture her. Liu nodded, took out his wooden sword, and fought fiercely with him. And Lan looked at the wooden sword in Liu's hand, thinking that it should be a holy sword made from the branches of the holy tree of the elves. Although this holy sword is tough, it has no blade and does not feel very sharp. And Lan decided to give Liu a weapon, who made her the favorite female character in anime in her previous life. Thinking of this, he directly copied a long sword. This weapon is the weapon of Sakaguchi Hinata, one of the 10 saints in the world of Mo King. When she intercepted Mo King, she was devoured by Mo King using Gluttony during the battle. And Lan incorporates Mo King's skill tree, and anything Mo King devours is documented. So he directly asked Psycho Core Paimon to parse the information of the sword, and then copied it out. One threw the weapon to Liu, who was fighting. Liu responded quickly, took the weapon, and looked at Enlon with some puzzlement. Your holy sword is hard, but not sharp enough. This sword is for you. Enlon explained to her with a smile. Thank you. Liu nodded, put away the holy sword, and drew out the long sword that Enlon had given him. I have to say that Sakaguchi Hyuga is one of the top 10 saints in the Meiwang world. She is not only powerful, but also has a top-notch weapon. After changing the weapon, Liu directly broke through the defense of the moss giant, leaving an irreversible wound on its body. What a powerful weapon, Layla said enviously after seeing it. Such a powerful weapon can definitely sell for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Wallace in Orari. And Lon actually gave it to Liu like that, which is not generous. For a while, even Alice and Kagaya looked at Enlon. If Enlon wasn't a girl, they even wondered if Enlon liked Ryu. Don't look at me like that, I can forge weapons, so don't care. Enlon explained hastily. You also forge weapons? Layla was startled again, showing a look like she was looking at a monster. At present, Orari's weapons business is basically monopolized by the two families of Hefaith and Gabonius. Will the emergence of Enlon break the monopoly? Yeah, don't you admire me? Enlon teased Layla, pretending to be conceited. That's right. If you can give me a weapon, I will worship you even more. Layla said with a sly look in her eyes. Okay, but I only have sword weapons right now. I'll build one for you later. Enlon agreed boldly. Great, Enlon, you'll be my best sister from now on. Layla shouted happily. The head of the team, Arashi, covered her forehead helplessly, feeling that her family was always taking advantage of Enlon. On the other hand, Liu, who had changed weapons, quickly ended the battle, beheading the moss giant completely. Continue to go deeper and soon go down to the entrance of the 27th floor. Kill the floor master directly or take a rest? Enlon asked the girls. Amphisbaena's strength is very strong. In order to ensure that it is correct, we will go to the 28th floor to rectify and rest, and then we will crusade it tomorrow. The head of the team, Alissi, stood up and said, No problem, all the way from the 18th floor, my magic power is almost exhausted. Layla agreed. We agree too. Liu and Kagaya nodded. Then go to the 20th floor first, and be careful when passing the 27th floor. Alicina ordered after making up her mind. Immediately, everyone cautiously entered the 27th floor. The habitat of the two-headed dragon Amphisbaena is the giant blue waterfall, as long as it is as far away as possible. The monsters encountered along the way were also shot by Enlon and Alice and killed quickly. In this way, everyone passed the 27th floor without any risk and came to the security floor. The same is the security layer. The 28th floor is obviously much deserted, and even there are many fewer adventurers. The people who can come here are basically expedition teams of large family members with level 4 adventurers. However, more than half of Orari's adventurers are LV1, and most of the remaining half are LV2 and LV3. There are very few people who can reach LV4 or above. Still the same, the girls found a place to set up tents. Enlon left behind a clone, and then left alone. On the 25th floor of Crystal Lake, Enlon began to expand his shadow army. The first legion of the Shadow Legion is the Minotaur, which is powerful in attack, thick in blood and high in defense, just like a tank in the army. Then the second legion must be the Navy, and the half-mermaid in the Crystal Lake is the best choice. Enlon raised one hand, and the entire Crystal Lake turned into tornadoes rising into the sky under the water manipulation. Countless mermen, ice crystal sea urchins, water horses, and other monsters in the water have been exposed. Immediately afterwards, countless water blades appeared in the waterspout, like a meat grinder, smashing all these monsters. Stand up. With a single command, the dead demigods were all resurrected as shadow soldiers, bowing their heads to Enlon. Enlon nodded with satisfaction. He only resurrected the half-merman, and the other water monsters were not resurrected. Because he has a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder, he doesn't like the mess of his navy in the future, and there are all kinds of species. Since it was decided that the second legion was a half-merman, they would not be using other monsters. Next, Enlon gave orders to the merman soldiers to kill more mermen after the dungeon was refreshed. Leave the 2 half-mermaid soldiers behind and collect the magic stones and materials dropped by the monster you just killed. The material is brought back to sell for money, and the magic stone is directly swallowed to enhance its own magic power. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, so don't waste it. Next, Enlon kept hunting the demigods and resurrected as his own shadow soldier. Another night has passed, and the number of half-mermaids in the 2nd Legion has reached 200. Don't ask why it is remediation, because there is obsessive-compulsive disorder. Back on the 20th floor, I retracted my clone. After a night of rest and recovery, Sia, Leah, and her daughters are ready. With the confidence of victory, the girls came to the blue giant waterfall on the 27th floor. The floor master, Amphius Baina, spotted the intruder and launched an attack with a roar. Everyone quickly dodged, and then attacked one after another. Burning, 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 full flame. Alice chanted magic while fighting and added magic power to her weapon. The enchanted Real Red Order turned into a flaming sword and instantly left a bone-deep scar on Amphius Baina. At the wound, you can even see the magic stone in the body. Liu activated the skill of the wind and rushed, and the whole person turned into an afterimage and quickly left a series of scars on the body of Amphizi Baina. At the same time, she chanted while attacking. The vast and boundless forest Lin Tian is in the distance, the infinite stars embedded in the infinite night sky. The stupid I responded with my voice. Please come to the blessing of the spark, and please give the mercy of light to those who abandoned you. Come on, wandering wind, wandering traveler, soar in the sky, through the wilderness, and slay the enemy with the light of stardust. Both Alice and Liu were using parallel chants, and they attacked Amphius Baina like a storm without giving it the slightest chance. After Liu's chant ended, a powerful green magic energy erupted from her whole body. Wind of starlight. Immediately, the wind element in the air turned into cannonballs and attacked Amphi's Baina's body. The picture was like artillery washing the ground, directly blowing one of its heads. Enlon also shot at this time, and saw that he turned over and passed over the head of Amphius Baina, and at the same time, countless silver threads bloomed from his hands. The moment he landed, he saw the silver wire in his hands. F***K the silk demon bound formation. In the next second, Amphius Baina's body was bound by countless silver threads, and he was trapped in place and unable to move. Within a week, everyone returned to Orari and successfully completed the mission. After this small expedition, Alissi defeated Goliath alone, and then joined Enlon, Liu, and Kagaya to defeat Amphius Felina. Such great achievements are enough to upgrade. Enlon followed Alice and the others to the Astrea Familia, and he also wanted to see Alice's attributes. Astrea first helped her update her basic stats. Name: Alexa Raphael. Level LV4. Abilities: Strength, A852S963 Durability, A888S951 Dexterity, B712A801 Agility, B723A816 Magic, C627B709. Development Ability: Hunter F, Abnormal Resistance I, Magic Defense I. Magic: Safflower Chickweed Yanhua. Skill: Masaka Hongsaki. Strength and durability have been upgraded to S level, dexterity and agility have been upgraded to A level, and magic power is B level. This is already quite a gorgeous ability value. After all, except for the male protagonist Belle, few people can raise the ability value to S rank. The next step is to upgrade. After the level is upgraded to LV5, the ability value will all return to 0. However, the development ability Hunter has been upgraded to E level, and the abnormal resistance has also been upgraded to F level. In this way, the Astrea Familia will have its first LV5 member. Next, Liu, Kagaya, Layla, and Niz also updated their favors. Ryu and Kagaya's stats have grown a lot, but not enough to level up. On the contrary, Layla's ability value has been greatly improved. As long as she completes an adventure, she can upgrade to LV4. N's stat only increased a little, almost negligible. After the girls renew their favors, Enlon is invited by them to join the celebration of the rich hostess. If someone treats you, of course you won't refuse. After the celebration was over, Enlon, who was full of food and drink, returned home and could finally sleep. During this time, whenever Alysse and the others were resting, he acted alone and never slept. Although he doesn't need to rest as a dragon seed, he still enjoys the feeling of not having to think about anything after falling asleep. The next day I slept until I woke up naturally and got up to sign in. Today, Enlon intends to make one, return to the pre-traveling world, and obtain his genetic information. With the help of Theosophical Core, Paimon, according to the origin of his soul, he found the world before he passed through. Then used the time and space control of Void God to open the gate of time and space. Earth, an ordinary community on the outskirts of Jinling City. Enlon, who quit her job, stayed at home for 3 months, and then came out after a fight with her parents. I originally planned to go to an internet cafe and sit for a while, but as soon as I walked out of the gate of the community, I saw an out-of-control Tesla crashing into a little girl. It might be because his brain didn't keep up with the body's reaction speed. Even though it was such a dangerous thing, he rushed out and pushed the little girl away. As a result, he was hit and fell in a pool of blood. An ambulance arrived quickly and took him to the hospital. Unfortunately, he could not be rescued and lost his vital features. After hearing the news, the parents cried in pain, annoyed that they should not quarrel with their children. At the same time, a portal of time and space appeared in the rescue room of the hospital. Enlon from the wrong world is back. Looking at himself lying on a hospital bed without his vital features, Enlon used healing magic to bring himself back to life. Then he took a piece of genetic information from himself and entered the gate of time and space again. The gate of time and space disappeared, as if it had never appeared. However, Enlon, who was originally dead, regained his vital signs and all his injuries were healed. When the doctor came in, he was almost scared to death when he saw Enlon, who had come back to life. This incident shocked the entire hospital. The dean and vice president, and the chief physicians of the major departments all came. Then, under the supervision of many doctors, Enlon's whole body examination began. It was found that Enlon was not only fully recovered from his injuries, but his body was also extremely healthy, and all the indicators were in the best state. No reason could be found, but in the end it could only be regarded as a miracle. When the parents found out that Enlon was not dead, they were very excited. After this incident, Enlon also knew the value of life and apologized to his parents. The parents almost lost their son, so naturally they don't care, they just want Enlon to be safe. This time after the catastrophe, the family's affection has also been sublimated. Back in the wrong world, Enlon couldn't wait to ask Psycho Core, Paimon, to help him restore his gender. Paimon is also unambiguous, analyzing the genetic information in 1 second, and also eliminating the defects in the gene to make it more perfect. At this time, Enlon took out another bottle with a drop of blood in it. This is divine blood, which he asked for Astria last night. Devouring the divine blood, Paimon began to analyze the divine blood again. Master Enlon, the analysis has been completed, and the divine body can be transformed. Bring it on. The genetic information of the previous life is the main, and the body is transformed into the body of a god. With Paimon's transformation, Enlon's magic power begins to transform into divine power. The life race has begun to evolve again, and its strength is also growing rapidly. I don't know how long it took, Enlon's body finally changed from a slime to a boy of about 16 years old. The young man has silver-white broken hair, his eyes are red, and his body exudes an unparalleled, powerful aura. If the infinite barrier had not been arranged in advance, it is estimated that the entire gods of Orari would have discovered him. Congratulations, Mr. Enlon, you have evolved from the dragon demon sticky star god body to the star dragon god. Your magic power has evolved into divine power, and holy devil attack resistance has evolved into Holy Devil Attack Invalid. Is this what God feels like? And Lon clasped his hands, feeling that it was easier than ever to control his own power. With a wave of his hand, a mirror appeared in front of him. The appearance is very handsome. The body is perfect in all aspects, and the most important thing is that the brother is back, and it has also been optimized. From this moment on, it is finally no longer nonsense. Use divine power to create a piece of clothing and wear it, and then open your own attribute panel. Name, Enlon. Race, Star Dragon God. Asylum, the grace of friendship, the protection of the swordsman. Magic, Cheeto, elemental magic, physical magic, dragon species magic, high-level demon summoning, high-level spirit summoning. Sanity core, Manus Paimon, thinking acceleration, analysis and appraisal, parallel calculation, champ breaking, all kinds of things, unity and separation, future attack prediction, food chain, thought control, law control. Attribute transformation. Inherent ability, universal perception, dragon spirit domineering, universal change. Ultimate abilities, God of Void, King of Tuono, God of Shadows. All resistances, invalid pain, invalid corrosion, invalid current, invalid temperature change, invalid physical attack, invalid natural influence, invalid status abnormal, invalid mental attack, invalid holy demon attack. What a powerful restraint skill! Layla, who was watching the battle from a distance, exclaimed. After entering the dungeon for so long, it was the first time she saw Enlon use his skills. Not only her, but also Arashi and Liu. This hand's ability to manipulate silk threads is simply terrifying. Because even the floor owner can be bound, and he can't break free. The sturdiness of this silk thread is simply the best material for forging weapons. What are you doing? Let's finish it. Enlon said to the girls. In order not to reveal his strength, he also pretended to be uncontrollable. TSK, this acting skills in the previous life, it is also appropriate to win an Oscar. Kaguya was the first to react, only to see that she used her skill, Tai sword, and her whole body turned into a blade of light, passing through the immobile Anphis Paina. His magic stone, which was exposed because of the wound, shattered instantly. Without the magic stone, Amphius Baina is also completely dead. Have we succeeded in the crusade? Arashi looked at the dead floor owner and couldn't believe it. It's also so easy. Thanks to Enlan's restraint on Amphia's Baina, my I/slash was able to hit the magic stone with one hit. Kaguya said while putting away the sword. It's a pity that no items were dropped and the magic stone was shattered. Layla pouted and said disappointedly, you must know that the magic stone of the floor master is very valuable and it just disappeared. Don't be greedy. Arashi tapped Layla on the head. Layla immediately shut up, but when she saw Enlon, she couldn't help but say, Enlon, your skills just now are amazing. It's space magic, and it's silk thread manipulation. How many skills do you have? What? I have 3 magics and 2 skills, Enlon said casually. When everyone heard this, they were once again surprised. Because even Liu, who is known as the New Star family, only has 2 magics and 3 skills. Looking at their expressions, Enlon didn't know whether to be proud or not. With the existence of a Sans core, he is equivalent to possessing infinite skills and magic. But it would be an exaggeration to say this. The upgrade system in the wrong world can have 2 or 3 magics or skills, which is already very powerful. And most of the skills are auxiliary. Attack skills are very rare. For example, Liu has 3 skills. Fairy Star Singing enhances the magical effect. Spiritual Reloading increases power by consuming mental power, and Blast Fury increases the attack power as the speed increases. There are also 2 of her magics, in addition to Starlight Wind, which is a group attack, and the other, Noah's Healing, is a recovery magic. It's amazing. There are actually 3 magics. Except for space magic, are the other 2 attack magics? Layla asked curiously. Enlon sighed, and looking at her expectant eyes, she could only show her hands. My 3 spells are Space Manipulation, Black Flame Prison, and Black Thunderlawn. In addition to having a storage space, Space Operation can also simply teleport. After he finished speaking, he used the transfer and saw that he disappeared completely, and he reappeared and came to the back of Alice. The girls widened their eyes in disbelief. This space magic is simply a backstab magic. In fact, Enlon does not have the magic of space manipulation, but the ultimate ability, Void God, has the ability of time and space control. Not to mention mere space, even time can be controlled. But that kind of skill is too terrifying. Even a god may not necessarily be able to control time. So Enlon took the next step and made up a spatial operation to cover up. Then what skills are Black Flame Prison and Black Thunder Lawn? Alice couldn't help asking at this time. The Black Flame Prison is to trap the enemy in an enchantment and burn the enemy with ultra-high temperature black flame, and the Black Thunder Lawn is the ability to manipulate lightning and storms. Just after Enlon finished speaking, several monsters were refreshed in the distance. He simply used those monsters as a demonstration and saw a black flame appeared in his hand and then threw it at the monster. Bang! With an explosion, the monsters were enveloped in a semicircular barrier, and black flames erupted in the barrier, burning them directly to ashes. Then Enlon waved his hand again, and lightning flashed and thundered suddenly over the giant blue waterfall. One after another tornadoes rose from the ground, rolling up the water of the waterfall, forming a waterspout. The monsters in the water were swept up and smashed. Then there were countless black lightning strikes, and all the monsters were hacked to death. The girls were stunned. This was too exaggerated. Wind, fire, thunder, all attack magic. Even the 9 demons of the Loki family, Riveria, is nothing more than that. Grunt. Layla swallowed her saliva and asked again, Enlon, what is the other of your 2 skills besides silk binding formation? Inflammatory prison array. After Enlon finished speaking, he released it to a clearing. I saw a golden red formation on the ground, with a triangle in the middle, a circle on the outside, and countless magic words. Then a large amount of flames erupted in the magic circle, turning into a pillar of flame. It's too exaggerated. It's all attack skills. Kagaya couldn't help saying. The feeling she gives me is more terrifying than the 9 demons of the Loki familiar. Liu nodded in agreement. What's more, you forgot that she can also forge weapons. Layla added. In fact, Enlon showed some small skills, Benimaru's Black Flame Prison, Lanya's Black Thunder Lawn, Soying's Silk Demon-Bound Formation, and Ifrit's Flame Explosion Prison Array. But even so, these skills are pretty scary. The magic skills have been demonstrated. It's time to go. Enlon said to the girls. We were all frightened by you. Alice gave him a white look. Immediately, everyone chatted and left the 27th floor. 2 days later, they finally reached the 38th floor. The supporters who need protection have been waiting for a long time. After the 2 sides confirm their identities, they are ready to rest for a day and then return. Enlon went to the 38th floor alone while everyone was resting. He found the refreshed floor of the Wyvern and began to expand the 3rd Army of the Shadow Legion. With both the Army and the Navy, the 3rd Army is naturally the Air Force. Being alone, Enlon let go, slaughtering the Wyvern with all his might, and then using the God of Darkness to bring it back to life. In 1 day and 1 night, the number of the 3rd Army reached 300. Enlon still felt a little bit less, but the dungeon refresh rate couldn't keep up, so he couldn't do anything about it. After returning to the 38th floor, Alice and the others were also preparing to leave. Because we have to protect a team of supporters, the speed of going back is not fast. On the way through the floors of the Minotaur and the Demi-Merman, Enlon took advantage of the fact that he expanded the number of the 1st and 2nd Corps to 300. Evolved into a star dragon god, with the body of a dragon god, Enlon not only regained his gender, but also possessed the blood of a god. In other words, he is now a real god and can use favor to create his own family. This made Enlon confused for a while. Should he create a family? With invincible power, he is not pursuing power like he did at the beginning, and he is crazy to unlock the cute king skills. Endless life. To learn to enjoy and pleasure. This change in mentality made him finally understand why the gods and goddesses in the wrong world ran down to seal the divine power and then develop their family. If that's the case, then I'll create the strongest family. As for the family members, naturally they cannot be ordinary people. You can travel through the heavens and the world. Why should you be confined to a wrong world? The geniuses in the wrong world already have relatives, so are they going to dig a corner? It's not in his character. Since there are no geniuses in this world, then go to other worlds to find them. I have seen so many anime and novels in my previous life, so I don't want too many geniuses. For example, Dongfeng Yu, Gai Nie, Wei Zhuang, Yi Xiu, Qi, Li Shanxing, Blink, Levi, Lu Lucio, Jin Muyan, Estes, Ayanakuji Qinglong, Purgatory Xingjiling. Whether it is decent or rebellious, as long as it is a character you like, gather them together and become my Enlan's family. The top of the gods, proud of the world, with me, Enlan, there will be heaven. The 10th season of the Glory Professional League came to an end, and Team Happy led by the great god Yushio finally won the championship. Whether it was the audience at the scene, or the players in front of the computer or the TV, they were all boiling. Yishin, he once again proved himself. After Team Happy finished celebrating, he went to the roof of the internet cafe by himself to smoke. Winning this championship is also a wish fulfilled. Is it time to go home? Also, it's time to propose to Muching. However, just as he was thinking about things, a golden circular ripple suddenly appeared in the space next to him, like the gate of time and space. Yi Xiu was taken aback, thinking that he had played too many games and had hallucinations. But then, a boy who looked only 15 or 16 years old came out of the golden ripples. The boy has silver hair and red eyes, and his handsome appearance looks like a character who came out of a cartoon. Yi Xiu won the game? Enlan asked, suddenly looking at the man in front of him. Who are you? Yi Xiu didn't answer, but asked instead. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, do you still like to play games? Of course, Glory won't get tired of playing for another 10 years. I'm not talking about Glory. Have you ever thought about changing a game, such as entering the game world and experiencing it yourself? What do you mean? My name is Enlan, a god from another world. I want to develop my own family. I think you are very talented and can be my family. I didn't expect that there is really a god in this world. If I become a family member, I can enter the game in person. Yes, that world is just like a game, fighting monsters to upgrade. Forget it, I only belong to Glory. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Since I am a god, I can naturally accomplish things that humans cannot, such as resurrecting Sumucho. Before Enlan could finish speaking, Yi Xiu grabbed his arms. I saw his eyes were red, staring at Enlan and asking, can you really resurrect Muchio? At this moment, even in the face of God, he was not afraid at all. Yes, the condition is that you become my family, and the level rises to LV6. I promise you. Yi Xiu agreed without thinking. Enlan smiled, and the first familiar became. You take off your shirt, I will give you a favor with it. You can fight monsters and upgrade, and develop your own potential. Yi Xiu took off his shirt, then Enlan cut his fingers and dripped a drop of divine blood on his back. Immediately, the tattoo of the star ring dragon appeared on the back. Each family's favor map is different. For example, Hestia is the kitchen god, so blessing is the holy fire. Loki is the god of deceit, and Grace is the clown. As the star dragon god, Enlan is naturally dominated by dragons. In addition to totem tattoos, there are sacred texts that record messages. This needs to be translated so that mortals can understand it. Give you 3 days to deal with your own affairs, and then I will take you away. After speaking, Enlan left. Although Yi Xiu agreed to revive Sumuchio, he was also looking forward to another world. Just change the game. 3 days passed quickly, and what Enlan didn't expect was that Yi Xiu had told Su Muching about himself in addition to going home for the past 3 days. On the roof of Happy Internet Cafe, Su Muching looked at Enlan excitedly and asked, Sir, can you really resurrect my brother? Yes, but I have already said that Yi Xiu must join my clan and raise the level to LV6. Enlan didn't hide it and revealed his deal with Yi Xiu. That's great, I want to join your clan too. Su Mucheng was very happy. In order to revive the big brother, she would also join in and then assist Yishio in leveling up. Are you sure you want her to join? And Lan asked Yishio. This is her own decision, and with her assistance, I might level up faster. Yishio nodded and said with a serious expression, in that case, Su Muching, you are my second family. And Lan smiled with satisfaction. Buy one get one free, earn blood. The next step was to give Su Muching favor. And Lan didn't take advantage of her, didn't ask her to take off her clothes. She just pulled up her shirt to reveal her back. This time, I took in 2 family members, but it was not enough. And Lan opened the gate of time and space and took Yishio and Su Muching to travel again. In the bed host city, Lan brought Yishio and Su Muching directly to the group of dead bodies, zombies. Leaving the world of glory, they came to a world full of corpses. Looking at the countless dead bodies around, Yishio and Su Muching's expressions changed in shock. Don't worry, it's just some moving corpses. And Lan snapped his fingers and a transparent barrier enveloped the 3 of them, isolating all the dead bodies. Although the dead body is very powerful, it moves slowly. As long as there are weapons, ordinary people can easily kill it. These dead bodies are very suitable for the 2 of you to level up. After Lan finished speaking, he opened a gap in the barrier and put 2 corpses in. I'm going. Even if you ask me to kill the body, you have to give me a weapon. Yishio said angrily. What weapon do you want? And Lan asked. Gun. It's very smart. To deal with a highly infectious existence like a corpse, the longer the weapon, the better. And Lan praised. Randomly create an alloy spear and throw it to him. Yeah, I'm talking about a pistol, Bio's pistol. Yishio hurriedly explained. And Lan's face suddenly darkened. No pistols, only cold weapons. Then he looked at Su Muching and asked, what weapon do you want? Bow and arrow. Su Muching actually said that he wanted artillery, but in the end he changed it to bows and arrows. No nonsense, and Lan created a bow and 10 arrows for her. Next, the 2 began their first fight with the dead. Although they are all game gods, this kind of actual combat is the first time. Yishio held the alloy gun, beating and stabbing the dead body frantically. But no matter how hard he poked, he couldn't kill him, and he was almost bitten by a dead body. Su Muching kept running, widening the distance from the dead body, and then shot him with an arrow. It's a pity that the head is a bit poor, and the power of the arrow is not enough. Even if the arrow hits the dead body, it can only penetrate a little. After a long time, the 2 of them killed the dead body with difficulty, and they were tired and panting. And Lan let them rest for a while, and when their strength recovered, they put 2 dead bodies in again. Yishio and Su Muching were speechless. It turned out that it was so tiring to play the game in person. Previously only needed to operate on the computer on the line. And Lan split up a clone and let Paimon control the clone to protect the 2 from actual combat training, and then left by himself. The world this time is School Apocalypse, so his target is Seiko Pashima, a swordsman genius. First of all, I came to Fujime Garden, but unfortunately there is no one alive in it. With that said, the protagonists have already escaped. And Lan flew over the city, and the huge spiritual perception quickly spread out. The entire city, even the entire island country and the earth, is under his scan. Soon, he found the target. The 3rd family found you. A smile appeared on the corner of Lan's mouth and a teleport disappeared. In the school bus of Fujime Garden, a group of students and teachers had just escaped from the campus. At this time, however, they were in conflict. The heroine, Miyamoto Rei, was reluctant to stay with teacher Koichi Shido because she knew what he was like. For a time, the protagonist group and the teachers and students headed by Wisteria Koichi had a conflict. And just when Miyamoto Rei couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to get off the car, Lan fell from the sky and landed in front of the car. Everyone was dumbfounded. What happened to this world? First the dead virus, and then the flying humans. And Lan ignored them and entered the car with a teleport. He came to Seiko Pashima and said, "Do you want to release your true self and gain more power?" Kazushima Seiko was stunned, his eyes flickering constantly. She didn't tell anyone about her serious violent tendencies. Why did the teenager in front of her know? The D. Who exactly are you? Suddenly, the male protagonist Komuro Takashi rushed out and said. And Lon ignored him, but a layer of barrier appeared beside him and let it block it. As a god, in fact, mere mortals can get close to him, which is blasphemy against God. Siko Pashima calmed down quickly, and then asked in a cold voice, "Why do you know?" "I'm a god from another world, so you can think that I know everything. Now I'm traveling in various worlds, looking for people with talent to become my family. Would you like to?" And Lan's answer not only stunned Siko Pashima, but everyone in the school bus was the same. But they don't feel that Lan is lying, because his various manifestations are inhuman. For example, flying down from the sky, instantly moving into the car, and the enchantment beside him, these are not means that humans can have. The great god actually went down to the earth to find his family. I can become your believer. Do you think I have talent? Shido Koichi's voice suddenly came, and then he ran to Lan and knelt on the ground like a loyal believer. This guy is very smart, and now the world has become like this. Whether he can survive or not is unknown. If you become a family of God, you will definitely be able to obtain protection. It may even be possible to obtain the power of eternal life from God. I have to say that as a treacherous adult, his mind is far more shrewd than the students in the car. It's a pity that Lan knew about Wisteria Koichi as a human being. Roll. Gently uttering a word, Hero Wisteria, who was kneeling on the ground, went blank and fainted. This is a mental attack. Even if you wake up, you will become a fool. How can a fool survive in this world? Seeing this scene, except for the protagonist group, the other students were frightened. Miyamoto Rei was so happy in her heart that she even changed the way she looked at Lan. That? Lord Tenjin, can I be your family? Miyamoto Rei suddenly asked boldly. This scene made the male protagonist Komuro Takao show an angry expression. He and Miyamoto Rei were childhood sweethearts, but Miyamoto Rei became the girlfriend of his best friend Jing Haoyang. At the end of the day, Jing Haoyang became a dead body. When he killed Jing Haoyang, he was even a little excited. Jing Haoyang is dead, so Miyamoto Rei should belong to him. As a result, Miyamoto Rei now has a good impression of Lan again, which makes him not angry. Seeing this, Saya Gaoqing hurriedly grabbed him, worried that he would do something stupid. The other party is a god, and not mortals can disobey. Komuro Takaya calmed down and was also afraid for a while. He could only hold back his anger and dare not show it. And Lan turned to look at Miyamoto Rei and refused. "You can't." Miyamoto Rei was suddenly disappointed, but Komuro Takao was very happy. In fact, Miyamoto Rei still has some talents, especially in spear skills. But Lan doesn't like her very much, especially her boyfriend Jing Haoyang just died, and then got together with Komuro Taka. In the original book, she became Jing Haoyang's girlfriend, but in fact, it was more of a disappointment with Komuro Takaya and intentionally stimulated him. The taste of this green tea is really unpleasant. It is because of this that Lan cannot accept Miyamoto Rei as a family. I promise you. After thinking for a long time, Siko Pashima finally agreed. She really wanted to obey her heart and release the violent and bloodthirsty side of her heart. It may be cool to stay in this world to kill the body, but it will be more fun to fight against the real powerhouse. What's more, she also wants to gain powerful power and become a family of gods. This is an opportunity. As long as you're not an idiot, you'll agree. Welcome to the third member of the Lan family. Lan said with a smile. Are we leaving now? Kazushima Siko asked. Are you still doing something? Lan asked rhetorically. Well, I want to ask your help to send my friends to a safe place. Siko Dashima said and looked at Juchuan Shizuka and the others. No problem. Lan nodded. With a snap of his fingers, the large teleportation array opened. Komuro Takaya, Miyamoto Rei, Takagi Saya, Hirano Toda, Juchuan Shizuka, all the protagonists disappeared, leaving only a carload of staff. Appearing again, everyone has come to a high-end villa. Hey, this is Asyong's home. Juchuan Shizuka said in surprise when she saw the surrounding scenery. This is the home of the policeman Nan Lixiang. She is a friend of Juchuan Shizuka. She has a collection of firearms and weapons, as well as a military-modified Hummer H1. With these things, you will be safe for the time being. And Lan directly told the protagonist group, they said. Little brother, you are really a god. You even know about Osyang's collection of firearms. Juchuan Shizuka was so stunned that she seemed to believe that he was a god at this moment. There's actually a gun and a military-modified Humvee. It's great. Toda, a military nerd, was so excited. Are you relieved now? And Lan asked, looking at Siko Pashima. Yeah. Poison Island. Siko nodded. Let's go then. And Lan said and took her away again. When the protagonists saw the disappearance of the two, they were actually a little envious. And Lan brought the Poison Island Siko to the place where Yishio and Su Mucheng were. At this time, the two were under the surveillance of their clones, killing the dead one by one. Seeing the two of them, Siko Dashima couldn't help but ask, "They're also your relatives?" "That's right." And Lan nodded. Poison Island Siko was a little strange, feeling that Yishio and Su Mucheng didn't have any special talents either. Physical strength is very poor, killing a dead body is very laborious. Little did she know, however, that Lan chose them because of their game savvy. For example, the Blink brothers and sisters in the world of Game of Life. Do you dare to say that they are not strong? Yishio's strength lies in his understanding and mastery of the game. The upgrade system of the dungeon is actually similar to the game. After Lan came back, he put away his avatar and also let Yishio and Su Mucheng rest. This female high school student from the island country is also your newly recruited family? Yishio couldn't help but ask after seeing Siko Pashima. Yes, her kendo talent is very strong. And Lan nodded. How strong can a female high school student be? Yishio was not only curious. She alone can kill a group of dead bodies with a wooden knife. And Lan rolled his eyes at him and said, So powerful? Yishio showed a surprised expression. So, as the first person in the family, don't be left too far, it will be very embarrassing. And Lan stimulated intentionally. Cut, when it comes to game upgrades, who am I, Yishio, afraid of? Yishio said disdainfully. I hope so. And Lan tapped him on the shoulder. The upgrade of the wrong world is not simply by killing monsters. It also requires tenacity of will and greed for power. Continue to take risks and accomplish feats that the gods marveled at. Only in this way can you upgrade step by step and become a strong one. Next, Lan also gave Pashima Siko a favor, asking her to kill the body together with Yishio and Su Mucheng. It wasn't until it was dark that Lan stopped the three of them. Take them to the best hotel in the city, clean up the dead bodies in the hotel with one skill, and then set up a barrier. In this way, this hotel serves as their temporary residence. The next day, Lan is to supervise them to kill the body every day, exercise fighting skills. Yishio practiced spear art, Su Mucheng practiced bow and arrow, and Dashima Siko practiced sword art. Fight and train during the day and rest at night. Every 3 days, Lan renews the favors for them. Just like that, the days passed by. A month and a half later, Yishio and Su Mucheng finally had some basic strength, and when they returned to the wrong world, they could go to the dungeon. Siko Tujima was amazed by Lan. By killing the body alone, in more than 40 days, he actually raised all other attributes except magic power to D rank. Perhaps it was because she was originally strong that she improved so quickly. During this time, Lan has done a few things besides supervising the training of the three. That is to send Nanrika from the airport to the protagonist group. After all, he took away the battle force of Siko Dashima. In order to prevent the protagonist group from being destroyed, he sent another high-end battle force. In this way, Nanrika took the place of Kazushima Siko in the protagonist group. Immediately afterwards, he was a good man to the end, and sent the protagonist group to the Gauchung mansion. Because Shido Koichi is dead, I believe that the Gauchung family will not have the same accident as the original. The protagonist group plus Gauchung Saya's parents, this fighting force is enough for them to survive in this world. And Lan helps the protagonist group. In fact, it is also in Siko's face, which makes her more loyal. Now that these things are done, it's time to leave. I'm finally leaving. Which world are we going to recruit family members this time? Yishio asked expectantly. No more recruiting. When the three of you reach LV2, I will recruit the second batch of members. After Enlon finished speaking, he used his ultimate ability, God of the Void, and left with the three of them. After returning to Orari, Enlon told them the common sense of this world. After the three of them finished listening, the eyes they looked at Enlon changed. That look is like looking at the old sixth. So, you are not the god of this world. No wonder you are in a different world with the background of ancient Europe. You are all modern products here. Yishio said, exaggeratedly looking at the arrangement of Enlan's house. If you can enjoy material life, why suffer? Enlan asked in disdain. I think so too. I was worried that it would be boring in this world without technology, but now I don't. Su Muchung was very open. Enlan's home is basically the same as a modern home, except that there is no internet. But even if there is no internet, his USB flash drive has downloaded countless movies, TV series and animations, as well as various game consoles, and entertainment will never be boring. I don't care about that. In fact, what I'm looking forward to more is the dungeon. Siko Pashima couldn't wait to fight monsters. Entering the dungeon, you can not only kill monsters, but also release your inner violence and gain experience to upgrade. Enlon asked the three of them to go to the second floor to choose a room by themselves, and then left them alone. As a result, there were only 3 rooms on the second floor, and Enlon occupied one. For this reason, Su Muching and Poison Island Siko could only live in one room. Looks like I'm going to buy a house again. Enlon said speechlessly. Fortunately, I am not short of money now, and I made more than 500 million Wallace in the small town of Rivera before. This time across the world, it is not the world pass opened by the system treasure chest, but Enlan's own ability. So you can choose the time to return. It can be 1 second after crossing, or it can be 1 year after crossing. Enlan chose the day after the time travel, so it was only a day since he left the wrong world. Enlan gave Yishio and the 3 of them 1 day to get acquainted with Orari, and then led them into the dungeon the next day. Yishio was very excited when he saw monsters that he could only see in games before, such as goblins. It seems that I have found the feeling of playing games, and I began to earnestly brush monsters and level up. Siko Pashima also started to kill, releasing the inner violence. As an archer, Su Muchung was in charge of remote support. While killing monsters, the 3 are also cooperating with each other. Yishio is worthy of being the god of glory. Once he understands the game mechanics, he can quickly make the best response choices. As the captain who nurtured Team Happy, he has the potential to be the leader of the family. But the head of a family cannot only have brains, but also needs strength to convince the crowd. What's more, in Enlan's heart, there are actually some candidates for the head of the regiment. Whether Yishio can stand out is up to him. Enlan got bored after staying for a while, and summoned 3 shadow soldiers of the Minotaur who merged into the shadows of Yishio and the 3 to protect them. Until their lives are in danger, the Minotaurs hidden in their shadows will not take action. After doing all this, Enlan patted his butt and left. He first came to the 18th floor, and under the universal perception, he found the entrance to the artificial labyrinth. The entrance door is forged from Aliha steel, which can be said to be the hardest metal in the world. Enlan did not force open the door, but left after scanning and analyzing the structure of the metal. Returning to Orari, he copied a piece of Aliha steel based on the results of the analysis and identification. Such a big piece is enough to make 3 weapons. That's right, he's going to use Aliha steel to build the weapon himself. Although he has not specifically learned about forging, he has a lot of weapons. By analyzing the weapons, he can also restore the forging process. A single piece of Aliha steel is definitely not enough, and other materials are created with material creation. There are a variety of materials from the world of Mengwang. Because King Mo devoured Sakaguchi Hinata's weapon, the forging materials in her weapon were also analyzed. Everything is ready and the forging officially begins. And Lan divided the Alihasteel into 3 pieces, picked up one piece, and burned it directly with black flame. The temperature of the black flame is very high, even surpassing the sun, so the strength must be controlled so that the Alihasteel cannot be melted. The Alihasteel was quickly reddened, and Lan pulled the flames and picked up a large hammer and began to strike. A powerful weapon is born under 1,000 trials and tribulations. During the forging process, other materials must be added. For example, what he is forging is a gun now, so the gun body can't use Alihasteel completely, and other metal fusion needs to be added to make it willful. The gun blade must use the hardest Alihasteel to ensure its sharpness. Next is to engrave a magic circle on the gun and enchant it. At the connection between the gun head and the gun body, there is a groove inlaid with magic stones. In the later stage, magic stones can be inlaid to increase the power. Over time, the first weapon was finally forged. This is a black magic gun overall, and the head of the gun looks more like a knife. That's right, this gun is called Kasia, and it's the weapon of Yishio's account of Battle Mage. The appearance is forged according to the appearance in the previous life animation, because it is very handsome, so I copied it. Next, Lan began to forge the remaining 2 weapons. Sumuching's bow and arrow and Siko's sword. The forging process is the same as before, but the appearance of the weapon has changed. The appearance of Sumuching's bow and arrow, Lan was forged according to the noble phantasm of the heroic spirit Atlanta in the Xingyue world, which is the indictment of the arrow. The overall appearance is black, and the bow body has golden flow patterns, which is very beautiful. In addition to the bow, there are 12 exclusive arrows. Ordinary arrows can be used in normal battles. If there are special circumstances, these 12 arrows will be the killer. Siko's sword, Lan was forged according to the weapon of Miss to be in the game near Automata, which is the white contract. The overall appearance is silver white, the blade is tough, and the blade is sharp. It can be said to be a very perfect sword. The 3 weapons used a lot of precious materials, and all of them surpassed the sword of Sakaguchi Hinata. If this is sold in Orari, each piece is worth hundreds of millions. After the weapon was forged, Lan was not in a hurry to give it to Yishio and the others. At present, they are only level 1. Giving them 2 powerful weapons will make them dependent on weapons. In the early stage, I still use ordinary weapons to overdo it, so as to exercise myself. Next, Lan forged armor for the 3 of them. Yishio's armor is relatively simple. It is forged according to the set of the game character One Leaf Shichio in the anime. The overall appearance is black and gold, and it is more domineering when matched with the war spear. Sumuching and Siko Pashima were women, and the armor that Lan forged for them was light armor. It is mainly a 4-piece suit of combat boots, knee pads, breastplates, and arm guards, which are lighter and more beautiful to wear. All forging is over, and the sky is dark. It didn't take long for the 3 of Yishio to return with their tired bodies. After dinner, Lan updated the favors for them one by one. Name, Yishio. Level LV1. Abilities, Strength. F37AT401 Durability. F390E422 Dex. F396E417 Agility. F399433 Magic. G266G2A9. Development Ability. Magic. Magic Dochi. Skill, Fighter's Will. Magic Fight. Convert magic power into Dochi. You can use Dochi skills. Convert Dochi into magic. You can use magic skills. Battle and Law, both are magic fighting skills. The Will of the Fighter. Evolve yourself in battle by making combos and improve your combat status. Good Guy, and Lan knows Good Guy. In addition to a large increase in ability value, he actually awakened magic and skills at the same time. Are you hanging up? And Lan looked at Yishio and asked, "What's wrong?" Yishio looked puzzled. And Lan is also nonsense and translates the engraving of his favor for himself. It's them. After Yishio read it, his expression was a little weird. Sumuching also looked over and was equally astonished. This is the skill of a battle mage. I didn't expect you to awaken them. I don't know either. It's just that when I was fighting monsters today, I always unconsciously used the skills in the game. Yishio showed a confident smile, as if he had found the gameplay mechanism of the ground fault upgrade system. I'll try it tomorrow. Suma Chung immediately became interested when she heard it. You're a gunnery, how do you try? And Lon felt like she was a little dumbfounded. That's right, damn it. Suma Chung was suddenly disappointed. Next, it was Su Muching's turn to update her favor. Name, Su Muching. Level LV1. Abilities, Strength, F312 F333 Durability, G290 F307 Dex, F399 427 Agility, F396 419 Magic, G202 G222. Development Ability. Magic. Skill. Suma Chung was relatively bleak, except for his high dexterity and agility. Everything else was average, and his magic and skills were not awakened. And Lon shook his head in disappointment and began to renew his favors for Seiko Pashima. Name, Poison Island Seiko. Level LV1. Abilities, Strength, D513 D555 Durability, D502 D527 Dex, D570 D599 Agility, D566 D597 Magic, G886 F309. Development Ability. Magic. Skill. Seiko Pashima's ability value increased rapidly, but there was no awakening skills or magic. The growth of the three people is very fast, but there is a problem, that is, the magic power is particularly slow. If you want to increase your magic power, you can only consume magic power and use magic power continuously during battle. It's a pity that the three of them don't have magic skills. Except for adding magic power to their weapons, they won't be able to do anything else during battle. Yishio has awakened his magic fighting spirit, and his magic power will increase very quickly in the future. But Su Muching and Seiko Pashima had nothing to do, unless the two girls could also awaken magic. But is magic so well awakened? There is another way, that is to buy a magic book and awaken magic the day after tomorrow. Thinking of this, and Lon already had an idea. The next day, the three Yishio continued to team up to fight monsters in the dungeon. And Lon came to the shops in the Tower of Babel, which are all high-end shops, just like modern shopping malls. For example, the Faith Toss family, the god of craftsmanship, opened a weapon shop here, selling all high-end weapons. And Lon found a shop that sold magic books, pretended to buy it, but secretly asked Psycho Core Paimon for analysis and identification. After completing the parsing, he left. Back home, and Lon directly copied 3 magic books. I have to say, the Sans Core is really perverted. The magic book of the wrong world is more like inspiration. According to the reader's inner thoughts, the corresponding magic is awakened. But Anlon suddenly thought, if some of his skills are recorded in the magic book, can the family members learn it? Try a little magic first, the water-ice magic gun. First construct the magic book with divine power, and then write the principle of the water-ice magic spear into it. The whole process is like coding by a programmer. Will you not go bald in the future? Soon, a magic book was completed. Success! A smile appeared on Anlan's mouth, and his life is just like that. The matter of the family members learning magic was settled so easily, so there was only one last thing left. Su Muching's bow and arrow. Bow and arrow can be said to be an unpopular profession. Anlan has read a lot of anime and novels in his previous life, and there are not many strong people who use bow and arrow. Of course, this does not include the archer servants of the moon world. By the way, I also have a golden Sagittarius garment. Anlan suddenly thought of the reward from the last time he opened the silver treasure chest. This top-level sacred garment of the zodiac is engraved with the skills of the owners of the past dynasties. Anlan took out the holy garment from the system backpack and then analyzed the identification. Suddenly, all the skills related to Sagittarius were read out. Unfortunately, most of them are boxing techniques such as Light Speed Fist, Destruction Light Speed Fist, and Atomic Lightning Light Speed Fist. There are only 2 skills related to bows and arrows, namely Golden Arrow and Shadow Arrow. Among them, the Golden Arrow is also called the Arrow of Killing the Gods. It is the arrow of shadow, which is a bit powerful. The secret arrow of Sagittarius, nailed to the shadow of the enemy, can make the opponent unable to move. This skill is good, and Lon learned it instantly through the Sans core and transformed the skill into magic. Then through the magic book, record it. Finish. And Lon exhaled, and now Su Muqing's problem was solved. At night, the three Yishio returned from the dungeon. And Lon directly gave the three of them a magic book, which was the magic book he copied from the wrong world. He wanted to see what kind of magic the three of them could awaken. What is this? Yishio asked in confusion. Magic book. You can awaken magic according to your inner thoughts. And Lon explained to him. Are such precious magic books for us? Su Muqing was startled and couldn't believe it. In the past 2 days, she knew the value of magic books through her understanding of Orari. Not only is it extremely expensive, it is even priceless. If you can get it on the market, it will be more expensive than the original price. Take 3 books at a time to study for the family. Even the Freya family and the Loki family can't do it. What are you talking about? Hurry up and learn. And Lon said indifferently. It's just a mere magic book, and I didn't spend any money. I can copy as much as I want in the future. Yishio and the 3 were moved. Although they usually thought Lon was a little unreliable, they were really heartwarming to the 3 of them. Next, the 3 of them each opened the magic book and began to study. Looking at it, all 3 of them fell asleep. The words on the magic book also disappeared. And Lon said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "Don't let me down." An hour later, the 3 woke up from their stupor. And Lon starts to renew the favors for them to see what magic is awakened. The first is Yishio. Compared with yesterday, in addition to the improvement of abilities, there is another magic. Dazzling. Through different attack triggers to generate 5 different dazzling patterns. The dazzling patterns that are triggered will float around the body, and 7 is the upper limit. You can use the operation of dazzling patterns to make the dazzling patterns fly out of the attack target, and the dazzling patterns will automatically track the target and cannot be dodged. No attribute dazzling pattern, increase own movement speed. Ice attribute dazzling pattern, increases own physical defense, hits the target to produce stiffness, and ice attribute magic damage. Fire dazzling pattern, increase your own strength, hit the target to cause burning, fire magic damage. Light attribute dazzling pattern, increase agility and attack speed, hit the target to cause dizziness, and light attribute restores damage. Dark attribute dazzling pattern, increases magic power, hits the target to cause erosion, and dark attribute magic damage. It's so strong, it's much stronger than in the game, and it has a lot less restrictions. Yishio said excitedly when he saw his awakened magic. This dazzling pattern is also a skill in the Glory game, and it is the stunt of his tactics account. I didn't expect that after being manifested in the wrong world, the attribute is so strong. It's really strong. And Lon nodded. A magic comes with a variety of damage, as well as buff blessings such as stiffness, fire, dizziness, erosion, etc. It is definitely a nightmare for the enemy. After watching Yishio's magic, it was Su Muqing and Siko Deshima. Magic arrow. Compress the magic power into arrows. The more magic power is collected, the stronger the arrows will be. The arrow can change its attributes, and it comes with 9 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and dark. Su Muqing's awakening skills are also good, and she will be able to shoot energy arrows without using physical arrows in the future. The most important thing is the change of nature and form, which seems to be somewhat similar to the chakra of Naruto world. Gravity control. Gravity is changed by magic. The higher the magic, the stronger the gravity. The magic of Siko Pashima's awakening is very simple, controlled by gravity. And Lon also has this magic, but I didn't expect her to awaken this kind of magic. Fortunately, gravity combined with swordsmanship reminded him of Fujitora of Pirate World and Kagura of Fairy Tale World. In battle, you can apply gravity to the enemy and reduce gravity to yourself. It even adds gravity when swinging the sword, giving the enemy a heavy blow. It has to be said that gravity and swordsmanship are a good match. The magic awakened by the three of them is very powerful, and it fits their actual situation, which makes Enlon very gratified, and it is worthy of his busy time during this time. At night, Enlon was lying on the bed, checking the system treasure box he had checked in during this time. Last time, there were more than 60 wooden treasure chests left unsynthesized. Later, during the expedition of the Astria family, there were still 3 days in the world of glory, and more than 40 days in the campus apocalypse, and I signed in again. 72 wooden treasure chests. Including what was left from last time, there are a total of 135 wooden treasure chests. System: use 100 wooden treasure chests to synthesize a silver treasure chest. Ding, the synthesis is successful. Get silver treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Ding, open the silver treasure chest and get summoning card. And Lan's eyes lit up, this time with a novelty. Summon card. Immediately summon the generals of the heavens, sign a contract with the summoner, and become a loyal subordinate. Summoning the generals of the heavens, it feels a bit like playing a card drawing game. I wonder if I can get SSR in a soul draw. And Lon said and used the summoning card. The card shattered into little stars, and then formed a magic circle like a descending spell in the open space of the room. This scene is a bit like the summoning of heroic spirits in the moon world. Immediately afterwards, the formation shone with a strong light. When the light dissipated, there was already another girl in Enlan's room. The girl looked sweet and cute, with long black hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a red and white one-piece battle dress, black over-the-knee socks on her slender and round thighs, silver metal boots on her feet, and black gloves on her left hand. Holding a crimson war gun, the spearhead is as dazzling as a red crystal. Subordinate Yunying, see the summoner. The girl suddenly knelt down on one knee and clasped her fist at Enlon. I'm going. You are the Yunying who is invincible within 6 feet? Enlon was stunned. How did he summon her? Is this an SSR? That's right. The commander's fire-grabbing gun can prevent the enemy from getting within 6 feet. Yunying nodded and said very confidently, get up first. You don't need to call yourself the last commander, and you don't need to call me the summoner. I'm the god of this world, so you can join my family in the future. Enlon said and touched Yunying's forehead. The background information and basic knowledge about this world were all transmitted to her using the skill, conveying thoughts. Yunying frowned slightly, closed her eyes, and digested it for a while. After opening her eyes, she saw an excited look in her eyes and said, I didn't expect this world to be so exciting. Lord Enlon, Yunying is willing to join your family. Sure enough, she was still a little girl, and her nature recovered quickly. Okay, I'll give you a favor first. Yunying's face turned slightly red, and she turned her back to Enlon. He carefully unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his jade-white upper back. Enlon swallowed unconsciously. No way, he is no longer nonsense now. Having a second brother will always be cranky. A drop of divine blood dripped on Yunying's back, and a tattoo of a star-ringed dragon appeared on her white back. At this time, Yunying's attributes also came out. Name, Yunying. Level LV1. Ability value, Strength, I0 Durability, I0 Dex, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0. Development ability. Magic. Skills, Spear Intent, Fire-Grabbing God Spear. Gun Intent. Have the same mind with spear weapons. Every time you release a skill, you will comprehend one level of spear intent. The 3 levels of spear intent are Firm Intent, Sharp Intent, and True Intent. A layer of spear intent, Resolute Desire, deals 4 damages to nearby enemies at close range and gains shield defense. The second-tier spear intent, Sharp Destroyer, Destroy the City, stabs 3 mid-range attacks to deal damage. After hitting, it recovers its own injuries. The more serious the injury, the better the recovery effect. 3 layers of Spear Intent, True Intent Liao Yuan, will cause damage to all enemies in a straight line at a long distance after gaining momentum. The stronger the target's defense, the higher the damage. Fire-Grabbing Gun. Broken Moon. Raise the gun to quickly provoke the enemy into the air and then slash down, causing 2 damages. The enemy hit by the first damage will be knocked into the air. Cloud chasing, in charge state, get a continuous acceleration effect. When the charge is completed or when the charge is ended actively, dash forward and swing the weapon to sweep. The faster the movement speed, the higher the damage. Star chasing, ignite the weapon, charge forward for a short period of time, and charge forward with a gust of wind, causing physical damage to enemies on the path, reducing damage during the assault, and stabbing 4 times in a row after the assault to the end. Causing physical damage each time damage, then lift the gun back to the original place, inflict physical damage and knock up the enemies on the path, gain power and reduce damage during use. Howling Sun, sweep the weapon, causing physical damage to the enemy in the designated direction, while igniting the ground with the tip of the spear, leaving a continuous burning fire path, causing magic damage to the enemies within the range. And enemies approaching during the 2 assaults will be destroyed. Repel. Liao Yuan 100 slashes, the ultimate meaning, people, guns, and flames are one. Another opening. And Lan was very happy when he saw this property. 1 more genius will be added to his family. Union's strength is very strong, and it is enough to match the LV4 adventurer when placed in Orari. But no matter how strong a person is, the first time they get a favor, their ability value starts from 0. What Lan didn't expect was that although Yuniyang's power point was 0, she had her own dual skills, and her skills were very powerful. With her strength, I believe she will soon be able to raise her level to LV4, which is equal to her own strength. And Lan gave Yuning his room to rest, and then ran to Yi Xiu's room. The next morning, when Yi Xiu and the others saw Yuning, they thought that Lan was hiding from them last night and traveled to another world to collect family members. And Lan didn't explain, just told them that he would take them to other gods' families later so that they should not talk nonsense. Next, Lan transformed into a girl in front of everyone. What's the situation? What are you doing when you become a woman? Yi Xiu felt a little uneasy when he saw the appearance of Lan's transformed girl. Not only him, but even the 3 daughters of Suma Qing, Dashima Siko, and Yuniying widened their eyes with disbelief. Does the god of your own family have any special hobbies? Don't think about it. This is my identity in this world, and I am an adventurer just like you. And Lan explained speechlessly. Then whose family do we call it to the outside world? Su Muching hurriedly asked. And Lan is not the god of this world. If he hides his identity, he cannot be revealed as an Lan family. In the future, you will call yourself Nuwas family, your gods are outside of Orari, and I, and Lan, will be the head of the Nuwas family. And Lan instructed them. But if we lie, the gods will see through, right? Siko Tujima found the loophole. Even if the gods of the wrong world have sealed their divine power, they can still see through lies, but they are only aimed at mortals. If they are of the same level, gods naturally cannot see through the lies of gods. Don't worry about this. I will set up a special barrier on you, so that God cannot see through your lies. And Lan had already thought of a countermeasure. Now that everything has been planned, everyone has nothing to say. Next, Lan took the 4 to the Astria Familia. When the girls of Alice saw the companions of the family that Lan brought, they were all very surprised. Because Lan's strength is very strong, he has a level of LV4, but the 4 in front of him, except for the younger Yuning who seems to have some strength, the others are very weak. Obviously all of them are newbies of level 1. And Lan, are they really the same family as you? Alysse asked her. Yeah, I just arrived at Orally these 2 days. And Lan nodded. Then why did you bring them here? Arashi continued to ask. I came to Kagaya for help, and wanted her to teach Siko swordsmanship. And Lan said his purpose. Gojoy Kagaya, titled Yamato Rentan, is superb with one-handed island swordsmanship, especially her Agai slash, which is very powerful. Siko Pashima's swordsmanship style is also an island country, and he is also very good at Ihezen. So it is very suitable for Kagaya to teach Siko Pashima. Let me teach you? It's not impossible, but you have to help me forge a weapon. Kagaya came to Siko Pashima and said after observing for a while. Yes. And Lan agreed directly. Kaguya smiled. In fact, even if Enlon didn't agree, she would teach Siko Pashima. Because she can see from the cocoon of the sword practiced in the hands of Siko Dashima, this is a good seedling. Moreover, Siko Dashima knew that she was from the extreme east as soon as she heard the name. As a fellow villager, she was happy to help her. Enlon, you gave Liu a sword, promised to give Layla a weapon, and now you promise to give Kaguya a weapon. Don't you have mine? Arashi pretended to be heartbroken and wanted to break up with her exaggerated expression. There is, isn't it just a weapon? You can stop acting. Enlon waved his hand helplessly. It's not too bad. I won't take advantage of you, and I will help you teach a family member. Arashi said happily. Forget it, you are good at using swords. They don't use swords. Don't teach you wrong. Enlon quickly refused. Yi Xiao and Yuniying's weapons were spears and spears, while Su Muqing's bows and arrows were not suitable for her to teach. There are masters of Orari with spears or spears, such as Finn of the Loki Familia and Alan of the Freya Familia. But Enlon didn't know them well, so he couldn't let people teach him. What is a crooked teaching? I don't like to hear this. Although the weapon I major in is the sword, I can also use other weapons. Arashi said dissatisfiedly. Okay, I know you're amazing, but I've already helped them find a good mentor. Enlon stopped and said, there are not many senior adventurers who use spears and guns in Orari. Basically, I know them all. Is it Finn from the Loki family? Or is it Alan from the Freya family? Arashi guessed curiously. Don't guess, you can't guess. Enlon said with a look that you should give up. Impossible. It's not Finn and Alan. Could it be Dix from the Igros family? Alissi continued to speculate. All right, I have other things to deal with. Enlon was helpless, and after he finished speaking, he took Yishio and the others away. On the way back, Siko Tujima asked, Master Enlon, is that good Jono Kaguya strong? Well, there is a group of people living in the extreme eastern region of the world, known as the Extreme Eastern People. Their culture is similar to your island country, and her swordsmanship is also your island country's swordsmanship style. She is the best at Ihezen. Enlon points out nodding, he introduced to Siko Pashima. Then what level is she? Kazushima Siko asked again. Currently level 4, it is estimated that it will not take long to reach level 5. Enlon replied. Understood, I will study hard and surpass her. Siko Tashishima said firmly. Yes, I believe you. Enlon nodded. As expected of my family, that's how confident they are. In the next time, Enlon took them to the Ganesha family to do foreign household registration and become the real Orari population. After doing all this, Siko Pashima went to the Astria Familia. Xianzi has a mentor. What about our teacher? Su Muqing asked expectantly. I don't need a teacher. I have my own fire-grabbing gun. Yuning didn't care. Your teacher is not in this world. I will take you to other worlds to find a teacher. Enlon said calmly. These words surprised the three of them. Unexpectedly, in order to train them, Enlon would travel to other worlds to find teachers, and they were very moved. After returning home, they cleaned up, and Enlon took them out of the wrong world. It has to be said that it is cool to have the ability to traverse. This is like the Emperor in Kamen Rider, walking in different worlds and being a street boy. Singularity F, the burning city of Fuyuki. The dark night sky was illuminated by the raging fire. In the firelight, the entire city was in ruins, and the streets were full of skeletons with weapons. They hunted and killed the surviving humans everywhere. Enlon brought the three of Yishio to the roof of a building. Seeing the current scene, the three of Yishio frowned. This kind of feeling, won't it be the end of the world again? Su Muqing unconsciously thought of the world of the apocalypse last time. It is indeed the end of the world, and your teacher is here. Enlon seemed to sense something and said with a smile. Have you seen the skeleton soldiers below? These skeleton soldiers are not very strong, so treat them as monsters in the dungeon to practice their skills. I'll go find a master for you. Enlon pointed to the skeleton downstairs and said to the three of them. After speaking, he flew into the distance. Yishio expressed helplessness and went downstairs when he took out his weapon. Yuning was so excited that she jumped off the roof and came to the group of skeletons. I saw the long spear burning flames in her hand, turning on the unparalleled mowing mode. Isn't Yuning level 1? Suma Ching was a little puzzled when she saw the scene. She should have such strength before she received the gift. It seems that we have to do our best. Yi Xiao explained to Suma Ching. Well, in order to resurrect my brother, I will work hard. Suma Ching nodded firmly. At the same time, Enlon also flew to the bridge in Fuyuki City. As soon as he came to Fuyuki City, he felt two auras far exceeding the skeleton soldiers fighting, and they were indeed shadow followers. Rider Darius III. He was tall, with dark skin and a pair of huge horns on the top of his head. The black skin is engraved with golden lines, with a white hood on his head, and a huge giant elephant is riding under him. In addition to this, there is also a normal servant who is not contaminated, Caster Siyu Chulin. The two servants who were fighting noticed Enlan's arrival, and their expressions suddenly changed. Especially Siyu Chulin, as a normal servant, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from Enlan. This is God. Ku Chulin couldn't believe it. He was a hero of the Age of Gods during his lifetime. He studied under Skaha, Queen of the Kingdom of Shadows, and has seen countless gods. But the Age of Gods has long since ended, and God has long ceased to exist. The French dog, unfortunately, it's not the gun dog. Enlon looked at Siyu Chulin and said with a smack. On the other hand, the shadow servant rider Darius III did not know what terror was. The crotch mount roared angrily and rushed towards Enlon. Court death. Enlon snorted coldly, raised his right hand slightly, and activated the power of soul violence in the ultimate ability, God of the Void. This is an evolved version of the integrated ability of the King of Gluttony, which can devour the opponent's everything, even the soul. Like a black hole, a terrifying vortex of suction and black energy erupted from the right hand. In front of this power, Rider Darius III seemed so weak that he didn't even have the ability to resist, and was directly swallowed up. After Siyu Chulin saw the scene, his face changed greatly. He didn't even think about it. He turned into a spiritual body and escaped. However, how could Enlon give him this chance? No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. You can also become my magic power. Enlon snapped his fingers, and an enchantment enveloped him. Within the barrier, Siyu Chulin's spiritual transformation failed. In desperation, he could only activate the noble phantasm. My magic is a cage of red flames, a green giant like flames, karmic retribution, the forest that purifies the disasters of the world, collapse, the flame cage that burns to the ground. As the magic chant ended, a huge wicker man appeared inside the barrier. The giant body made of countless thin wooden branches is wrapped in flames. Unfortunately, the giant's attack hit the barrier, and the barrier didn't move at all. How is this possible? Ku Chulin was stunned. Enlan's mouth showed a trace of disdain. If the mere noble phantasm could break the universal barrier, then the cute king wouldn't have to mess with it. When the Mo King evolves into the Demon King, the extra ability Multiple Enchantment evolves into the inherent ability Universal Enchantment, and the enchantment ability is qualitatively improved. Later, the Storm Dragon was released, and the hero skill Infinite Prison was analyzed. Based on Infinite Prison, it integrated some inherent abilities and all additional abilities to obtain the ultimate ability, the King of Oaths, of which Omnipotent Enchantment was integrated into it and became one of the abilities of the Oath King, and its power was strengthened again. Later, Psycho Core Char helped Meng Wang integrate the 4 ultimate abilities, and the Universal Barrier was also integrated into the Multidimensional Barrier, which was strengthened again. This kind of creation god-level skill is something that a mere noble phantasm can break. This is simply smashing Edmund alloys with eggs. Enlon ignored Ku Chulin's shock and used his ability, Soulstorm, to devour him together with the barrier again. Swallowing 2 servants in a row increased his magic power a little bit. Although not many, mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are. Isn't it enough to peek at the side? Enlon suddenly turned his head and looked into the woods on the side of the bridge. Discovered. Assassin Hassan al-Sabah was taken aback and ran away in a hurry. It's a pity that in front of Enlon, the strength gap is too huge and he can't escape. Enlon appeared in front of him in a teleport, blocking his path. Assassin Hassan Sabah had no escape but to attack Enlon. Enlon doubled his fingers into a sword and swiped lightly. The protection of the Sword Saint. You can kill things that cannot be killed and maximize the power of the sword. A 100-meter sword gang pierced the sky, and Assassin Hassan Sabah was instantly killed. Before his body becomes spiritualized, use Soulstorm to devour it. In this way, 3 of the 7 servants have been eliminated. 2 of them are going to stay as teachers, so it's time for the 4th to deal with Berserker Hercules. After speaking, Enlon disappeared with a teleport. The branch of Einsburn in Fuyuki City, a fortress resembling a snow castle. Berserker Hercules sat on the top of the fortress, holding an unmarked axe sword like a god of war. Enlon teleported over his head, causing him to roar immediately. As if no one was allowed to set foot here. Originally a berserker, he has no intelligence, but now he is more like a beast after being corrupted into a shadow servant. Enlon is not too long-winded, Soulstorm is activated. Berserker Hercules raised his axe and sword to resist, but it didn't work at all, and was swallowed up in less than a second. The gap in strength is so great that even his 12 Noble Phantasm trials don't work. Maybe he can't use it at all, because Shadow Servants can't use Noble Phantasms. But why Black Hairless can be used? Paimon, can you analyze the Noble Phantasm? Shadow Servants were normal servants before they were polluted by black mud, and after being polluted, the dumb king could use Noble Phantasms. Gilgamesh can also use Noble Phantasm after being given a body by black mud. So Enlon wanted to try it out and let Paimon analyze the Noble Phantasm. No way, he was also jealous of Hercules' 12 Noble Phantasm trials. Master Enlon, it can be parsed out. Just separate the contaminated part from the servant and make it back to a normal servant. Sure enough, Paimon never let him down. Well, help me analyze the devoured servant, and I need Hercules' Noble Phantasm skills. Leave it to me, it will end soon. Next, Paimon began to analyze. After Enlon devoured Hercules, he did not digest and absorb it immediately, but was trapped in the imaginary space. This imaginary space is also one of the abilities of the Void God. This space evolved from the stomach of the previous predator, which is equivalent to a chaotic world. Mengwang used this trick to kill the final boss Yuki in the final battle of the demons. As long as it is swallowed in, it will never get out. Either be digested and analyzed by Mengwang, or be locked up alone for a lifetime. Paimon cleans up all the black mud that polluted Hercules and restores it to a normal servant. Then he completely digested and absorbed Hercules and successfully analyzed the 12 trials of his Noble Phantasm. Master Enlon, the analysis is successful. You have obtained the 12 trials of Noble Phantasm, but I think this Noble Phantasm can be integrated with infinite regeneration. Do you need to integrate it? Combine. Without any hesitation, Enlon chose to unify. According to Mengwang's experience, as long as the Sanity Core thinks that it can be unified, it can definitely integrate magical skills. Successful integration. Congratulations to Mr. Enlon, you have obtained the ultimate ability, Undying King. No matter what kind of injuries you suffer in the future, you can instantly recover, even if your body and soul are destroyed. You can resurrect again. It's awesome, I like it. Enlon smiled. With this ability, he dares to go to the advanced world to wave. For example, the world of Hakoniwa, the world of Gensokyo, the world of demons with demons, and so on. After solving 4 servants, there are only 3 left. 2 of them are the teachers they need, and 1 is the Black Hairless who has the Holy Grail. When I watched Fate in my previous life, my favorite character was the duo Mao Wang, and the Black and Black Hairless is also very sassy. Now that they've all come to this world, they must go and have a look. With a teleport, he came directly to Ludong Temple. At this time, Hei Wu Mao was guarding the polluted Great Holy Grail. In addition to the Big Grail, she also has a small grail. Unlimited magic, unlimited curry sticks. He is dressed in black armor, holds the black sword of Oath of Victory, and has long beige hair with a pair of golden pupils. Black Hairless also spotted Enlon and looked up at him. Her eyes were flat, making people wonder what she was thinking. Only Enlon knows that, even though she is polluted, she is still guarding the city. Under Enlan's universal perception, you can even feel anticipation and relief from her. Because you perceive my strength, you are looking forward to fighting with me and then being freed by being killed by me? Enlon seemed to understand what she meant. Hei Wu Mao did not speak. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. In the next second, the black sword of Oath of Victory was raised, exuding two evil lights of purple and black. The two of them didn't have any unnecessary nonsense and started fighting directly. Sword of Promise Victory. The real name was Liberated, and the black light cannon attacked Enlon directly. Soul Violence. All of the light cannon's attacks were devoured and did not cause any damage to Enlon. In fact, even if Enlon didn't use Soul Violence, the Sword of Promised Victory couldn't break his absolute defense. Seeing the scene, Hei Wu Mao was also stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect her noble phantasm to be blocked like this. However, just as she was about to continue attacking, Enlon snapped her fingers, and countless silver threads emerged from the ground, binding her. Go to the imaginary space for a while. Enlon devoured Black Hairless again, but only into the imaginary space, without digesting it. Then he devoured the Great Holy Grail in Ludong Temple and the Black Hairless Little Holy Grail. Paimon, I'll give you a task to analyze her abilities and noble phantasm without digesting her. Sir Enlon, this is too simple. When Meng Wang devoured the Fire Elf Ifrit, he did not digest him completely, but stayed in the stomach space to play chess with Storm Dragon. But even so, the Great Sage still analyzed Ifrit, allowing Meng Wang to possess many of his skills, and even summon to fight. Enlon also means this: he doesn't intend to digest Hei Wu Mao, he just wants to analyze some of Hei Wu Mao's skills, such as mana release, intuition, writing, anti-magic power, leadership temperament, Wind King enchantment, Sword of Oath of Victory. Master Enlon, the analysis has been completed. Almost instantly, Paimon completed the analysis. But also, the Great Sage can analyze the high-ranking Fire Elf Ifrit, not to mention the Psycho Core, that has evolved twice. Master Enlon, I have reintegrated the abilities you acquired this time. Magic Release and Godhead are integrated to evolve into the inherent ability Divine Release. Perception, Writing, evolved into Dragon Writing, Searing, Tempest, Magic Power, evolved into Magic Attack Ineffective, Leadership, and Dragon Spirit Domineering were integrated to evolve into the inherent ability Dragon Emperor. Domineering, Wind King Barrier, and Invisibility are integrated to obtain the inherent ability Infinite Blindness, and the Noble Phantasm, Sword of Oath of Victory, evolves into the inherent ability Sacred Tool Summoning. The last is the Great Holy Grail and the Little Holy Grail. After digestion and absorption, all the magic power has been converted into divine power, and a new inherent ability, Infinite Divine Power, is born. Paimon used the ability creation in King of Fengzhou to evolve Black Hairless skills, and then created new abilities with the integration and separation and attribute transformation of his Sans core. In this way, Enlan's attribute interface has surpassed the peak moment of Meng Wang. Name: Enlan. Race: Star Dragon God. Asylum: the grace of friendship, the protection of the swordsman. Magic: Chi fighting, elemental magic, physical magic, dragon magic, elf magic, demon magic, summoning magic. Sanity core: Manus Paimon. Thinking acceleration, analysis and appraisal, parallel calculation, champ breaking, all kinds of things, unity and separation, future attack prediction, food chain, thought control, law control. Attribute transformation. Inherent ability: Dragon Emperor Domineering, Infinite Divine Power Release, Divine Perception, Divine Tool Summoning, Omnipotent Change, Infinite Blur. Ultimate abilities: God of the Void, God of Shadows, King of Fengzhou, King of Immortality. Azathoth Soul Storm, Void Collapse, Imaginary Space, Dragon Seed Liberation, Searing Heat Storm, Dragon Seed Nucleation, Searing Heat Storm, Dragon Seed Riding, Searing Heat Storm, Time-Space Domination, Multidimensional Enchantment. The Nameless Mist, Dark Domain, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Swap, Shadow Save. Shub, Nigurath, Ability Creation, Ability Copying, Ability Gifting, Ability Preservation. Deep Ones, Infinite Regeneration, Infinite Resurrection, Eternal Life, Life Intake, Life Bestow. All Resistances, Invalid Pain, Invalid Corrosion, Invalid Current, Invalid Temperature Change, Invalid Physical Attack, Invalid Magic Attack, Invalid Natural Influence, Invalid Status Abnormal, Invalid Mental Attack. Invalidate Holy Demon Attack. After integrating his abilities, Enlon clearly felt that he had become stronger again. Not only has the skills become more and more powerful, but even his own divine power has become infinite. Immediately, he turned into a black and hairless appearance. Even the color of his hair and eyes were exactly the same. It's just that the clothes he wears are not armor, but a more modern black camisole and shorts, black boots on his slender thighs, and a black sweater. This outfit is exactly what the Shinjuku Phantom event in the FGO game looks like. Not only is it fashionable, but it is also full of air. Sure enough, women's clothing is cool for a while, and women's clothing has been cool all the time. And Lon may not even find out that even if he has regained his gender, it is no longer nonsense, but he still likes to transform into a girl and wear women's clothes. After imitating the black and hairless appearance, he asked Paimon to make a black motorcycle, and then used the riding skill to enchant it to transform it. After the transformation was completed, I got on the motorcycle, twisted the accelerator, and rushed down from the Ludong Temple Mountain. The motorcycle after the magic reform was very fast, blasting the streets all the way, and I don't know how many skeleton soldiers were killed, and finally came to Matu's house. Here, he saw human beings turned into stone statues. These stone statues are wrapped in countless chains, and each expression is full of fear. Saber! An angry voice came from behind, and then a sickle was cut off at his head. Obviously, the other party regards himself as black and hairless. And Lon turned around and clamped the scythe with just 2 fingers. It turned out to be Lancer Medusa. And Lon saw the person coming, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The one in front of him was the teacher he found for Yi Xiao and Yuning. My attack. Medusa's expression changed when she saw Enlan's scythe between her 2 fingers. She knows Saber's strength, which is very terrifying, but it is absolutely impossible to be so strong. She wanted to retract the scythe, but found that Enlan's 2 jade fingers, as slender as green onions, were as strong as a vice, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull them out. Don't struggle, come in. And Lon directly swallowed her into the imaginary space with one move Soul Storm. Paimon, clear the polluted energy in her body and make her return to normal. Give it to me. The first teacher has been caught, it is time to catch the second teacher. And Lon got on his motorcycle again and headed for Tosaka's house. Just before he reached his destination, a red light suddenly flashed across the sky in the distance, and then it turned into a rain of arrows and fell towards him. Look for a beating. And Lan's face changed, and after stopping the motorcycle, he raised his right hand. Dragon Vein Destruction Cannon. The divine power turned into a golden dragon, directly destroying all the arrows, and then flew to the attacker's location. Boom! With a violent explosion, the entire Fuyuki city was shaken. TSK, Kleiman's skills are not bad. And Lan's mouth twitched, obviously satisfied with this move. That's right, this move is exactly the profound move that King Meng obtained after he devoured the awakened Demon King Kleiman. There are actually many similar tricks, because Meng Wang has swallowed too many existences, and these skills are generally not displayed on the attribute panel. The same is true for Enlon. After integrating the Mo King skill tree, he has all the skills of Mo King, as well as the skills that he devoured himself. For example, dungeon monsters, and kings who upgrade the world alone, they also have skills. There are so many skills that Enlon can't use them all. A teleport came to the center of the explosion. At this time, the attacker was already scarred and attached to the ground and lost his ability to move. And Lon didn't talk nonsense and directly swallowed it into the imaginary space, allowing Paimon to remove the polluted energy from his body and restore him to a normal servant. That's right, this guy is the second teacher he's looking for, Archer Amiya Shiro. Now that the teachers have been caught, it is time to go back. And Lon rode a motorcycle towards where Yishio and the others were. At this time, the three Yishio were constantly destroying the skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers are neither strong nor weak, but they are very suitable for LV1 novices like them. When Enlon returned, all three looked wary. "Why, you didn't know me after leaving for so long?" Enlon said angrily. "Why have you changed again?" Yishio said speechlessly. "How do I look now? Is it beautiful? Are you excited?" Enlon asked in a sexy and enchanting pose. "Cough, can you be more serious?" Yishio turned his head with a blushing face. When Suma-ching saw the scene, she immediately stretched out her small hand in jealousy and pinched Yishio again. "Master Enlon, have we found our master? Let me see how strong she is." Yuning really wanted to see the so-called master. If she is not strong enough, she will not admit it. "Slightly stronger than you, enough to teach you," Enlon said with a smile. Immediately, he released Kuro no Mao, Medusa, and Amiya Shiro, who were trapped in the imaginary space. Now the polluted energy in their bodies has been removed, and it has returned to normal. The faces of the three of them were a little emotional. They didn't expect that the Holy Grail War would turn out like this. Now that their masters are dead, it is time to return to the throne of heroes. "Don't rush back. The three of you, I saved you. You should have something in return, right?" At this moment, Enlon suddenly spoke up. The three looked at Enlon, and their expressions became a little strange. Because Enlon's current appearance is black and hairless, just like Saber Artoria. No, not exactly the same. Because Artoria, who has returned to normal, has become the king of dumb hair again, and is no longer black and hairless. Not only her, but even Medusa has transformed into a girl form. This is what she looked like when she was a lancer, with a black cloak, holding a sickle, and wearing white silk legs. It was particularly attractive. Their memories of becoming shadow followers did not disappear, and they knew the horror of the people in front of them. Arturia took the lead and asked, "What do you want in return?" "Be a teacher and help me teach my students." And Lon went straight to the topic. Amiya Shiro shook his head and said, "But our master is dead. Without the body contaminated by the black mud of the Holy Grail, we cannot stay in this world for a long time as spiritual bodies. I will give you the body and take you to other worlds, so as to avoid the investigation of the inhibitory force. You only need to pass on the skills you are good at to my family." And Lon said and pointed to Yishio and the others next to him. The three of Arturia looked at each other, and then Medusa took the lead and said, "I promise you, instead of returning to the heroic spirit throne, it is better to go to another world to see. The servant is not a heroic spirit, but a soul clone that descended from the heroic spirit in response to the Holy Grail. When the Holy Grail War is over, this clone will disappear and become a memory. And Lon can take them out of inhibitions and go to other worlds. In other words, they can get rid of the heroic spirit and become independent individuals. This temptation is huge for their servants. We promise to, whether it's to repay the debt or to get out of the grip of inhibitions." Artoria and Amiya Shiro finally agreed. "Is this right? You are only a spirit body now, and you are not a complete soul. After you have completed your soul and recovered your physical body, you can also join my family." Enlon showed a happy smile. The singularity of coming to Xingyue World this time not only helped Yishio and the others to find their master, but maybe they also got three powerful family members. I take the liberty to ask, what do you mean by family? What exactly do you exist? Arturia asked with a serious expression. "I'm a god from another world." Family members can be understood as believers, messengers, and family members of God in the human world. God will give the family members a kind of existence called favor so as to develop their own potential and become strong. And Lon introduced briefly. After the three of Arturia heard it, they were extremely horrified. Among the three, Medusa once lived in the Age of God and had seen the real God. Although Arturia is the legendary King Arthur, the so-called fairy of the lake she saw was actually just an elf, not a real god. During the period of King Arthur, the Age of Gods had already ended, but some of the mysteries left over from the Age of Gods were still preserved. As for Amiya Shiro, he is a person from the future, and he has never seen a god. Those gods who responded to the call of the Holy Grail and came to participate in the Holy Grail War as servants were not real gods, they were just a clone of God. For example, Merlin, he was obviously not dead, but he could be summoned by the Holy Grail. In general, the setting of the type month is very troublesome, and it is also very contradictory in some places. But to say that the real God has always been there, it is the so-called inhibition, Aleia and Gaia. Suddenly, Yuning came to Medusa, looked at her and said, "Little one, you are the master-in-law found for me? You don't look very strong." Medusa glanced at her and waved the sickle in her hand. Yuning also did not show weakness, and the swept musket pierced like a dragon. Before everyone could react, the two started fighting. Yuning's strength is good, equivalent to a level 4 adventurer in the wrong world, but Medusa's strength is equivalent to a level 5 adventurer. And Lon shook his head, knowing whether to win or lose this match without looking at it. The heroic spirits in the Xingyue world are very strong, especially in melee combat, and even the melee level of the archers is very high. Artoria's strength is equivalent to the top level of LV5 in the wrong world, and it is infinitely close to level 6. Medusa and Amiya Shiro are equivalent to adventurers who have just been promoted to level 5. If it were Hercules, his strength would definitely be LV6, and he could even match LV7 with the 12 trials. Of course, the combat power mentioned here does not include the noble phantasm. Or take Arturia as an example, her melee strength is definitely not as good as that of a level 6 adventurer in the wrong world, but if she releases a noble phantasm, even a level 7 Oda can't stop her. The same is true for Amiya Shiro, who has opened the infinite sword system, which can also threaten LV7 adventurers. This is the perversion of a servant, noble phantasm. Sure enough, after fighting Medusa for more than 100 rounds, Yuning began to fall behind. Her fire-grabbing gun is very strong, but unfortunately she is too young to practice it at home. Sure enough, after a few more moves, Medusa used the scythe to fly away the swept gun in her hand, then caught it with her backhand, and pressed it against Yuning's neck. "I lost, and you will be my master from now on." Yuning, who failed, was not depressed, but smiled and recognized Medusa. Medusa was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, she said, "You have good strength, but you have too little actual combat experience. I believe you will surpass me in the future. Stop talking about business, we should go back." And Lon stood up to interrupt the situation. Yuning and Medusa met and smiled, and the two women could be regarded as not acquainted with each other. "By the way, should I call you Medusa or Anna?" And Lon asked suddenly with a smile. "Call Anna," Anna replied. In fact, she doesn't like the name Medusa, so she likes to use the pseudonym Anna. "My name is Enlon, your name is Anna, and your identity will be my sister from now on," Enlon said with a smile. Anna was stunned for a moment, her face flushed slightly. After teasing the girl, Enlon activated time and space control and left here with everyone. Orally, after returning home, Enlon briefly explained the background, cognition, and setting of the wrong world to the three of Artorias. After the three of them listened, they also became curious and longing for this world. "I didn't expect that there is such a different world. It seems that life in the future will not be too boring." There were 3 more people in the family at once, and the room was obviously not enough. To this end, the first thing Enlon did after his return was to buy a house. This time, he came to the vicinity of the Astria family, bought a piece of land, and planned to build a large villa here, and then became a neighbor with the Astria family. This piece of land is more than 7,000 square meters, equivalent to the size of an international standard football field, and it is enough to build a villa. The price of the whole land is 120 million wallis, which is very expensive. After all, this is Yulari, the center of the world, and a bustling central area, so it must be expensive. Fortunately, Anlan has money and doesn't care. After the purchase, the next step is to build the house. The house can't be built in a day or two, so during this time, Arturia and the others can only be wronged and temporarily stay in the hotel. As for the manpower to build the house, he did not go to the Gubonu family because it was too expensive. What you want to build yourself is a modern villa, and the architects of this world will certainly not. It's better to use summon magic, summon some demons and elves to fight, and build it yourself. Just like playing a game, the real version of Minecraft. As for building materials, there is no need to buy them at all. A material creation skill will solve all the problems. While Anlan was busy with the house, Yi Xiao and the others had already taken Arturia and the others to the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, Yi Xiao learned spear skills from Anna and Yuning at the same time. The two women are not stingy, and they all teach seriously. Yuning even gave Yi Xiao her fire-grabbing spear, which also moved Yi Xiao very much. On the other hand, Shiro Amiya was also seriously teaching Su Muching the archery skills. Although Arturia is saber, she has a very high vision and can use all kinds of weapons. Yi Xiao, Yuning, and Su Muching are all learning and growing rapidly. For a time, the atmosphere of the Anlan family was also developing in a positive direction, becoming very united and mutual help just like the Loki family. At the same time, Siko Pashima also followed the Astria family into the dungeon and started the first expedition. On the way, Kagaya also taught Pashima Siko swordsmanship very carefully. In the days that followed, Anlan was busy with the construction of a new settlement for the family. After Yi Xiao and the other three had mentors, their growth rate increased several times. Every day they came back from the dungeon to update their favors, their stats would increase a lot. At this speed, it won't take long for them to be promoted to level 2. Anlan is too lazy to care about them now. He has done enough for them, and he will see them in the future. In the newly purchased station, the original buildings have been completely demolished, and the surrounding area is also surrounded by curtains to prevent people from being peeked. Anlan uses the ability of the God of Shadows to summon his own shadow soldier, the Minotaur. 300-strong Taran were the most suitable for building houses. The style of the villa to be built this time is similar to the one in the anime version of Swallow the Stars, that is integrated with technology. In the future, all household appliances will be intelligent, and there will be virtual projection, which is called enjoying life. So in addition to building the house, he has to lay out complicated cables. It's just that he forgot one thing, that is the nightmare event on the 27th floor. At this time, the 27th floor of the underground city. Encouraged by the Dark family, the eccentric white-haired ghost Oriwas actor actually triggered a suicide-style monster return. The so-called monster return actually transfers the hatred of monsters to others. In the first season of the anime, Jian Yulei family did this to the male protagonist Belle's team at a time of crisis. It's just that the white-haired ghost is more ruthless and directly pulls the floor owner over. As a result, all the intermediate-level adventurers on the 27th floor, as well as the Dark Familia themselves, were all wiped out by the Floor Master. This layer directly turned into purgatory on Earth, with blood flowing into rivers. When such a thing happened, the guild and all the family members of Orari were alarmed. All the high-level families who were on the expedition were sent back, including the Astria family. The guild handed over the task of investigating the whole incident to the Astria family. Alissi knew the seriousness of this incident, so Siko asked Pashima to return to her family first, and then brought Liu, Kagaya, and Rai. Ra and Niz went to the 27th floor together. Compared with the original work, the appearance of Anlan has greatly improved the strength of the Astria family. Arashi is already level 5, and the family has also defeated the Floor Master on the 27th floor, so they think they can solve it even if they encounter danger. What they didn't expect was that this time they were going to face a destroyer even more terrifying than the Floor Master, Juggernaut. Kazushima Siko returns home, but finds a strange woman at home. Blonde and blue-eyed, he looks only about 16 years old, with a beautiful appearance, and he exudes an air of superiority. Who are you? Why are you here? Siko Deshima asked cautiously. I'm Arturia Pendragon. Although I haven't joined the Inlan family, I should belong to your family. The blonde girl introduced herself. Pendragon. Siko Pashima was surprised. Anyone who was a little familiar with European history knew what this surname represented. Obviously, during the time when he was not in the family, the gods of his own family went to other worlds to be on the street again. Do you know where Inlan-sama is? Kazushima Siko asked again. He is building a house at the construction site. Because of our arrival, it is no longer possible to live here. He bought a new piece of land and is building a new family residence. Arturia said. Thank you. Kazushima Siko nodded, turned and left. At the construction site of the familiar station, Enlan is directing the Tarn to work. Suddenly, he saw Siko Pashima coming. Aren't you in the Astria clan? Why did you come back? Enlan asked in confusion. Arashi and the others have gone to the 27th floor to investigate things, and they may encounter danger, so let me come back first. I'm here to update the favor and see the growth during this period. Siko Pashima explained to him. 27th floor? Enlan's eyes narrowed, thinking about the destruction of the Astria family in the original book. What's wrong? Siko Pashima was a little puzzled when she saw the change in Enlan's expression. You are here to help me supervise the construction of these Tarn. I'll go to the dungeon first, and I'll give you an update when I get back. Enlan left quickly without waiting for her to respond. Go under the Tower of Babel and enter the underground city. Enlan let go of his speed directly, turning into a streamer and heading towards the 27th floor. The monsters and adventurers encountered along the way could not even see him. At the same time, the destroyer Juggernaut has been released and has also been hit with the Astria familiar. If Alissi hadn't risen to LV5, they would have been wiped out by the group. This super monster is the terrifying existence responsible for destroying adventurers. Therefore, its damage to adventurers should exceed that of the floor master. The speed is fast and the damage is high. Even LV4 adventurers can easily kill them in seconds. Most importantly, it also has anti-magic armor. Pfft. I saw Juggernaut came to Layla in an instant, and Layla was too late to react and was instantly cut off by laziness. Layla. Alyssa's eyes were red, but there was absolutely nothing she could do. Are you going to die? Damn. Enlan. The weapon promised to me hasn't been given to me yet. Layla fell to the ground. Her body was broken in two, her internal organs were scattered on the ground, and blood was constantly flowing from the corners of her mouth. It's not over yet after Layla. Niz by her side was also beheaded. What? Alice lost her usual calm, picked up her weapon, the Crimson Order, and frantically attacked Juggernaut. Liu and Kagaya did the same, and both lost their minds. But their attacks were completely useless against the Juggernaut with the anti-magic armor. The most important thing is that Juggernaut's speed is too fast, so fast that they can't touch each other. Next, Alice and Kagaya also fell in a pool of blood. Liu was completely stunned. His eyes seemed to have lost their brilliance. Go, go, go. On the verge of death, Alice commanded Liu with the last of her strength. Tears welled up in Liu's eyes, and she turned to run away. But Juggernaut didn't let her go, and quickly caught up with her. Seeing that Liu was about to be poisoned, Arashi, who was lying on the ground, closed her eyes in despair. Bang! With a loud bang, Liu did not die, but Zaganat flew upside down and slammed into the wall. Out of the corner of Arashi's eyes, she saw Liu being protected by a strange boy in her arms. Sorry, I am late. The boy exuded a terrifying breath all over his body and said to the girls full of guilt. Liu stared blankly at the boy, a little bewildered. Enlan's appearance at the moment is the one after his gender has been restored, and it is also his original appearance. But Liu and the others had never met, so they didn't know that Enlan was in front of them. Enlan didn't explain, but used Soulstorm to put the bodies and souls of the four daughters of Alyssa, Kagaya, Layla, and Niz into the imaginary space. Then, he turned his gaze to Juggernaut. The body is more than 3 meters high, The arms are too slender to fit the huge body. The equally slender legs are inverse joints. The body has almost no muscles, and the skinny body is covered by a shell that looks like an armor, and the waist sticks out. Not to mention the 4-meter-long hardtail. The head is completely like the skeleton of a beast, and deep in the 2 empty eye sockets, there are blood-like red light groups. This appearance is like the existence in a horror movie, and it looks extremely terrifying. And Lan's arrogance exploded instantly, pressing it to the ground. But at the moment he shot, the dungeon suddenly became restless. Juggernaut, who had been forced to the ground by the domineering pressure, seemed to have been strengthened in some way. His body turned pitch black, and he actually stood up under the domineering pressure. Hatred? And Lan frowned slightly, not expecting such an accident. It was the dungeon's hatred of the gods who had confined her to such a place. Because Lan has become a god, his magic power has also advanced to divine power, so the moment he uses his divine power, the dungeon senses it. To kill Lan, the dungeon fortified the Juggernaut. If other gods are here, they may die, but I am not the god of this world. For the hatred of the dungeon, and Lan dismissed it. The opposite Juggernaut became bigger again because of the strengthening. And Lan didn't hesitate, and directly took out the sword of Oath of Victory. You don't even need to liberate your real name, just swing a sword. The golden brilliance turned into a shock cannon, directly annihilating the Juggernaut. Not only that, the light cannon directly penetrated the 27th, 26th, and 25th floors. There is a kind of protection mechanism. I don't recommend destroying the entire dungeon today. And Lan said domineeringly. This is obviously for the dungeon. He is not the god of this world, and he will not be forced to return to the heaven if he uses divine power. A bona fide god who can wreak havoc on dungeons. Not to mention that Lan is still at the level of the god of creation. If he uses the energy of void collapse, he can destroy the entire world of earth and wrong. And Lan's provocation made the dungeon even more angry and hated, but she was still obedient and did not activate the protection mechanism. She never thought that there would be an alien god in this world, not restricted by rules. But thinking about it, there is not so much hatred, because there is no hatred between foreign gods and her. The one who has hatred against her is the god of this world. Sure enough, it seems that I figured this out, and the dungeon returned to peace. The pierced places on the 27th, 26th, and 20th floors were also slowly recovering, and the protection mechanism did not appear. Liu looked at this scene in shock, a little overwhelmed. But soon she thought of her companion and searched everywhere, but even the body was missing. And Lan put away the sword of vowed victory, came to her and said, "Let's go out first." Liu looked at Lan dully and finally nodded. On the way back, Liu didn't say a word, and the whole person seemed to have lost hope. After the two came out, they saw Astria. All the gods of Orari knew about such a big thing in the dungeon. What the Dark family did this time has touched the bottom line of the guild and the gods, and for this reason, they have already planned to launch a final crusade against the Dark family. Liu, what about Alyssa and the others? Astria had a bad premonition in her heart after seeing Liu. Dead all. When Liu said this, he couldn't go on. Tears kept flowing, and the voice was choked up. Astria fell to the ground, feeling the world spinning. At this time, Lan suddenly stood up and said, "Don't be sad, they can still be saved." "You? Who are you?" Astria looked at Lan, not recognizing it at all. "This is not the place to talk, go to your clan first." Lan said to her. Astria looked at Liu, as if asking her. Since Lan came back with Liu, Liu must know something. "He saved me, I should be able to believe it." Liu nodded. After hearing that, Astria first thanked Lan, and then took him back to the family. Returning to the family, without waiting for Astria to speak, Lan took the lead in setting up a layer of enchantment. When Astria saw the scene, she was taken aback. Enchantment magic? No, what Lan used just now is not magic, but divine power. "You god of death? Why can you use divine power?" Astria exclaimed. Liu was also shocked, not expecting Lan to be a god. "I'm not the god of your world, so the rules you made can't restrain me. As for why I save Alicia and the others, it's because we are friends." Lan explained. "Friend?" Astria and Liu were both stunned. Do they have Enlon as a friend? They're always together and have never seen Enlon. I should probably speak to you in this way. Enlon suddenly transformed into the girly appearance she used to be. Enlon. At this moment, the two women finally understood. You guy, you're actually an alien god. Astria didn't know how to describe her mood at the moment. I hope you can keep it a secret, and I won't do anything to destroy your world. Enlon assured the two girls. It's okay to keep it a secret, but you said you saved Alicia and the others, is that true? Astria asked again. Certainly. Enlon released the girls from the imaginary space as he spoke. The injured bodies were all restored to normal. Even the beheaded Layla and the beheaded Niz were completely restored. They just recovered their bodies, not souls. Astria saw the problem at a glance. Don't worry, the soul needs to be repaired too. Enlon also released their restored and regenerated souls, performed the soul secret technique, and returned to their bodies. Seeing this scene, Astria and Liu were both excited. In the expectant gaze of the two girls, the four girls, Arashi, Kagaya, Layla, and Niz, all opened their eyes one after another. Welcome back. Enlon looked at the four girls and smiled slightly. However, Layla suddenly said, Enlon, why are you dead? This sentence immediately made Liu and Astria, who were sad, laughed, while Enlon's face was black. After Liu and Astria told Alice everything, the girls realized that Enlon was a god from another world and saved them. Alice also understood that the boy who rescued Liu when she was dying was the true form of Enlon. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** god, no wonder you have so many skills, and you can also forge weapons. Layla immediately launched a small fist at In-law and punched you in the chest. Sister-in-law. No, it should be my younger brother. No matter what, I have to thank you for saving us. Alyssa thanked sincerely. You're welcome. You are the first friends I made when I came to this world. Isn't it right to save my friends? And Lon waved his hand and said it was right. We're being hypocritical, so Enlon, can you show us what you look like? Kaguya said at this time. When Enlon rescued the scene in the dungeon, she was already dead, so she didn't see his appearance. Hearing her words, Enlon returned to her original appearance. Silver-haired and red-eyed, he looks handsome and looks like he is only about 16 years old. So handsome. Layla directly launched the nympho. Ahem, he's really handsome. Arashi also blushed slightly. Kaguya's small hands covered her chest, as if to prevent her from jumping so fast. It seems that only Liu is slightly normal. Stinky boy, don't show off your charm, my family is about to be stunned by you. Astria knocked on In-law and said like a big sister. After a few women heard this, they all felt a little embarrassed. Don't talk about this, I hope you can help me keep my affairs a secret. I will go back to my family first. And Lon instructed him. Don't worry, we have something to do next. Astria clenched her fists. This time, the Dark family is too much. She wants to unite with the Loki family, the Freya family, and the Ganesha family to destroy them completely. After In-law went back, he could finally build a family station with peace of mind. Now that the nightmare incident on the 27th floor is over, the Astria family is safe. Liu won't go down a road of no return like the original. The plot has been changed. In the days that followed, Orari started another war after the worst incident 2 years ago. With the permission of the guild, the 4 major families launched a crusade against the Thanatos family at the same time. Although the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, the Dark Familia also fought hard. In the end, the entire family station was beaten to ruins, and the main god Thanatos was also sent back to the heaven. The rest of the Dark Familiar all fled into the dungeon and hid in the man-made labyrinth. As for the ruined Thanatos family residence, it was the place where Hestia and the male protagonist Belle lived 5 years later. After this incident, Orari seemed to be much cleaner. Although there are still some fish that slip through the net in the dark corners, the overall development is going in a good direction. After 3 months of construction, the residence of the In-law family was finally completed. A modern super villa with a lot of black technology at the same time. The style of this villa is like the villa of the male protagonist Luofeng in the anime, Devouring the Starry Sky, in Minghui Community, Jiang and Base City. There are 5 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, for a total of 7 floors. The whole villa hardly uses cement and bricks, and it is all panoramic glass, which not only has good lighting, but also has good thermal insulation and cooling effect of these black technology glass. The seemingly transparent glass is actually like a touch screen. It can not only be used as a display, but also display the weather, temperature, and time every day. When sleeping at night, the glass will automatically block light so that the outside cannot see the inside, but the inside can see the outside. A large number of virtual projection instruments are also installed inside the villa, as if living in the future era. There is also a small lake and swimming pool outside, some lotus flowers are planted in the lake, and some fish are raised. Next to the swimming pool is an open-air barbecue, where family members can have parties and parties. Of course, in the past 3 months, in addition to building the family station, Enlon also repaired the souls of Arturia and the others, regenerated them into completed souls, and also helped them create bodies. After possessing the body, Arturia, Amiya Shiro, and Anna also joined Enlan's family. As a result, there are 7 members of the Enlon family. Yishio, Su Muching, Yuning, and Dashima Siko have all risen to level 2 in the past 3 months. Among them, Yishio and Dashima Siko both had S-rank stats, while Su Muching was slightly worse, but both had A-rank stats. Then Yuning was a bit exaggerated, and all the stats were SS. After all, she originally had the strength of LV4 level, and her talent was also good, so her ability value broke through the limit. But there is more exaggeration, that is, the 3 of Arturia. As servants, they had the strength of level 5 before they became family members, so after being given favors, they fought in various dungeons to leapfrog. It only took more than a month to raise all the ability values to the SSS level. Immediately after that, he went to crusade the main floor Goliath at LV1 level and achieved great achievements, and rose to LV2 level together. Since then, all 7 of Enlan's family members have reached level 2. This made him happy, as if he saw the birth of the strongest family in the future. After the completion of the family residence, Enlan held another housewarming banquet and specially invited the Astria family as well. When Astria and the others came to this villa full of black technology, they were immediately envious and asked Enlan to help her get one too. Enlan has been working on construction for 3 months, and he is exhausted. How can he do another one? So he promised, but when he did it, he would not make a guarantee. The members of the 2 major families were all there, and they got to know each other for a while, and then they played completely. During the party, Astria also discovered the talents of the 7 members of Enlan's clan, which made her envious. Like Yuning, Anna, Su Muching, Dashima Siko, and Arturia, these women are all so shining and moving. Astria grabbed Enlan and asked in a low voice, "Tell me honestly, where did you get these geniuses?" Yulari's genius family was basically divided up, and even if a new genius appeared, it was impossible to hide from Freya's eyes that could see through the soul. But Enlan has so much talent here, something is clearly wrong. You forgot that I am from another world. I can travel through the world, and naturally I can go to other worlds to find a genius family. Enlan rolled her eyes and said, F***K, it's so unfair. I also want a genius family. Why don't you give me a few? Astria pleaded. While talking, he peeked at Yuning and Arturia, obviously looking at the 2 girls. I treat you as a friend, but you dig my corner? Enlan's eyes widened, showing an expression that he only saw you today. Stop talking nonsense, do you agree? Astria grabbed Enlan's neck, as if he would strangle him to death today if he didn't agree. Okay, I promise you, the family can't be transferred to you, but I can take you to other worlds. You can find the family yourself. Enlan hurriedly promised her. The 2 people's fights are like sisters and brothers. They are all joking. After what happened last time, Astria regarded Enlan as her own younger brother. Are you going to take me to another world? Astria's eyes lit up when she heard it. The god of this world is called the god of Lisi because it is enough to live in the heavens for hundreds of millions of years, so that he can seal the lower realm of divine power and experience the life of mortals. As the goddess of justice, Astrea is full of sense of justice, but since she is in the lower world, she must also come to have fun. Now that she can go to an unknown world, she is very excited when she thinks about it, and her eyes are full of anticipation. When Enlon saw the scene, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have watched too many animes in my previous life, and more of them are full of regrets and tragedies. Enlon wants to prevent those tragedies from happening, but his family doesn't want so many people. For example, go to Cut. The world of Crimson Eyes recruits Estes as a family, but besides Estes, there are many other high-quality girls in that world. Leona, Nagita, Chelsea, Hill, Chi-Tong, Hei-Tong, etc. These girls are geniuses. Aren't they very suitable for the Astrea family? In addition to these girls, Brand, Lubbock, Will, and Lon are all rare talents. A family of my own would definitely not be able to eat so many people, so it would be better to have another Astrea family to share the burden. It can not only solve the regrets of the original plot, but also allow those characters to have a new way of life. Yes, if you don't want to, forget it, Enlon teased. Of course, you don't want to leave me. Astrea grabbed Enlon. Don't worry, you won't be left behind. Go back and let your clan prepare. In a week, our two clans will explore a new world together. Enlon said to her with a smile. Great. Astrea hugged Enlon's face happily and kissed her. At this time, Layla found out what the two were doing and said, Lord Astrea is too much. Hiding here and eating alone, I will kiss too. After he finished speaking, he jumped on Enlan's body and gave him a fierce kiss on the face. Damn, Lord Enlan's first kiss is guarded by me. Yun-Ing immediately joined in after discovering this scene. A week later, the two families gathered. The Alices already knew that Enlon was a god from other worlds, but this time Enlon was going to take them to other worlds to find a talented family, and they were all excited. No one can resist the temptation of crossing, even their main god Astrea. Enlon felt that it was a bit laborious to travel with so many people at one time, so he simply put them all into the imaginary space and then started the travel by himself. This is an ancient empire with a 1,000-year-old civilization. It is the most powerful country in the world. The alien races around it have no confidence to resist. The only one that can compete with it is the Western Kingdom, while the Southern Desert and the Northern Frozen Soil are relatively far behind, and the Eastern Islands are an uncivilized land. As time goes by, just like people die, the country will gradually decay and go to the day of destruction. Today, the empire that has prospered for thousands of years is just a corrupt hell on earth, with ghosts and ghosts in human skins, arrogant and domineering everywhere. Outside the imperial city, Enlon came to this world and released everyone from the imaginary space. Is this a different world? I feel like I don't need to seal the divine power anymore. After Astrea came out, she immediately discovered that this world was different from the wrong world. As a god, she sees more than mortals, such as the origin of the world. Now that she has come to a different world, she no longer needs to abide by the rules of the wrong world. She can use her divine power with confidence and boldness, and she is not afraid of being forcibly sent back to the heavenly world. Brother Enlon, do you want to fight with me? Astrea suddenly looked at Enlon with a provocative look in her eyes. Enlon moves, and since unlocking all the skills of the Mo King skill tree and then merging with them, he has never used his full power again. He has no idea how strong he is now. As the god of the wrong world, Astrea is not too weak. However, just when the two wanted to give it a try, Alice suddenly said, "There are monsters." Everyone looked in the direction Alice said, and saw a huge earth dragon rushing towards them. This is the earth dragon, which is also called the dangerous species in this world. Enlon explained to the crowd. "Leave it to me." Yuning took the lead and said. Tulong quickly rushed to the front of the crowd, but Yuning threw out a shot and hit Tulong directly on the head. This earth dragon, which looked huge, was smashed and fell to the ground, dizzy and unable to get up. With a dragon in the name, I thought it was strong, but that's it? Yishio shook his head in disappointment. As a Huxia, I always pay special attention to the dragon character. It seems that the dangerous species in this world are not so good. Layla kicked the Tulong's stomach with her foot, as if thinking about whether this guy's meat is delicious. Don't underestimate the dangerous species in this world. The dangerous species in this world are divided into 5 levels. Above level 5, there are super dangerous species and super dangerous species. The strength is enough to match the adventurers of LV6 and LV7. And Lon explained to them again. So powerful? It seems that I can complete the great achievements required for the upgrade in this world. Layla said excitedly. Her ability value has reached the full A level, and she can rise to LV4 level with just one adventure. Don't worry about the upgrade. We are here to recruit family members. Astria said to Layla. I know. Layla replied immediately. Don't stand still. Go into the city and find a place to live. And Lon said, and then turned into a super carriage, and then let the Tulong, who had just been knocked out, pull the carriage. Originally wanted to change into a motorcycle and a car, but it was too exaggerated. Do as the locals do, and the carriage is also good. Tulong was reluctant at first, but after Enlon released only 1/10,000th of the Dragon Emperor's domineering power, it surrendered instantly. Everyone got on the carriage and went in the direction of the imperial capital. After entering the city, Enlon led the crowd to a hotel and opened 14 rooms at a time. This time, the 2 major families are all here. In addition to the 2 gods Enlon and Astria, there are 12 other families. After the room was opened, everyone ordered another table of meals in the private room. Then they gathered together and discussed the world while eating. Enlon is constantly giving them basic knowledge and background about the world, including empires, courtiers, emperors, dangerous species, alien races, and more. Everyone felt as if they were listening to a story. They never thought that a country could last for 1,000 years. Only when they heard the darkness of the empire today, they all frowned. It's abominable. This kind of evil country should not exist. We're going to overthrow it. As the goddess of justice, Astria was the first one who couldn't stand it with a sense of justice. Yes, since we are here, we must do something for the people of this country. Arashi nodded. Later, including Liu, Kagaya, Layla, and Niz, the 4 daughters, all agreed to overthrow the empire. As the family of the goddess of justice, they never lacked justice in their hearts. I also agree with this matter. There is no need for a country with a high level of corruption to exist. Yi Xiao also stood up and said, overthrow the feudalism. Su Muching nodded repeatedly. Such a country must be conquered. Arturia said with serious eyes. The corruption of the empire reminded her of her kingdom of Camelot. She worked so hard to be perfect, but no one understood her, which led to the kingdom's demise. I agree too. Amiya Shiro also said. After all, once he was also a partner of justice. Although he was abandoned by the justice he insisted on and regretted choosing this path, he was still very kind in his heart. The rest of Pashima Siko, Yunyun, and Anna did not speak. The 3 of them were not without their own opinions, but regarded Enlon as their own. Regarding this matter, if Enlon said to overthrow the empire, they would definitely overthrow the empire. So they were waiting for Enlon to speak before making a decision. The empire must be overthrown. Even if we don't take action, the revolutionary army in this world will overthrow the empire, but don't forget that we are here to recruit family members. There are good talents on both sides of the revolutionary army and the empire. You can choose to join any of the 2 sides. Power and then approach those geniuses. Enlon expressed his thoughts. He also doesn't like the empire, but overthrowing the empire is not their priority. Someone in the empire will overthrow, and what they have to do is to save the regrets of the original book, save those geniuses who died on the road of revolution, and then recruit their families. Sure enough, after listening to Enlan's words, everyone regained their composure. Then I'll join the revolutionary army. Astria obviously would not join the empire. Afterwards, Arashi, Kagaya, Liu, Layla, and Niz also indicated that they would join the revolutionary army. Enlon looked at his family. Yishio said, I also joined the Revolutionary Army. The Empire is too dark to join. I'm with you, Shio. Su Muching said. I'll join the Revolutionary Army too. Arturia said. Revolutionary Army. Amiya Shiro also chose the side of justice. I can do both sides. Which side does Lord Enlon want to join? Anna asked Enlon. I won't join either side, it's up to you to choose. Enlon said with a smile. Then let me join the Revolutionary Army. Anna still chose the Revolutionary Army. I also choose the Revolutionary Army. Yuning also made a choice. Evil and justice, as long as normal people will choose justice. I choose to join the Empire. The Revolutionary Army has you to join, and the strength is too strong. Siko Deshima chose the Evil Empire. Enlon looked at her with a smile on the corner of her mouth, clearly supporting her. With a serious tendency to violence, of course, he chooses the Empire so that he can better vent his true self. Others didn't know Siko Pashima had violent tendencies, and when they heard that she chose the Empire, they all gave her a weird look. Only Kagaya seemed to have guessed something. During this time, she has been teaching Pashima Siko. Every time Pashima Siko kills monsters in the dungeon, she is very cruel. Originally, she thought Siko Pashima was going all out against the enemy, but she was obviously wrong. Obviously, there is darkness inside. That being the case, take a night's rest tonight and start your own actions tomorrow. Enlon poured a glass of wine and raised it to the crowd. Everyone also raised their cups and toasted together. The night passed, and the next day everyone started their own actions. Led by Astria, all those who chose to join the Revolutionary Army left the imperial capital and went to the Revolutionary Army's lair. Siko Tashishima was alone and chose to join the Imperial Guards first. What Enlon didn't expect was that Anna, who originally chose to join the Revolutionary Army, did not go with Astria and the others, but stayed by her side. Anna, didn't you choose to join the Revolutionary Army? Enlon asked curiously. I don't care about justice or evil. It doesn't matter which side I join. I just want to be by the side of Lord Enlon. Anna said with a blushing face. Enlon was moved after hearing this. He couldn't help but reached out and touched Anna's little head and said, You forgot what I told you. Anna is Enlan's younger sister. Don't call her an adult. Just call her Big Brother. Brother, Big Brother. When Anna heard this, her face turned even redder, and her head was almost steaming. Okay, let's go. Enlon said with a smile. Where? Anna asked curiously. Night Attack, the assassination team of the Revolutionary Army. Enlon said, picked up Enlon, flew into the sky, and left the imperial capital from the air. Under the perception of God, Enlon found the Night Raid's lair in a mountain range outside the imperial capital. When she and Anna fell from the sky, all the members of Yi Raid rushed out and surrounded them. Who are you? Asked a hot lady with short curly blonde hair. My name is Enlon and my sister Anna is by my side. We are here to defect to the Night Attack. Enlon stated the purpose very directly. The members of the Night Raid looked at each other with doubts in their eyes. Because Enlon not only knew that they were Night Raiders, but also found their lair. You must know that there are only the portraits of Qitong and Brand in the imperial capital, and the appearance of the others has not been exposed. How did he find them? How did you know we were here? A strong and handsome man asked seriously. He is currently the strongest Night Attack, known as Brand of 100 people. It's inconvenient to say this, anyway, I just know. Do you want me to join? Enlon asked helplessly. He can never reveal that he has watched anime in his previous life and knows all the plots. Brother, if you don't tell us, we don't know if you're a spy sent by the Empire. If you want to join us, you must assassinate an imperial aristocrat or official before we can allow you to join the Night Raid. The blonde with short curly hair said. The Killer Squad Night Attack, although affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, is fundamentally different from the Revolutionary Army, and not just anyone can join. Even if you have a grudge against the Empire, and you want to overthrow the Empire, but your own strength is insufficient, joining the Night Raid will only hold you back. What's more, the members of the Night Raid can only live in the dark. Even if the Empire is overthrown, these killers will bear all the sins. All things are false, all things are allowed. Hey Leona, Don't make your own decisions. Be careful, the boss will come back and beat you, said a man with a green color. And Lon took a look. Ouch. Isn't this orphaned egg warrior Lubbock? He was born in a wealthy family, but because he admired and liked Najida, he followed her to join the Revolutionary Army. He was a little lewd, but he was actually very affectionate and righteous. Is it true? I promise you. Do you have a target to kill? And Lon agreed immediately. When the Night Raiders heard this, they all looked at Enlon in surprise. It seems that Enlon really wants to join them, not just talking about it. Wait, before hinting, you must prove your strength, a girl with long black hair and red eyes suddenly said. She is the protagonist of this world, Chitong, and her talent is the strongest existence other than Estes. Chitong thought very simply. If Enlon was a good person, he would assassinate the nobles or officials of the empire in order to join the night raid, and if he was not strong enough, he would definitely be killed. In this way, isn't it equivalent to killing him in the night attack? If they are captured and tortured alive, and the location of the night raid base is exposed, they will also be surrounded and suppressed by the empire. How to prove it? Enlon asked. Fight any one of us and let us determine your strength. Leon said enthusiastically. It's easy, come on. Enlon grinned and took out his Gant sword, a weapon he hadn't used for a long time. With a slight flick, the sharp black blade extended with a bass sound. Where have the members of the Night Raiders ever seen such advanced technological weapons? All of them are amazed by the weapons. Enlan's knife pointed at Chitong, and everyone in the night attack thought he was unlucky. It's hard to choose Chitong, but she won't let go of water. Although Brand is the strongest in the night attack, he belongs to the warrior type. In terms of assassination, Chitong's talent is above Brand. Chitong did not speak, walked out, and then pulled out her weapon. Taigu would kill Marora with one slash. This is the demon sword in Taigu. If you are hurt by the sword, you will be infected with curse poison from the wound and die quickly. There is no way to detoxify it. Hey, Chitong, do you want to use Mirasame? Leona hurriedly stopped. Forget it. Chitong replied with some cuteness. It's okay, I also want to see the power of Mirasame. And Lon said indifferently. Little brother, don't be brave. If you get scratched by Mirasame a little bit, you will die. Leon persuaded. I think I can dodge all attacks. And Lon said confidently. This makes the Night Raiders unhappy. Chitong is their trump card, and they think they can avoid all her attacks. Do you think you are the general and Estes? Leon, I will pay attention. Chitong suddenly said at this time. Obviously, she also wanted to see if Enlon could actually dodge all her attacks. In the end, Leo Lai and the others had to agree, and they gave up a venue for the competition. Leonie came to Anna and asked, Aren't you worried about your big brother? Anna glanced at her and said, She is not a big brother's opponent. Obviously, that she was referring to Chitong. This made the members of Yi Raid unhappy again. This brother and sister were too crazy. Chitong is their trump card. They have never lost. The competition was just beginning, and Chitong held the demon sword Mirasame and quickly attacked Enlon. She's fast and dexterous, making her a natural killer. It's a pity that she has to face a creator god who has a mobile skill library. With a simple wave, Enlon blocked Chitong's blow. This scene stunned everyone, because they all saw that Enlon didn't use all his strength. Chitong's eyes narrowed and he changed his moves. The demon sword in his hand again stabbed Enlon at a tricky angle. Unfortunately, it was blocked again. The speed of the two is getting faster and faster, and almost only after images can be seen. Only Brand was present and could see clearly. Every time Chitong swung his sword, Enlon was relieved. What a terrifying strength. Leon was shocked. She finally knew why the brother and sister were so calm. Chitong's strength is very strong, and in terms of attack power alone, she can match a level 4 adventurer. But the defense is too low, and taking a simple hit will hurt. Adventurers in the wrong world are all improved in all directions, and they can only level up if their stats are above D level. This also caused the adventurers in the wrong world not only to have strong attack power, but also to have good speed, defense, endurance, dexterity, and magic power. Everyone is a hexagonal warrior. Not to mention LV4, Even LV3 adventurers are physically stronger than Shur. It is not uncommon to see pictures of flying out and crashing down a building every time you fight. But Chi-Tong can't do it. Except for Brand, who has the armored Taigu, and Leona, who is the beast-shaped Taigu, the defenses of the others are also pitifully weak. After frantically fencing for a while, Chi-Tong finally stopped. "I can't hit you," Chi-Tong said frankly. Everyone in this night attack recognized in Lan's strength, and if someone with such strength joined them, it would be an extra boost to overthrow the Empire. The strength is recognized, but they still need a registration certificate. So Leonai took out a portrait of a person and said to Lan, "This is an official in the imperial capital. He usually does some things to oppress the poor. Your task is to get rid of him. Simple." And Lan took the portrait and asked Anna to wait for him to return at the night raid headquarters, and then left. At night, the wealthy area of the imperial capital is very bustling and lively. In the home of a noble official, several soldiers tied a young girl to the master's room. Under the terrified eyes of the girl, the maid in the house groomed her. "Little beauty, I'm here," the greasy fat man said, excitedly rubbing his hands. It didn't take long before she saw a greasy middle-aged man with a big belly walk into the room. The girl was terrified, her eyes filled with tears. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out. In the darkness, a shadow of a Tarn more than 3 meters high appeared, with a blue flame-like aura in his eyes. "What?" The greasy middle-aged man screamed and fell into a pool of blood. When the guards in the mansion rushed in, they only saw a headless corpse, and the girl disappeared. In the woods outside the imperial capital, the Shadow Minotaur brought a young girl to Lan's side. It threw the head of the official and the girl on the ground and disappeared. The girl was originally scared to be kidnapped by the Tauren, but after seeing Lan, she suddenly felt a lot more at ease. "Did you save me?" the girl asked with a red face. Looking at the handsome Lan, she felt like she was in a fairy tale. He was spotted by the nobleman and kidnapped, and then the destined Prince Charming appeared to save himself as a hero. Then, in order to repay her kindness, she married him, and she lived a life without shame. Thinking of this, she felt ashamed. So embarrassing. And Lan glanced at the girl. She looked pretty good, but unfortunately not as good-looking as the women around him. Whether it's Liu, Alice, Arturia, Anna, Yunying, any one of them can beat her in terms of looks. The most important thing is that there is no talent to be an adventurer. Lack of interest. Leave the imperial capital and spend the rest of your life in an ordinary village. After Lan finished speaking, he ignored her and left. The girl froze in place, a little overwhelmed. A wry smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she woke up at this moment. And Lan came to Night Raid's headquarters. This time she saw all the members, including Night Raid's boss Najita. I have to say that Nadetta has a really good figure, good looks, and his favorite white hair. It's a pity that she lost an arm and an eye by Estes. When I watched anime before, Lubbock's memories appeared as Najita when she was young. At that time, she was still the general of the Empire, with long hair flowing. It was simply picturesque. This time to cut the red world, Estes is the first target, and Najita is the second target. The reason is naturally that Lan has taken a fancy to her leadership ability, and her family has not yet had a leader, and Yi Xiao is only qualified. In addition to the head of the regiment, 2 deputy heads of the regiment are required. Nadetta is obviously the best candidate, but I don't know if she wants it or not. In addition to Najita, he also saw pink-haired, twin-tailed Lolita Main. Intimate big sister, natural dumb glasses girl Hill. Seeing Anhue's return, Leonai couldn't help but ask, "Why are you back?" "Mission accomplished." And Lan said and took out a package full of blood and threw it on the ground. When I opened it, I saw a human head inside. The face of the human head was the target of his assassination. The Night Raiders were amazed because Lan completed the task too quickly. Leave during the day and come back at night. Every time they assassinate a target, they will investigate all the information of the target in advance, as well as the laws of life and habits, in order to formulate an assassination plan. As a result, it will take a lot of time. "And Lon, I've already heard them talk about today's events. Raid welcomes you." Najita, as the boss, took the lead and said, "Haha, welcome to drink." Leonai said carelessly. Others are also very happy. After all, as killers, they are always in danger of dying. Along the way, there are fewer and fewer companions around. Now there are 2 more companions, and at the same time, I am a little worried about the future life and death. And Lon smiled and then said to Nadetta, "Boss, is it convenient to speak alone?" "Well, yes." Nadetta nodded. Immediately, the 2 came to a separate room. "If you have something, just say it here," Najita said, looking at Enlon. "The boss's eyes and arms were injured by Estes, right?" Enlon asked, looking at her robotic right arm. "How do you know?" Nadetta shuddered when she heard the name Estes. This name is like a nightmare engraved in the depths of her soul. "Don't care how I know, I have the ability to restore your arms and eyes. Would you like to try it?" Enlon asked seductively. Nadetta was shocked when she heard this, and her heart suddenly became a little surging. But soon, she regained her composure, looked at Enlon and asked, "As far as I know, none of the 48 pieces of Taigu can restore the existence of my arms and eyes. If you have this ability, you will definitely have it for me." Requested. "Yes, I will not only help you heal your arms and eyes, but even help you to overthrow the Empire at night. I only have one request. You come with me and become my family." Enlon went straight to the theme. "You have the ability to overthrow the Empire? Do you know the strength of the generals of the Empire and Estes? Also, what do you mean by family?" Najita seemed to hear a funny joke. A set of 3 even asked. Enlon didn't bother to explain. He just waved his hand and took Najita to space transfer together. The 2 disappeared from the room of the Night Raid headquarters and reappeared, already on a mountain top thousands of miles away. Najita was shocked, and she asked Enlon, "What is this place? Do you own the Tegu Dimensional Square, Shangri-La?" "I don't have a Taigu. I just let you see if I have the strength to overthrow the Empire." Enlon raised his hand as he spoke. Dragon Vein Destruction Cannon. The golden divine power turned into a giant dragon and flew to the distant mountains. Boom! With a loud bang, the light of a nuclear explosion illuminated the world. When the explosion ended, the mountains had completely disappeared, leaving only a huge basin, and the land in the basin was also burned into magma by the high temperature. The heat wave came one after another, making the cold night become extremely hot. This is only 1/10, 000 of Enlan's strength. If he does his best, the destructive power of Destroyer Star is enough to destroy the world. If you use Dragon Seed Nucleation, you can destroy a galaxy with one knife. Use the energy of Void Collapse, then this universe can play GG. Therefore, the mere Empire is an ant in his eyes. Nadetta was stunned when she saw the scene. Such a powerful destructive power, even the great General and Estes, who are known as the 2 powers of the Empire, cannot do it. At this moment, she seemed to see the hope of overthrowing the Empire. "Enlon, as long as you can overthrow the Empire, I will agree to any request, including joining the family as you said," Najita said excitedly. Although she doesn't know what a family is, in order to overthrow the Empire, she can agree to all conditions. "Very good, then let me help you restore your arms and eyes first." Enlon showed a satisfied smile. The 8th family has arrived, and he is also a leader candidate with leadership qualities. "Yishio, you are under a lot of pressure. Here for treatment?" Nadetta asked uncertainly. "Because there is nothing here, not even the tools needed for surgery." "Yes, it will be over soon," Enlon said with a smile. Immediately, he took out the highest level of recovery potion in the wrong world and let Najita drink it. Nadetta did so and drank it all in one gulp. The next second, she felt that her broken arm and the wound of her blind eye had become extremely oxygenated, as if new muscle tissue and bones were growing. Enlon felt that it wasn't enough and cast her recovery magic. Then used the ultimate ability Undead King to continuously extract the vitality of the surrounding animals and plants, and then transfer it into Nadetta's body. Under the triple repair, Nadetta's arms and eyes grew back. Not only that, not even a single scar was left. Moreover, under the nourishment of a lot of vitality, There is also the double recovery of medicine and magic, and the dark disease in the body has also recovered. Now her body seems to have returned to when she was a general in the Empire, and she is extremely healthy. Najida opened her eyes, revealing beautiful purple pupils, and said in surprise, "Recovered, really recovered." There's no woman who doesn't love beauty, and she doesn't like installing robotic arms and wearing blindfolds. When Estes destroyed her arms and eyes, she was desperate more than once. But now it's finally fine. Everything is fine. Thank you, Enlon. Nadetta said sincerely. You're welcome. You're a member of the family that I consider to be a member of the family. It's a matter of course for you to treat your disability and old wounds. Enlon shook his hand and said it didn't matter. I want to ask, what is the family you're talking about? Najida heard the word family again and couldn't help asking. Simply tell you, family members can be understood as believers who develop in the human world. They will be blessed by God to develop their potential and become extremely powerful. Enlon explained briefly. Najida is smart, and she deduces a lot from Enlan's words. Only gods can develop families, so isn't Enlon? Are you a god? Nadetta not only breathed a little faster, but even her title became respectful. Yes, for sure. Only a god has such terrifying destructive power, something that even a super dangerous species cannot do. That's right, I'm a god from another world, because the original world didn't have many talents to develop a family, so I went to other worlds to develop a family. It's good for you to attack at night, and you have the potential to become a family. Enlon explained to her again. Then you plan to take them all? Nadetta was extremely excited. If all the members of the Night Raid join the family of the gods and become stronger, what is the Mirror Empire? The most important thing is that in the future, there will be no more sacrifice of companions when performing tasks. Night Raid members are good, but I can't get all of the family. I only accept what I like. Enlon shook his head, disappointing Najida a little. I feel that my talent is far inferior to Qitong and the others. Why would you like me? Najida was a little puzzled. You are too humble. You are the youngest general in the Empire with Estes. You know your talent the most, not to mention that you are a good leader. My family currently lacks a head and 2 deputy captain, so I like your leadership ability. Enlon told Najida the reason very bluntly, because he liked her leadership ability. I see, I understand. Nadetta nodded. I'll grant you favors first. Enlon said suddenly. Nadetta was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do. Just show your back, Enlon told her. Nadetta's face turned red. It was the first time she was seen by a man in the back of her senior year. Although shy, she did it anyway. With his back to Enlon, he lifted his clothes. Immediately, a smooth back as white as jade was exposed in front of Enlan's eyes. Enlon cut her fingers and dripped a drop of divine blood on her back, and the tattoo of the family emblem also emerged. Welcome to be the 8th member of the Enlon family, Enlon said with a smile. Nadetta put down her clothes, clearly feeling that she was different from just now, but she couldn't say exactly what the difference was. Enlon looked at her and simply told her the information about the upgrade of Enhui. That is to say, as long as you keep training and fighting, you can upgrade and become stronger? Nadetta's face showed excitement. Because of the existence of grace, she saw hope beyond Estes. That's right. Enlon nodded. Najida's talent, he is still very optimistic. After teleporting back to the Night Raid headquarters again, Najida and Enlon came out of the room. It's just that when the members of Night Raid saw Najida, they were all stunned. Boss, your hands and eyes, recovered? Leone covered his mouth with his hands, looking in disbelief. God, how is this possible? The lowly girl Main exclaimed. Boss has become so beautiful. Hill exclaimed. Lubbock couldn't help swallowing. He only joined the Revolutionary Army after following Najida because he always liked Najida. Even if Nadetta loses her arms, loses her eyes, then loses her long hair, smokes every day, and becomes more and more manly, he still likes Nadetta. Unexpectedly, today, I saw Nadetta restore her beauty again. What the hell is going on? Brand asked seriously. Thanks to Enlon. He used a healing potion to help me recover from my disability and old wounds. Najida said to everyone with a smile. Xian and Lan had negotiated not to reveal his identity until the empire was overthrown. And Lan, amazing! Qitong gave him a thumbs up. It's more than amazing, and Lan's brother is the lucky star of our night attack. Leonai hugged in Lan's head and brought a shower of facial cleanser. When Anna on the side saw the scene, the blue veins on her forehead were about to pop out, and she almost picked up the sickle and slashed Leonai alive. All beamed cheerfully, celebrating Nadetta's recovery. After this incident, Lan can be considered to be completely integrated into the Night Raid and become one of them. After joining Night Raid, Lan was also assigned a room. After taking a bath, it was already midnight. He was about to go to bed when he heard the sound of fighting outside. Everyone was awakened, thinking they had been attacked. After Lan followed the crowd out, only then did he see the beast-sized Leona fighting a girl with a gun. Lan saw the girl's appearance clearly and found that it was Yunying. "Stop hitting my own," he hurriedly stopped. Both sides stopped and looked at him. Yunying saw Lan, put away her weapon, and swooped in with a smile on her face. Lan caught it and asked, "Didn't you go to join the Revolutionary Army? Why did you come here?" Yunying explained with a smile, "It's so boring over there. I saw that Anna didn't come, and I guessed that she wanted to be with you alone, so I came." Everyone in the night attack widened their eyes, but they didn't expect that this girl who was not under Leona would also know Lan. Najida's eyes lit up, and she guessed that the girl in front of her must be one of Lan's clans. Leonai said angrily, "I thought someone was invading, but I didn't expect it to be your acquaintance Lan, I'm sorry." The beast-eyed Leona's short golden curly hair turned into long curly hair, and animal ears grew, and both hands became animal claws. "Your strength is good. We will fight again in the future." Yunying jumped out of Lan's arms and said excitedly, "Okay, I'll accompany you anytime." Leonie replied. Next, Najida arranged another room for Yunying, and everyone rested. However, the members of Night Raid are doomed to not be able to sleep because so much has happened today. Not only did 2 masters join the team, but Najida also recovered from her disability and old injuries. The overall strength of the night attack has been directly raised by a grade. However, they didn't know that Anna's strength was actually stronger than Yunying's, but she never made a move, so everyone just regarded her as Lan's younger sister and had no fighting power. After the night passed, Leon was going to the Imperial capital to pick up a mission today. Lan has nothing to do and plans to forge the weapons promised to Arashi, Kagaya, Layla, and the others while he has time. He came to the back mountain of the Night Raid headquarters. There is a waterfall lake here, but it is a beautiful place. Anna and Yunying, 2 little followers, naturally followed along, and they were called watching casting weapons. Lan came to the lake and took out various materials. Some of these materials are dropped by dungeon monsters, and some are created by him. The most important thing is mithril and aliha steel, which is the key to forging powerful weapons. The black dagger that he Faith Toss helped Bell forge was made of mithril. Melt mithril with black flame and add some aliha to make it a super strong alloy. Then add the fire attribute material and slowly shape the weapon. Finally, describe the magic energy gathering method of the fire attribute and inlay the fire attribute spar. Finally, a top weapon with fire attributes was successfully forged. The Sword of the Emperor Yen. The overall appearance is crimson, including the sword body, which is also red. Because of the pirated version of other people's appearance, the name of the Sword of Emperor Yen can be regarded as a tribute. Arashi's weapon was finished, and Kagaya's weapon was next. The forging process is the same, except that the fire attribute is changed to the wind attribute, which makes the weapon easier and sharper, which is very suitable for IHE/. The shape of the weapon still chooses the weapon of the fairy tale Urza, the demon sword Red Sakura. The name has not changed, and it is also called Hongying. Finally, there's Layla's weapon, which is a bit of a hassle. Layla's weapon is called the Flesh-Eating Flying Sword, which is somewhat similar to the Meridian Mandarin Duck Tomahawk in ancient Dacia, with small radial flying swords on it, which are used for throwing attacks. There are no samples of this weapon to visit either, and Lan can only build a similar model. It seems to be similar to the original, but in fact, the level has been improved by more than one step. Whether it is forging materials or craftsmanship, they are all top-notch. After the 3 weapons were forged, Enlon tried each of them and then put them in the system backpack and gave them to them when they met next time. Anna and Yuning looked greedy, but they all had their own matching weapons. Seeing the eyes of the 2 women, Enlon suddenly smiled and said, "Show me your weapons as well, and I'll help you upgrade them." The 2 girls were overjoyed and hurriedly took out the slaughtering gun and the blade of the undead, a fire attribute spear and a death attribute sickle. The weapons forged in front of Enlon, just like he faith toss in the wrong world, did not use divine skills and divine power. Therefore, although the forged weapons are all top level, they are not artifacts. A real god-made weapon is much more powerful. After analyzing the Sword of Oath of Victory, Enlon already has the technology to create weapons. This time, let's try these 2 weapons. First, it is tempered with divine power to make the weapon more pure, and then it is integrated with divine power to give birth to divinity. Then it is based on the attributes of the weapon to strengthen this ability. The skimmer is a fire attribute, and Enlon allows it to burst into a higher temperature and more powerful divine flame. The slaughtering immortal blade, the divine sword of Greek mythology, although it is not excellent in itself, after being injured by the slaughtering immortal blade, the wound is absolutely irreversible. This sword has the power to nullify the undead property, and the hero Perseus cut off the sleeping Medusa's head with the blade of slaughtering undead. So this sword has also become a special weapon for Medusa. I don't know why, but Anna's weapon was really the slaughtering undead blade that killed herself, and the sword also turned into a scythe. In any case, the attribute of this scythe is to invalidate the undead attribute, and the wound cannot be healed. Enlon makes its attribute stronger. Not only the wound cannot be healed, but even eroded by the death attribute. After some forging, the levels of the 2 weapons have all reached the level of the Sword of Oath of Victory. Of course, they don't fire like cannons. The 2 girls were very happy when they got the enhanced weapon. Back at the night raid base, Leona, who went out to pick up the mission, has returned. The task she borrowed this time was to assassinate a rich and noble family. They often deceived foreigners who had just arrived in the imperial capital, and then imprisoned them, conducted various human experiments, and finally tortured them to death. When Enlon heard it, wasn't this the noble family who deceived the male protagonist Tasmi at the beginning of the plot? Thinking of this, Enlon suddenly asked Leone, "Did you cheat a stranger in the city today?" Leone suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Enlon with a look of disbelief. "Really?" Seeing her expression, Enlon had already guessed it. "Leone, did you do something?" Najida also noticed Leone's expression and asked seriously. "Ha ha ha, I just saw a hot-blooded young man who just came to the imperial capital, so I gave him a lesson." Leone scratched his head and smirked, trying to fool him. "The purpose of our night raid is to punish evil and promote good. If you do this, what is the difference between us and those dignitaries?" Najida sighed, her eyes full of disappointment. "Boss, don't be angry, I'll give it back to that boy," Leone said hurriedly. "Don't worry, you will meet that boy again when you perform the mission tonight." Enlon patted her on the shoulder and said mysteriously, "Can you know that too?" Leone asked in disbelief. "Think about it, our target of this assassination likes to deceive foreigners. That young man was defrauded of all his money by you, and he has no place to live. Will he be discovered by kind nobles and brought home?" Enlon asked. Leonil asked. "It can't be so coincidental." Leone was a little scared. If things really turned out like that, wouldn't he have harmed that young man? At night, all members of the night raid were dispatched, including Enlon and others who had just joined. Everyone was a skilled expert, so they easily invaded the imperial defense and came to the noble's villa. There is a yard outside the huge house, and there are several guard soldiers in the yard. "Rookie, do you want to try it?" Lubbock asked Yuning. After what happened last night, he knew the strength of the girl in front of him. Yuning ignored him, turning her head to Anna and said, "Bibi, who has solved it more?" "Okay." Anna nodded. Immediately, the 2 rushed into the villa and started killing. Anna wielded a sickle like a god of death. As long as it touched it, it would be cut in two. The Night Raiders were once again terrified. And Lan's younger sister, Anna, was actually stronger than Yunying. Fortunately, they also took care of Anna as a little sister, and this little sister turned out to be more powerful than them. I'm going to help too. Chi-Tong pulled out the demon sword and joined the battle. Kill one by one. The three girls were like little supermen and quickly killed all the guards. At this time, only the noble family and the male lead Tasmi were left in the entire house. When the family saw the members of the night raid, they all trembled with fear and pretended to be innocent. At this time, a little brown hare stood up and guarded the noble family. He is the male protagonist Tasmi, and he is one of the few Japanese anime male protagonists that Enlan does not hate. Tasmi regarded Yi Raid as a heinous devil. After all, the noble family took him in. Little brother, you are really here, Leone said happily when he saw Tasmi. Damn, it's you again. Your night raids are all bastards, Tasmi said preconceivedly. Young man, before you said this, did you know what the family you were protecting had done? Leone asked grimly with a gloomy expression on his face. Tasmi was stunned for a moment, a little unclear. But the face of the noble family he protected changed drastically. Tasmi, don't believe her. The noble family's daughter pretended to be pitiful. And Lon shook his head helplessly and said, what nonsense, talk to him, just let him see the evidence. After he finished speaking, he used silk threads to bind Tasmi and the noble family. Seeing the scene, Lubbock exclaimed directly, how can you use the ever-changing crosstail? I'm not Taigu. And Lon explained casually. Immediately, he took Tasmi to a closed room and kicked the door open. There are many torture instruments in the secret room, and many people are still detained, but these people are basically not far away from death, and some corpses are hung in the air. At this moment, Tasmi saw two familiar figures. It is his companions, Ayaz and Seo. Xiaoyu has been tortured into a human form, and the body is still hanging there naked. Ayaz was locked in a small iron cage like a dog, with plates all over his body, obviously infected with an unknown virus. This scene made Tasmi stunned, and it hit his brain fiercely. Seeing his appearance, Enlan untied the bondage and said, look carefully, this is the darkness of the imperial capital. Tasmi. Are you Tasmi? At this time, the detained Ayaz also saw Tasmi, with an excited look on his face. But before he said a word, he started coughing wildly, coughing up black blood continuously. Ayaz. Tasmi cut off the iron cage and released him. Tasmi, it was this family who took the initiative to talk to me and Xiaoyu. We lost consciousness after eating, and we were locked here as soon as we woke up. It was that woman who tortured Xiaoyu to death. As he spoke, he cried. Things could no longer be busy, and the noble lady said angrily, what did I do wrong? You are a group of countrymen from other places who are useless at all, just like domestic animals. How to treat you is my freedom. Besides, that woman is obviously just a beast, but her hair is so soft and shiny. It's really arrogant, but I'm so annoyed by the curly hair, so I tortured her meticulously and thoughtfully. She should be fine if she is so favored by me, thank me. The sharp sound made Enlan feel like a swarm of flies buzzing in his ears. Sadistic family in the cloak of good people. Leona frowned and said in disgust. It was also the first time for Anna and Yunying to see such a disgusting person, and they were all moved to kill. Chi-Tong even pulled out the demon sword Nurasame directly, and said with murderous intent in his eyes, burning. Wait a minute. Tasmi suddenly stopped. Do you still want to cover up their family? Leon asked. No, let me behead. Tasmi came to their family, pulled out his sword, and cut it down. A clean and sharp sword, very talented. When Enlan saw it, he couldn't help but think of becoming a family. Tasmi's late growth was very fast. In the comics, in order to deal with Estes, he joined forces with Chi-Tong. One merged with Taigu and turned into a dragon species. One uses Muramame to cut himself and uses secret skills to strengthen himself. But even so, the two couldn't beat Estes. In the end, it was under the siege of a group of people that Estes completely fell. That's right, the endings of manga and anime are different, because the anime ends first, so the finale is self-made. But in the real manga finale, it's not that Chitong single-handedly kills Estes. Even if Akatsuki used the magic sword Muramame's secret skills, she was no match for Estes. This is exactly what is so scary about Estes, and Lan's first target in this world is her. The second target is Najida, and the third target is Akatsuki and Tasmi. As expected of Tasmi, I'm in a much better mood now. Aya smiled when he saw the family being killed. Even though his body was in great pain at the moment, and blood was oozing from his nose and mouth, he still felt very refreshed. Tasmi took him and Seo's bodies out and put them on the ground. After Ayaz told Tasmi his last words, he eventually died. Master-in-law, can you save him with your strength? Yuning suddenly asked in a low voice. Okay. And Lan nodded. It's just a virus, and it can be easily solved. Physical injuries can be resolved with a single recovery magic. But he didn't choose to save him, because the death of Ayaz and Shayu would bring about qualitative change and growth for Tasmi. The people in the night raid also helped Tasmi to bury the two, and then Leon took Tasmi hostage and forcibly brought him back to the night raid. She has also seen the talent of this young man. Now he has killed the nobles in the imperial capital. This is the fresh blood that the night attack needs. After Tasmi joined the night raid, the members of the night raid did not let him perform the task, but handed it over to Brand for training. And Lan valued him very much, so he also gave pointers on swordsmanship from time to time. His swordsmanship is a perfect set of swordsmanship that has been combined with the essence of many swordsmanship masters and then unified by the Great Sage. Coupled with the existence of the Juggernaut's protection buff, and Lan's understanding and performance of the sword is definitely the top existence. Under the training of the two masters, Tasmi's strength improved rapidly. On this day, Leonai received a new mission. When everyone was eating, she took out two portraits. It was Oka, captain of the Imperial Guard, and Jamal, the oil merchant. According to the client, Oka received a large amount of bribes from the oil dealer Jamal, and then whenever he committed a crime, Oka would find a scapegoat for him, and the client's fiancé was framed in this way and then punished death penalty. Leon said to the crowd. After she finished speaking, she also took out a bag of gold coins, which was the commission money this time. So much? Tasmi asked in surprise. Leonai's face sank and said, I smelled the aura of disease on her body, probably accumulated by constantly selling her body. How could this be? Tasmi once again recognized the darkness of the imperial capital. Not only Tasmi, but other people are also very uncomfortable. In the end, everyone decided that Oka, the target of this mission, would be handed over to Tasmi to verify that his training during this period of time was successful. As for the oil merchant Jamal, Chi Tong and Leon are in charge. The next step is to develop an assassination plan. It's too much trouble. Wouldn't it be easy to just kill them? Yuning said impatiently. Don't underestimate the imperial capital. No matter how powerful the killer is, it can't match thousands of troops. Do you think you can defeat 10,000 with one? And Lan shook his head and said, except for him who can ignore the empire, no one else can, not even Anna, who has the strength of a servant. What's more, there are still firearms in this world, and the generals of the empire are not vegetarians. This time Lan did not intervene in the mission, because he knew that Tasmi and their mission would not happen, so he planned to take Najida to improve his strength. Teleporting to the Nora Sea of trees in Kiev, and Lan sensed that there are a large number of dangerous species, even super dangerous species. Nadetta changed her previous men's attire to a black one-piece battle dress today, with white stockings on the bed with her long legs, and her shoes were changed to combat boots, with a white trench coat over it. This dress is almost the same as when she was a general in the Empire many years ago. The most important thing is that she actually started to grow long hair, stopped drinking and smoking, and changed the character of a man's wife. And Lan knew that it was because her arms and eyes had recovered, so she regained her confidence. Are you sure I can become stronger as long as I keep killing dangerous species? Nadetta asked Lan. Of course, although it won't allow you to level up, When you fight against dangerous species, you will be recorded with favors, converted into experience, and increase your ability value. And Lon nodded and said. After saying that, he found a dangerous species and teleported directly with Najita. This is a dangerous lizard-like species, the size of an elephant. The sharp claws are like alloy war knives, exuding a cold light. That's it. And Lon said to Najita. This is a super dangerous species, I don't even have a weapon. Najita said speechlessly. Her former taigu was a romantic battery, pumpkin, but she was given it to Maine because of her disability. Hold it. And Lon copied a travel sword and threw it to her. After getting the weapon, Najita directly attacked the lizard, and it was dangerous. Aim for the opponent's weakness, the eyes. Pfft. A sword was inserted into the eye, and the lizard screamed in pain, waving its claws towards Najita. Najita pulled out her long sword and turned over to dodge it. After all, he was a former Imperial general. Although his combat power was not as good as Este's, he was a rare master among the younger generals. It's a pity that she is not familiar with swordsmanship. Although she can use any weapon, she is not proficient. And Lon gives her pointers while watching her fight. Najita's comprehension is very strong, and with the continuous battle, the swordsmanship is rapidly improving. Before long, the lizard was beheaded by her. And Lon asked her to rest for a while to get a sense of the battle just now, and then he went to devour the corpse of the dangerous species and added another mimetic species. After half an hour, continue fighting. He took Najita to find another super dangerous species. This time it was a giant forest boa with a body thicker than a human, more than 10 meters long. The dangerous species of snakes are obviously much more dangerous. Not only is the attack speed extremely fast, but their scales are also highly defensive. If you are accidentally caught by it, it is basically equivalent to death, and you can't get rid of it at all. And Lon was still watching from the side, giving pointers from time to time. Najita frantically attacked the giant boa's 7 inches, but unfortunately the scale's defense was too high, and the 3-star travel sword couldn't break the defense at all. If you can't break it once, then twice. If you can't break it twice, then 4 times. And if you can't break it 4 times, then 8 times. Concentrate your power to one point and attack the same place every time. And Lon reminded. Najita's eyes lit up and she immediately understood. Next, while dodging the giant boa's attack, she attacked its 7 inches. Although the defense could not be broken, she did not give up. The 7-inch scale was attacked again and again, and finally after a dozen or so attacks, the scale couldn't bear it and finally shattered, revealing the bright red snake flesh. The giant boa roared in pain, and it seemed to sense the crisis. It didn't want to fight anymore, and it was about to prepare to escape. But Najita wouldn't give it a chance, and stabbed 7 inches with a sword again. The giant boa tumbled violently on the ground and gradually lost its vital features. Not bad. And Lon appreciated. Immediately, he devoured the body of the giant boa. Let Najita rest for another half an hour, and then continue to fight for the dangerous species. Just like that, the day passed quickly. All the super dangerous species in the Nora Sea of Kiev were found by Enlon, and then killed by Najita. Before returning to the base, Enlon updated Najita with the favor. Name, Najita. Level LV1. Abilities, Strength, I0E461 Durability, I0E427 Dex, I0E435 Agility, I0E419 Magic, I0404. Development Ability. Magic. Skill. The speed of this ability value improvement is outrageous, and all attributes jumped directly from my level to V level, which spanned 3 levels. Back at the base, Leona and the others who went out to perform the mission also returned. Tasmi completed the task beautifully this time, beheading Oka alone. It was only when he withdrew that he met a strong woman and fought with her before he escaped. Through Tasmi's description of the woman, Enlon discovers that it is Siko Pashima. It seems that she successfully joined the garrison. And Lan's mouth twitched slightly. After everyone checked Tasmi's body and determined that there was no major injury, they were relieved. The mortality rate of newcomers who perform the mission for the first time is very high. Tasmi crosses this level, and the subsequent growth will be faster. In the days that followed, Brand continued to train Tasmi every day. And Lon takes Najita every day, searching for dangerous species all over the world to fight. Because Najita is very strong and she fights dangerous species every day, her favor increases very quickly. A month later, her ability points have all reached S rank. Next, it only takes one adventure to complete the feats that the gods are amazed at, and then you can be promoted to LV2. On this day, Anlan brought Najita, Anna, and Yunying 3 daughters to the extreme north. This is the territory of aliens, the world of ice and snow. Anlan found a super dangerous species through divine perception. Since the establishment of the empire, the super dangerous species have been hunted with the power of the whole country, and their materials have been used to forge the taigu. There are very few super dangerous species in this world. The highest level dangerous species that people see are only super dangerous species. But this time, Anlan sensed a super dangerous species under the ice in the extreme northern seas. After teleporting to the destination, Anlan asked the 3 girls to stand further away. Then I saw him lift his foot and stomp. Boom! With a super loud noise, the ice layer up to 100 meters thick burst directly. With Anlan as the center, a strong shockwave spread, and the entire ice and snow island began to collapse. Well, a roar came from under the ice layer, and then everyone saw a white bear more than 10 meters tall. You 3, today's task is to solve it. Anlan ordered to the 3 women. This super dangerous species is very powerful and Nadetta alone cannot defeat it. So Anlan asked Anna and Yunying to assist and team up to fight. In the dungeon, it is also a great achievement to form a team to defeat the floor master. It's very strong, but this is the challenge. Yunying smiled excitedly and took out the swept gun. Anna didn't speak, but also took out the sickle. Only Nadetta slightly covered her forehead. It's too messy. 3 people just want to deal with a super dangerous species? No way, only bite the bullet. At this time, the white bear had already spotted Anlan and rushed towards him with a roar. Anlan appeared in the sky in a flash, and White Bear lost his target, so he changed his target to the 3 girls. Yunying and Anna took the lead in attacking, one left and one right, cooperating with each other. The 2 artifacts, the slaughtering gun and the blade of the undead, instantly left bloodstains on the white bear. The blood of the super dangerous species contains a lot of energy, splashing on the ice layer, directly melting the ice into water, and boiling the water. If this is splashed on people, wouldn't it be more terrifying than concentrated sulfuric acid? It was also the first time for Najita to see the true strength of Yunying and Anna, but she did not expect to be so powerful. But she quickly reacted, and while Anna and Yunying attacked and absorbed the hatred of the white bear, she also attacked the weakness of the white bear. The white bear was angry and spit out a cold wind that blew the 3 away. Then the cold wind became colder and colder, as if to freeze them. Liao Yuan 100 slashes. Yunying shouted loudly, and a golden divine flame erupted from the skimming gun, turning into a fire dragon, blocking the cold wind. Anna took this opportunity to summon woo-woo chains to restrain the white bear's limbs. Najita jumped to the top of the white bear, and the travel sword was inserted into the head of the white bear. The white bear struggled in pain, and the chains quickly broke. Nadetta was also thrown off. Yunying wanted to use Liao Yuan 100 slash again, but was slapped by the white bear. However, at the moment when she was shot and flew out, she actually used the carbine returning move to project the swept gun in her hand. The red spear turned into a streamer and inserted into the head from the white bear's eyes. The tip of the fire spar forged gun exploded with super high temperature, and Bai Xiang felt his brain boiling. Anna summoned the chains again to immobilize the white bear. At the same time, she threw the sickle in her hand to Nadetta under the white bear. Najita stood up, took the scythe in the air, and slashed it directly from the neck of the white bear. Pfft! The huge bear head fell to the ground, and the red blood flowed everywhere like magma, quickly melting the ice. After watching the battle, Anlan couldn't help clapping for the 3 girls. The first time he cooperated, He played so well, which was beyond his expectations. Finally dead. Nadetta breathed a sigh of relief, very happy. Yuning came to the bare head with a look of disgust and pulled out her swept gun. Anna also smiled as she completed Enlan's quest. Next, Enlan fell from the sky and directly devoured the body of the white bear. Then it is to update the favor to the three daughters. Yuning and Anna's ability points have greatly increased, while Najida has completed the adventure. All ability points have broken through to SS level, and then upgraded to LV2 level. After completing the upgrade, Enlan will take the three daughters to leave the extreme north. But in the next second, he discovered that there were countless people fighting in the distance. He walked quietly with his three daughters, only to discover that the Imperial Army was crusades against the alien races in the north. The leader of the Imperial Army is Estes and her three beastmen, and the leader of the alien race is their Prince Numa Sekar. Enlan was very impressed with this Numa Seka. When watching anime in the previous life, in order to highlight the strength of Estes, this Numa Seka was also shaped to be very strong. He claims to be a brave man in the north. He brings his own halo as soon as he appears on the stage. He never fails when he holds a gun in his hand. He has a terrible situation strategy and is deeply trusted by people. The result was such a character like Long Outyen. As soon as he appeared on the stage, his self-esteem was shattered by Estes, and he put on an iron ring and became a good dog. The final shot is of kneeling naked in front of Estes, licking her boots, and finally being kicked to death. Estes. Najida saw Estes. Her whole body was not well, as if she was trapped in the memories of the past. The soldiers on both sides were fighting fiercely, but Estes did not take action at all. Only the three beastmen took action. Numa Seka also showed quite strong strength. With one enemy one person resisted the three beastmen. This strength is not under brand at all. The northern warriors are still somewhat powerful, but unfortunately their opponents are too strong. Enlan looked at Estes, and sure enough, she had the temperament of a super-shaking queen. With long blue hair and double pupils, her beautiful face is like an ice and snow elf. She is dressed in a white modern military uniform and beret, and she is valiant. That woman is so strong, Yuning said in surprise when she saw Estes. Yeah, Anna also nodded. Enlan didn't speak, thinking about how to take Estes as a family. In the face of her strong character, it can only be crushed with more powerful force. After fighting for a while, the armies on both sides finally chose to withdraw. Estes didn't shoot from beginning to end, as if he was watching a game. Only Enlan knew that if she did it, the war would be over. The reason why she didn't make a move was just cultivating the army. In the original plot, if it hadn't been for the night raid to assassinate a large number of high-ranking officials and nobles in the imperial capital, which made people panic, it would have been impossible for Estes to end the northern war ahead of schedule, and then be recalled by the imperial capital. This woman is really suitable for the final boss because she not only shakes her ass, but also likes abuse, torture, ravages, and wars. Every time she fights, she clearly has the strength to destroy the opponent, but she deliberately leaves a living hole and planted the seeds of hatred, looking forward to the opponent's revenge. As a result, the war would fall into a never-ending cycle. In other words, with a character like Estes, it's not really suitable for Orari to be an adventurer. If she goes to Orari, maybe she will cause some big events like the Dark Familiar. Of course, since Enlan dared to accept it, she had absolute certainty to restrain her. After watching the war on both sides, he teleported back to the night raid base with the three Najida girls. In the days to come, Enlan intends to continue searching for dangerous species for Najida to fight. But when he scanned the whole world with his divine sense perception, he found that there were only 3 super dangerous species left in this world, and they were still hidden. There are not many super dangerous species, only 20 or 30. If the beheading continues, it is estimated that the species will become extinct. This world is not like the wrong world. The monsters in the dungeon can be refreshed infinitely, and you never have to worry about killing them. Suddenly, Enlan thought of his clone skills and mimicry. In the later period of Mangwang, in order to train his subordinates, he created a maze and even drove a trumpet to play as a boss in the maze. The dungeon monsters in the Wrong World, from the 1st floor to the 59th floor, all kinds of monsters and floor masters, and Lon devoured them. In addition, there are various dungeon monsters and bosses in the world that can be upgraded alone, all of which he can mimic. As long as you separate a large number of clones and then make the clones mimic monsters, the strength remains the same as the monsters, and let the clones fight with Najita, Anna, Yunying, and the others. Isn't the effect the same as fighting monsters in the dungeon? When he thought of it, he did it, and Lon called the 3 girls, and then divided 10 avatars and let the avatars mimic. Suddenly, 10 clones turned into 10 different monsters or monsters. Minotaur, Cerberus, Silverback Ape, Wyvern, Skeleton Sheep, Gargoyle, Obsidian Soldier, Lava Giant. In addition to the above 8 kinds of ordinary monsters, there are actually 2 more floor masters, Goliath and Amphius Balana. Paimon, you will control these clone monsters to fight with them later, don't let water. And Lon ordered Paimon. Don't worry, leave it to me, Lord and Lon. Immediately, under the control of Paimon, the 10 cloned monsters all moved. Nadetta was stunned, because none of the monsters in front of her came from this world, so it gave her a strong visual impact. Especially the 2 floor masters, it's terrifying. The level of these monsters ranges from LV2 to LV5, and you will fight against them every day from now on. And Lon said to the 3 girls. Anna and Yunying didn't react much, because they went to the dungeon to kill monsters almost every day in the Wrong World. These monsters in front of them are very familiar and used to it. Will it be too much? Nadetta asked. If you want to improve your strength and surpass Estes, don't think too much, but too little. And Lon gave her a cold look and said. As soon as these words came out, Nadetta was stunned. Estes can be said to be her inner demon. Before Lon appeared, she never thought that she could defeat Estes one day. But Lon gave her the way to become stronger and let her see hope for revenge. I see. Nadetta's eyes became firm and sharp. At this moment, she had a desire for strength. When there is desire, there is the motivation to become stronger. The battle begins, 3 women versus 10 mimetic monsters. And Lon watched from the side, pointing out their shortcomings from time to time. Of course, where he performed well, he would also appreciate it without hesitation. After more than an hour, all 10 mimetic monsters were beheaded. The 3 girls were all tired, panting, and dripping with sweat. And Lon took out 3 bottles of Coke from the system backpack and froze it a little with the cold air. Here. He threw the Coke to them. The 3 women took it, opened it, and took a sip, feeling much more comfortable. This drink is so delicious. Nadetta drank Coke for the first time and was shocked by its taste. Although Anna and Yunying are not modern people, they have long known all kinds of modern utensils and food by following in landside. What's more, Anna is a servant. When she was summoned to Fuyuki City, she knew all the information of modern society. Half an hour after recovering, continue fighting. And Lan's mouth twitched, looking at the 3 girls with a devilish smile. And just like that, Lan's super intensive training began. One day passed, and the 3 women slaughtered more than 100 mimetic monsters. In the evening, after dinner, Lan began to renew the favors for them one by one. After the update, it was exactly as he had guessed. Because the 3 girls killed monsters in various leapfrog battles, their abilities increased very quickly. In this way, I believe that the 3 girls will soon be able to fill up the LV2 level of ability value, and then rise to the LV3 level. Najita felt very happy when she felt the improvement in her own strength. This visible strengthening made her more confident in revenge. At this time, Lan suddenly took out a magic book and threw it to Nadetta. This is for you. Let's see what magic can be awakened. Najita doesn't have any magic or skills now, so Lan intends to let her awaken a magic first through the magic book. Najita took over the magic book and was suddenly moved. What Lan did to her, she remembered it in her heart. Whether it's treating her arms and eyes, or taking her to fight dangerous species to gain stats, it's all for her sake. Now he gave himself another precious magic book. Through getting along with Yunying and Anna these days, she already has some understanding of the wrong world, and she naturally knows how precious the magic book is in the wrong world. As a family member with such a master god, what more can I ask for? After Nadetta finished reading the magic book, she fell into a coma. Yunying walked over and picked up the magic book. At this time, the contents of the book had all disappeared. I don't know what magic she can awaken. Anna looked expectant. If it were me, I would definitely awaken fire magic. Yunying patted her chest and said. The wait passed quickly, and when Najida woke up again, Enlan noticed a flash of lightning in her eyes. What magic awakened? Yunying asked impatiently. Lightning. Nadetta opened her right hand as she spoke, and a layer of crimson thunder and lightning immediately filled the air. This kind of thunder and lightning is a bit like Mordred's red thunder in the Xingyue world, and its destructive power is very strong. Najida raised her hand to the open space in the distance and suddenly shouted, "The red thunder is shattered." In the next second, the thunderbolt in his hand turned into a thunder dragon and flew out, blasting a big hole in the open space. Magic without chant, much like Belle's fire lightning, but a little different. Because Najida can use this magic to manipulate lightning and not attack in her hands. As a result, this move is more powerful than imagined. Simply manipulating thunder and lightning can actually evolve a lot of killer moves. For example, if the thunder and lightning are materialized in the palm of the hand, isn't this Kakashi's Rachel and Chidori in Naruto? There is also the use of lightning to stimulate body cells to speed up their own speed. And by manipulating magnetism with lightning, you can gain the same abilities as Magneto. All in all, there are too many derivative abilities of the lightning system. But now Najida is obviously unable to achieve that level. Whether she can do it in the future depends on her own good fortune. After a night's rest, training continued the next day. Enlan has infinite divine power and is not afraid of consumption. If it is not for fear that they will be overwhelmed, Enlan can be cloned all the time. In addition to the clone mimetic monster, he also unleashed the Shadow Soldier Minotaur. Anyway, Shadow Soldiers can be resurrected infinitely, and they are not afraid of consumption. In the afternoon, Najida received news from the Revolutionary Army and was unable to train. She went out for a while and came back with a document. After everyone in the night attack saw it, they knew that they had another mission. Najida sat in the leader's seat, looked at the crowd and said, "This time, the mission is a serial murderer who is talking in the streets of the imperial capital. He was haunted at night and cut off his head. Dozens of people have been killed." After speaking, she distributed the information to everyone to watch. "Are 3 of them from the garrison?" Tazmi asked in surprise. The members of the guard team have a certain strength, and being able to kill them indicates that the murderer is very strong. The most important thing is that the members of the guard team were killed without doing anything. This shows that the guards are also afraid of the murderer, which can make them fear, which further shows the strength of the murderer. "We have obtained information. The murderer is the beheading of Zank," Lubbock said. "Beheading Zank? What is that?" Tazmi asked with a puzzled look. "Don't you know? What a country bumpkin from a backcountry." Maine sneered at Tazmi. "Sorry, I don't know either." Hill raised his hand in embarrassment. "Hill, you just forgot." Maine continued. In fact, Hill did know that, after all, she had lived in Chinatown in the imperial capital since she was a child, and she had naturally heard of some characters in the imperial capital. She said she didn't know, not because she forgot, but because she didn't want Tazmi to be embarrassed. "I have to say, she is really a beautiful and kind-hearted big sister." And Lon became interested in an instant. "Why don't you include Hill in his family?" Originally, he planned to save the plot of Hill's death and then gave her to the Astria family. Now it's a little more itchy, so let's take it yourself. "So, what kind of bad guy is that guy?" Tazmi asked again. "Beheading Zank, the beheader of the Empire's special executions, repeated beheadings every day, and chopped off the heads of those who begged for mercy. After many years, he has developed a hobby of taking people's heads." It explained. "That would really go crazy," Tazmi said with an ugly face. Every time I perform a mission, I always come into contact with the darkness of the Empire. It seems that decapitation in prison is no longer enough to satisfy him. Maine continued. What a dangerous guy. Let's find him and hit him. Tasmi said with enthusiasm. Wait for Tasmi, behead Zank and stole the warden's tegu. You are not his opponent. And Lon poured cold water on him. In this world, only the Emperor can hit the Emperor. There is also an iron rule. If there is a battle between the taigu owners and the intention to kill, one of them will die. Because no matter which taigu has a huge power, it is definitely not a human body that can withstand it. Of course, this rule is only valid for people in this world, with the exception of outsiders like Enlon. I said, boss, do you know what Zank's taigu is now? Maine asked Najita. Sorry, still investigating. Nadetta shook her head. Don't you easily expose your skills? Leona frowned, feeling that things were a little tricky. Because I don't know what the other party's Emperor's ability is, if I'm not careful in this mission, it is very likely that there will be an accident. Excuse me, what exactly is the so-called Emperor? Tasmi asked again. Chitong pulled out his demon sword, Murasame, and said in front of Tasmi, it's this kind of thing. No. I don't understand. Tasmi's face darkened. Isn't this a knife? Okay. Take this opportunity to tell Tasmi the information about Taigu, Najita said to everyone. Immediately, she began to explain to Tasmi. About 1,000 years ago, in order to maintain a long-term rule, the founding emperor, with the huge financial resources and power of the empire, convened the most senior craftsmen from all over the world, using the legendary super dangerous species as materials, plus rare metals such as Ohari steel, and a large number of long-lost secret techniques, developed 48 powerful weapons that cannot be copied, and called them Taigu. After the birth of Taigu, he helped the empire to achieve brilliant victories, but there were large-scale riots in the empire 500 years ago, and many Taigu were lost to the people and even abroad. Nowadays, the imperial tools in the hands of the revolutionary army are no less than the empire. In addition, 400 years after the establishment of the empire, the emperor at that time also tried to make the emperor's equipment, but he was unable to surpass the previous weapons, and produced some weapons that were inferior to the god's equipment, which were later called court equipment. In Najita's explanation, Tasmi finally understood the terror of Taigu. The most important thing is that all members of Yi Raid have Taigu. No, Enlon, Anna, and Yunying don't. Seeing Tasmi's envious look, Enlon suddenly asked, do you want Taigu? Of course, I also want to become stronger. Tasmi replied. Then I will give it to you. You owe me a favor, and you will promise me something in the future. Enlon smiled and narrowed his eyes like a fox. Do you have a Taigu? Maine looked at Enlon with a look of disbelief. Enlon is indeed powerful, but she definitely does not believe that Enlon has Taigu. Not only her, but the other members of Yi Raid are also in disbelief. Only Nadetta had a smile on the corner of her mouth. But she knew that Enlon was the real god and there was nothing he couldn't do. You have an emperor, why don't you use it yourself? Tasmi asked suddenly. With my strength, do you think I need that kind of thing? Enlon said disdainfully. Okay, I believe you. If you can give me a Taigu, I will owe you a favor and promise you something in the future. Tasmi finally chose to compromise. He couldn't resist the temptation of Taigu. Enlon smiled, then came to Brand and said, show me your sword. Brand was taken aback for a moment, but he still took out his sword and handed it to Enlon. Enlon took the sword with one hand and stroked the sword with the other. Immediately, this Taigu has been analyzed by the Sans Corps. He returned the sword to Brand and then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, used divine power to reproduce an identical existence. In the original book, Tasmi inherited Brand's Taigu and operated the armor, Demon Haunted. But now that he came to this world, he would naturally not let Brand sacrifice again. Therefore, Brand's Taigu cannot be inherited by Tasmi, and he can only copy one. This is the eldest brother's emperor, it was copied? Tasmi's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Not only her, but everyone in Yi, she couldn't believe it. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It must be just a show. It is impossible to transform into armor. Main said loudly. Tasmi, try it. And Lon threw the sword to Tasmi. Tasmi took the sword, his eyes flashed with excitement, and then shouted loudly, "Evil ghosts are haunted." The next moment, a phantom of a dragon super dangerous species appeared behind him. Immediately after, it merged with Tasmi, forming a suit of armor covering the entire body on the outside of his body. Ha ha, I also have a Taigu. Tasmi laughed excitedly. Najita also showed a smile. Her own main god is so powerful that Taigu can easily copy it. Brand, you also transform. See if you have been dropped. Main said relentlessly. Brand shook his head and said, no, the owner of Taigu is not dead, or he has not transferred Taigu, then it cannot be used by a second person. If you change it, you will change it. Main continued to say unreasonably. Brand shook his head slightly, but chose to transform. Sure enough, the transformation was successful. In this way, the night attack is equivalent to having 2 armored emperors. It must be known that the armor-type emperors are all top-notch among the 48 emperors. Whether it is defense or attack, they are all extremely powerful. Qitong is amazing. The demon sword Muramura will kill with 1 hit. But in the face of armor-type imperial tools, she will be restrained to death. Because he couldn't break the defense, the demon sword Murasame was equivalent to losing its effect. In the original book, Will's strength is far inferior to Qitong, but he relied on Shura's incarnation of the aristocratic chariot, an armor-like imperial tool, which just dragged Qitong, making her helpless. Seeing that Brand's transformation was successful, Main completely believed it. The way she looked at Enlon changed, becoming incomparably fiery and adoring. A person who can copy Taigu, that's terrifying. By the way, Zhang's Tegu is called the Observer with 5 vision omnipotence. It has 5 abilities: penetrating vision, farsightedness, perspective, future vision, and vision. Obstacles, seeing the future, and activating illusions, so be careful with this mission. And Lon continued to speak in shock. F***K brother, are you a god? How do you know everything? Lubbock also had a look of adoration on his face. Qitong and Brand looked at him with admiration. Okay, now that you know the information, let's start planning the mission. Najita suddenly stood up and said. Upon hearing this, everyone became serious and began to discuss plans. And Lon didn't care and left with Anna and Yunying. In the end, all the staff of the night raid were dispatched, in groups of 2, to find Zhang in the imperial capital. The night passed, and when Enlon woke up the next day, the night raid members had returned. Like the original book, Zhang was beheaded by Qitong, but Tasmi was not injured as in the original book, because he had Taigu in advance. Zhang's Tegu was also brought back, because the members of the night raid now all have Tegu, and Enlon and the 3 of them don't need it, so Najita plans to send it back to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. In the days when she left, Yishi was temporarily managed by Qitong. With Najita gone, and Lan's daily training is 1 person less. However, within a few days, Yi Raid received another mission, this time to assassinate Ayakar, a distant relative of the powerful Minister Ornist. This guy used the name of the minister to kidnap women and commit atrocities until torture to death. In addition to him, the 5 mercenaries who guarded him and shared Yuhui are also guilty of the same crime, and they are also the target of beheading. And Lon felt a little weird after hearing about this mission. Because this quest in the original book was before the beheading of Zhang, now the time of the 2 quests has been swapped, and I don't know if it's good or bad. Thinking of this, he intends to follow along on the mission this time. The members of the night raid are all his family members, but they can't die like the original. After deliberation, this task was handed over to Main and Tasmi. Main is a long-range sniper, and Tasmi is responsible for protecting Main. As for the guards, it is left to others to solve. After the arrangements were made, everyone began to act. Main took the lead to come to the top of the mountain opposite the yokel house and set up a sniper position. Tasmi was in charge of protecting her from retreating, and the other members lay in ambush on the road, ambushing the guards who were chasing after them. And Lon also followed behind the crowd, making sure they were not in danger. The plot is the same as the original. Main successfully sniped and killed a yokel. When retreating, he encountered guards who were chasing after him, including a master from the Imperial Fist Temple. The master, who had to rely on the combined efforts of Main and Tasmi to defeat, was hanged and beaten by Tasmi alone. Because of the appearance of Enlon, Tasmi's strength is much stronger than the original, and he is Taigu in advance. With or without the Emperor, strength is two different things. After a few tricks, several guards, including the masters of the Imperial Fist Temple, were all beheaded by Tasmi. Seeing this, Enlon, who was hiding in the dark, was also relieved, feeling that he was too surprised. At the night raid base, Anna found Enlon and asked inexplicably, "Big brother, since you want to accept the night raid members as family members, why don't you directly help them destroy the Empire? Would they really want to come with me if I did that?" Enlon asked rhetorically. The members of Night Raid are outstanding, each with their own unique personality. Without the simple revolution of blood and death, they would not have to bear their guilt, and the Revolutionary Army would not cherish this easily achieved result. At that time, were they really willing to go to a strange and different world, rather than stay in this world and witness the changes after the revolution? The main reason why Enlon didn't take action to destroy the Empire was that he wanted to establish a bond with the members of the Night Raid, and then change the outcome of their death. After the success of the revolution, in order to appease the old ministers and quickly restore the national order, the members of Yi Raid will definitely continue to carry all the sins and be wanted by the new empire. Just like Chi-Tong in the original novel. By that time, the Night Raid members had nowhere to go but out of this world. Of course, in addition to the night attack, the hunter team established by Estes is also full of geniuses. If the Empire is directly destroyed, how will they be subdued? So he is not in a hurry, just follow the plot. Just in time, I can also take advantage of this time to cultivate the level of my family, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After thinking for a while, Anna nodded and said, "I understand." Enlon showed a relieved smile and couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head. Anna's face was a little red, but she closed her eyes like a kitten and enjoyed it. The days passed like this for a few more days, and the night attack received the task again. This time the mission was for 2 people, so 4 Night Raid members were dispatched, Tasmi and Leon, and Main and Hill. After Enlon found out, the plot memories came to his mind. If I remember correctly, Hill was killed by the dog girl in this mission to save Main. When the mission began, Leon and Tasmi were wanted because they did not reveal their true colors, so they went to the Imperial capital in broad daylight. Main and Hill had to wait until night before sneaking into the Imperial capital. The 2 of them were very professional and quickly found a sniper point, and then Main solved the mission target Kabul with 1 shot. It was only on the way back that he was suddenly discovered by guard Celia Ubiquitous. She is a disciple of the guard Captain Oka. Because Oka was killed, she searches for the night attack in the Imperial capital every night. Tonight, finally let her meet. Hill was wanted by a portrait, so the dog girl recognized it at a glance. Main and Hill are together, and in her opinion, they must also be members of the Night Raid. The 2 sides instinctively did not talk nonsense and started the fight directly. Celia is also a Taiko envoy. Her Taiko is a beast transformation, 100-handed giant. It looks like an ordinary puppy, but it can grow in size during battle and can continue to regenerate without breaking the core. And there is also a secret skill Berserk, which can greatly increase the ability, but will not be able to act in the next few months. Because of this Emperor, she also has the title of Dog Girl. One of the characteristics of this biological type of Emperor is that he can fight more and less. Main used Tegu to shoot at the Dog Girl, but she was completely blocked by the dog. The dog was shot with dense bullet holes, but it recovered in an instant. The dog girl directed the dog to deal with Hill, and she took a gun and shot at Main. Hill's eyes narrowed, and he pulled out the scissors and cut the dog to death with a single knife. Enlon hid in the dark and nodded. Hill's fighting talent is simply innate. In the original book, her childhood was just an ordinary little girl because Tian and often did wrong things, so no one liked her except her only friend. But once, in order to save her only friend, she kills the friend of the man who was killed, then kills Hill's parents in return for Hill's revenge. After Hill learned about it, he easily killed several strong men with only a fruit knife. She was a little girl at the time, without any training. Whether it is fighting talent or killing talent, it is innate, and it is not under Qitong. It's a pity that the nature's stupid character killed her, and she didn't have the vigilance of Qitong. Sure enough, Azamon thought. After Hill killed the dog, he actually said sorry. And then, she actually confidently thought that the dog was dead. Too careless, Guzzi is Taigu, how could he be killed so easily? And Lon shook his head in disappointment. Sure enough, the dog stood up again and the injury recovered. However, just when it was about to attack Hill, and Lon suddenly appeared above the dog's head and stepped on it. Bang! With a loud noise, the dog's body was crushed by the huge pressure, and the body turned into pieces of minced meat, exposing the core. And Lon picked up the core and devoured it directly. Too careless, how could the biological type Tega die so easily, and I don't know how to make up for it. And Lon said to Hill in a reproachful tone. Sorry. I'm sorry. Hilton returned to her natural state of daze, and looked at Enlon with a blushing face. Enlon, why are you here? Maine exclaimed. If I don't come, something will happen to you tonight. And Lon glared at her angrily. However, just as the three of them were talking, the dog girl opposite was angry. Xiaoko. The dog girl let out an angry roar and rushed towards Enlon with a ferocious face. Looking for death, I will fulfill you. And Lan's eyes narrowed, his right hand showed a sword finger, and he swiped at it. The protection of the sword saint. A golden 100-meter sword light instantly penetrated the dog girl's body, tearing a big ditch in this area. The dog girl fell directly into a pool of blood and died completely. Seeing the scene, Maine was dumbfounded and said, Too exaggerated? Naturally dumbfounded, his eyes widened in fright. Why are you still stunned? Such a big movement. The guards have already arrived, so hurry up. And Lon said to the two girls. Only then did the two women react, looked at each other, and quickly ran towards the city gate. And Lon is much simpler and disappears with a teleport. The assassination of the night attack alerted the top of the empire, and there was news from the southern border that both General Nagajid and General Hemi defected from the empire and joined the revolutionary army with their troops. Perhaps because of the participation of Astria's family, the revolutionary army was extremely ferocious. As a result, the officials in the palace were terrified. The minister also hated the night attack because his distant relatives were killed. In addition, the situation was really serious, so I decided to call back General Esters, who was fighting against alien races in the north. When the officials heard this, all expressions of fear appeared on their faces. Obviously, they were very afraid of the name Estes. At the waterfall behind the night attack base, Enlon split up more than 10 clones, mimicking various monsters to fight with Anna and Yunying. During this period of time, the two women's ability points have been increasing rapidly every day, and I believe that they will be able to rise to LV3 level soon. At this time, Hill suddenly came to Enlan's side. Hill, what are you doing here? Enlan was a little strange when he saw Hill. Usually few people come here, because Enlan wants to train his family, so let Najida order the members of Night Raid not to come. But he never expected that Hill would come over. Hill looked at Yuning and Anna who were fighting the mimetic monsters below, and suddenly said, Mr. Enlan is really not an ordinary person, not only can copy Taigu, but also know anything, even teleport, clone, transform, monsters, etc. It's like an omnipotent god. So you're here just to see my secrets? Enlan laughed funny. Hill shook his head, and then said, I came to thank Mr. Enlan for his rescue last night, and then I want to become stronger. I hope Mr. Enlan can teach me. It's okay to teach you, but are you ready to face my secrets? Enlan asked. Yeah. Hill nodded firmly. Enlan smiled, put a finger on her forehead, and sent her all the information about himself as a god, from another world, and his family with his thoughts. Hill's eyes widened, and it took a long time to digest the information. At this moment, The way she looked at Enlon changed completely. Originally, she felt that Enlon was omnipotent like a god, but Enlon turned out to be a god. Also, Najita Boss has actually joined Enlan's family, and the members of Night Raid don't even know. She looked at Anna and Yunying who were fighting, and finally understood why they didn't even have Emperor go, but they possess such a powerful strength. "Wanna be my familiar?" Enlon asked. "Yeah." Hill nodded hastily. With Enlan's presence, she is more confident that the revolutionary army will overthrow the empire. When the revolution is successful and a new country is established, then she and Najita can follow Enlon to another world. Enlon smiled and let him show his back. Hill blushed because she was wearing a cheongsam, so she had to take off all her clothes as soon as she took them off. But she still endured shame and took off her cheongsam. Only the underwear and the white silk on the legs were left all over the body, full of temptation. Enlon couldn't help swallowing, forced to calm down, then cut his fingers and dripped a drop of divine blood on Hill's back. From this moment on, Hill became the 9th familiar. Enlon asked Hill to put on clothes, and then split into 2 clones, mimicking monsters in the dungeon. Considering that Hill's own strength is not bad, the cloned monster has the strength of LV3. "Go and fight them, don't use the Taigu." Enlon took out an ordinary sword and threw it to Hill. "Got it." Hill nodded, then handed the Taiga to Enlon, picked up the ordinary Tachi, and fought the mimetic monster. Enlon looked at the scissors Tegu in his hand and used the Sane core to analyze it. "Then I copied an identical one and planned to transform it." Hill's Taigu can cut through anything in the world, and because of its high hardness, it can also be used for defense, and its hidden ability is to emit a large area of dazzling light as a cover. This kind of emperor is completely the nemesis of armored emperors. If Hill is not dead, he will deal with Will in the follow-up plot, and his armor and imperial tools will definitely not be able to resist. Enlon tested it, and this Taigu is really sharp and very hard. But the so-called breaking of everything is only for this world. In the wrong world, any weapon with indestructible attributes will be cut continuously. Of course, the material of this Taigu is still very good. After analyzing Taigu, Enlon can not only copy Taigu, but also analyze the forging process of Taigu. So, he plans to transform it. Enlon didn't transform Hill's Taigu, but the one he copied. He removed the useless handle on the back of the scissors, leaving only the metal part. Then split the scissors in half, melt them with black flame, and reshape them. Soon, 2 dagger-type weapons were successfully forged. The 2 daggers are purple-black in appearance, and they look like the weapons of Jack the Ripper in the Moon World. They are very evil. When Enlon forged 2 daggers, in addition to adding the indestructible attribute, he also added death attribute and magic guide attribute to them respectively. The one with the death attribute, like Anna's slaughtering undead blade, can make the wound irreversible. The other one's magic guide attribute can inject magic power to make it stronger after enchanting, and can also be used with magic. After Hill awakens magic, he can use it with a dagger. Just like Bell, the male protagonist of The Wrong World, not only can he release magical flame lightning with his bare hands, but he can also hit the flame lightning on the blade of Hestia with a high magic power transmission rate, and use the combined skill Holy Fire Heroic Slash. That's right, these 2 weapons of Enlon were forged for Hill. Hill's Taigu is enough to use in this world, but in The Wrong World, it's still worse. As soon as Enlon finished the forging of the weapon, Hill had already killed the mimetic monster. While she was resting, Enlon came to her and gave her her Taigu along with the 2 daggers he had forged for her. "These 2 daggers are the weapons I gave you." Hill took it, and there was a gleam of joy in his eyes. In the next battle, Enlon did not restrict her use of Taigu. But Hill did not use the Emperor tool, but the 2 daggers he gave him. Hill, holding double daggers, is like a natural killer. Not only is he extremely fast, but his movement is ghostly, and his motor nerves and reaction nerves are also outrageously high. Various super difficult actions are used to kill monsters similar to his own strength. This is even stronger than her using Taiga's scissors, because the scissors are too big, but they limit her speed and movement. Looks like I've found treasure again. Enlon smiled. In the next training, Enlon not only makes the clones mimic monsters, but also mimics all kinds of dangerous species in this world. Under his training, Hill's strength improved rapidly. The Imperial capital was quiet for a few days, and the night raid did not accept the task, and all the members were training at the base. Tasmi's strength has also grown steadily under Bran's training. On this day, a message came from the capital. Estes, the strongest Imperial general in the expedition to the alien nation in the north, is back. During the expedition to the north, 400,000 aliens were killed and nearly wiped out. As for the legendary warrior of the north, Prince Numa Sekar was ravaged by Esters and tortured into a dog, and finally kicked to death. If it was before, Yiraid would definitely be very nervous when he knew that Estes was back. After all, the opponent's strength is strong. According to Najita's description, if you want to deal with Estes, you need at least 50,000 elite soldiers and more than 10 Taigu envoys, including Chitong, but the actual combat power required is far exceed this data. In the finale, Estes fought against more than a dozen Taiko envoys and an army of 1 million with one person. The dozen or so Emperor envoys also included Tasmi, who transformed into a dragon, and Chitong, who used the magic sword's secret technique, demonstrated the absolute strength of the world. In the face of such a strong man, no one will not feel oppressed. But it's different now. There is Enlon on the night raid side, as well as Anna and Yunying. Even Tasmi has Taigu. Within Lan's means of copying Tegu, the Revolutionary Army only needs to have enough geniuses to create Tegu envoys infinitely. Of all the people, Hill was the most reassuring, because only she and Najita know that Enlon is a god. Leonie, who went out to investigate the news, came back and brought back bad news. According to the eyes of the Revolutionary Army in the Imperial capital, in order to eradicate political enemies, the minister actually dispatched people to kill the loyal officials under the general's command, disguised as night raids. At present, a large number of officials have been killed, and each crime scene has evidence left by the night attack. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** approached the wall angrily. Estes, who is known as the strongest, can only play some tricks. Leonie showed disdain in his eyes. Who were the people who assassinated those officials? Brand asked calmly. Estes' subordinates, the 3 beast men. Leona replied. This should be a trap, deliberately attracting us to appear, and then solving us. Brand guessed. Those officials are surrounded by a large number of guards, and their strength is not low. They can kill them so easily. This shows that the strength of the 3 beasts is comparable to us, and they are emperors. Qitong also calmly analyzed. But knowing that it is a trap, we must also dispatch, because the civilian officials who are killed now are very capable, and they are people who are worried about the country who dare to resist the minister. In the future, when the empire is overthrown and a new order is established, these civilian officials are indispensable. We cannot continue to lose these precious talents, Brand said with an ugly face. Although I don't know about the faction fighting, but the fact that Yushio's name was used by evil people is enough to make me angry. Tasmi stood up and said with a face full of resentment. Very good, Tasmi. Brand smiled. All the members of Yi-Raid also showed a relieved smile. Okay, it's decided. What will happen to someone else's name at will? Let's teach them the rules of killers. Leonie said excitedly. According to the intelligence, there are 2 groups of civilian candidates who may be attacked next time, one group with Lubbock and one group with Tasmi and Brand, who are responsible for guarding them respectively. The order for this operation was given. And Lan's eyelids jumped when he heard it. This damn world correction power. Obviously the plot has changed, and Najida is not at the night raid base. Qitong actually made the same plan as the original Najida. Knowing that the other party is the Emperor's envoy, and there is more than one person, why are there only 2 people in the 2 groups? The opponent is the 3 beasts, and there are obviously 3 emperors. The group of Qitong and Lubbock is understandable. Both of them are veteran emperors. But Tasmi and Brand are really good? In the original book, Tasmi was a fuel bottle, which caused Brand not only to deal with the 3 Taigu by himself, but also to be distracted to protect him. This is almost forcing Bran to die. Now, because he changed the plot, Tasmi also owns Taigu, but he still can't use the matching weapons of Taigu, so his strength is obviously insufficient. Chi Tong, the plan needs to be changed. And Lon interrupted suddenly. For a moment, everyone looked at him. And Lon continued, it was the 3 beastmen under the command of Estes who attacked the civil servants. They were obviously all Tegu envoys, and there were 2 people in each group, and they were also in a situation of 2 against 3, not to mention that Tasmi is now if Bran's group encounters the 3 beastmen, he will face the 3 emperors alone. After hearing Enlan's words, everyone's expressions changed. It was my negligence. I didn't expect this, and the plan was changed again. Chi Tong was also frightened for a while and hurriedly changed his strategy. Don't be so troublesome, I know which civilian they are going to kill this time. We attacked all of them impulsively at night and gave them a surprise. And Lon showed Chi Tong a smile that made her believe in him. The lion and the rabbit also go all out, I like it. Lubbock was the first to agree. Okay, then it's decided. Chi Tong nodded. Night attack, all out. In the suburbs of the imperial capital, a large luxury passenger ship was parked at the starting point. The name of the ship is Dragon Boat, and it is as huge as a fortress. After everyone came here, with the help of Enlan, they passed the inspection and teleported directly into the Dragon Boat. Then they all put on their dresses and enjoyed the food on the boat. In the words of Enlan, these are all free, no eat for nothing. Chi Tong brought out the essence of foodie nature and tasted all kinds of food. Wearing a white suit and holding a glass of champagne, Enlan leaned against the window to enjoy the view of the canal outside. Leonie came to bring him by his side and asked worriedly, Enlan, are you sure our target is on the boat? Of course. Enlan nodded. Immediately, he looked at Leona in front of him. After changing her previous outfit, she actually wore a white dress, with her hot figure and blonde hair, just like a princess in Western fairy tales. Dear Miss Leona, can I invite you to a dance? Enlan, like a gentleman, bent over and stretched out his hand to invite her. Leonai was a little overwhelmed by his sudden action, and his face blushed. B******************* D. I grew up in a slum. Where can I dance? Leonie said in a low voice. Don't worry, I'll teach you. Enlan said and took Leona's hand, came to the dance area, and danced with the music. Leonai was a little stunned, not knowing what to do. Relax and follow my footsteps. Enlan said comfortingly. Leonai gradually regained his calm after hearing this, and followed Enlan's footsteps with a beast-like feeling. The dance steps of the two gradually became better and better, which attracted everyone's attention for a while. Anna and Yunying looked envious when they saw it. This hateful woman with big breasts, this mission is over, I'm going to beat her up. Yunying said angrily. Agree. Anna nodded. After the dance, everyone present gave thunderous applause. After playing for a while on the boat, suddenly a flute sounded. Soon, everyone in the boat fell asleep. When the 3 beastmen came out of the cabin and were about to start, they found that all the members of the night raid were waiting for them. Because Chi Tong, Brand, Hill, and their appearances have long been exposed, the imperial capital is full of their wanted portraits. Therefore, as soon as the 3 beastmen came out, they recognized the members of the night raid. How is this possible? It's all here. Dados, the strongest of the 3 beasts, said with a panicked look. The original arrogant expression disappeared, and it was as uncomfortable as eating shit. Damn, we are surrounded. Nyo, the little man among the 3 beasts, said in fear. The only thing that didn't change was the elegant old man among the 3 beasts. He looked at Brand, one of the members of the night raid, and suddenly said, Brand, I didn't expect us to meet again. You are. General Leva. Brand's expression changed. Leva explained to Brand, I am no longer a general. Ever since I was rescued by Lord Estes, I have become her servant. When everyone heard this, they all showed surprised expressions. Unexpectedly, Brand's former boss, a general of the same rank as Estes, is now reduced to Estes' lackey. Brand's face returned to calm. He took a deep breath and said, If you are still our partner, I will definitely raise a glass to celebrate our reunion, but since you appear as an enemy, then I can only kill you. Mission accomplished. This is my line. I will definitely complete the task, relying on this taigu that the master gave me. Liwa said, taking off the white gloves, revealing the ring taigu on his hands. The water dragon relies on the black horse forest, which is a taigu that can manipulate water. At this moment, the dragon boat is above the canal, which is equivalent to fighting in his home field. This is also the reason why he is so calm, because he believes that with this taigu and home field advantage, he can kill everyone in the night attack. This old man is too arrogant. Yuning said angrily. Yes, let me cut him. Tasmi also agreed. No, give him to me. Brand stood up and said. Seeing this, everyone will naturally not rob it again. Haha, then leave the big man of the remaining two to me. Leonai directly transformed into a beast and then launched an attack. Only the last one was left, and neither Lubbock nor Maine had any intention of making a move. Chitong pulled out the demon sword and said coldly, I will bury him. But at this moment, a female voice suddenly came. Ha ha ha, are all the members of Yi Raid ready? It's not in vain for me to try so hard to attract you. Why haven't I seen Najita? Everyone looked at the sound and saw a woman standing on the top of the cabin at some point, a blue-haired woman wearing a white modern uniform. Estes. The complexion of everyone in the night attack changed. The three beastmen were ecstatic, and with Esther's in their presence, they believed that the night attack would be difficult to fly today. Oops, this plot isn't right. And Lon was speechless. Is it because of yourself that there has been a change? During this period of the original plot, Nadetta should have sent Leon to monitor Estes. Then Leona confidently wanted to kill Estes, but after seeing her, the instinct of the beast sensed the danger, so he hid and left. Estes actually noticed Leonie, but he pretended not to notice and deliberately led her to take action. As a result, because of Enlan's appearance, all members of Yi Raid came to Dragon Boat. So Estes noticed something and came here? Enlan knew that this time he was going to take action, otherwise, with the current strength of night attack, he would not be able to stop Estes. Brand, Leon, Chitong, and he'll join forces, and it is estimated that they can resist it. Just when everyone was nervous, Enlan suddenly stood up and said, You guys go and get rid of the three beastmen, I'll help you stop Estes. When Daidos heard this, he immediately said angrily, Boy, it's arrogant to say that you are blocking my master. This guy's arrogant expression returned to his face because of Estes' arrival. Leonai, I don't think this guy is happy. Beat me to the death later. Enlan said to Leon. Don't worry, leave it to me. Leon said. Block me, do you think you can do it? Estes also smiled and attacked directly. I saw that she made a random move, and countless ice picks, like pear blossoms in a torrential rain, shot at everyone who attacked at night. The corners of Enlan's mouth twitched. Simply play with you today. The right hand burned with a black flame and waved it gently. The black flame directly swallowed and melted all the ice cones, and the ultra-high temperature made everyone on board feel the heat. The fire-controlling taigu? No, you didn't use the taigu. Estes frowned and his expression became serious. Because Enlan's move just now was enough to make her serious. Enlan didn't answer and snapped his fingers. The circular column-shaped green barrier spreads out with the two at the center, so that any attack from Estes will not be able to threaten the members of Yi Raid. This barrier was really copied from King of Wisdom in front of Guy's face when King Mo dealt with Kleiman. What ability is this? Everyone present was stunned. Human beings in this world do not have special abilities. Only the Emperor can obtain various abilities through the Emperor. But Enlan doesn't have any Emperor's tools, but he can use a black ultra-high temperature flame, and he can also arrange this kind of enchantment. At this moment, except for those who know Enlan's identity, everyone else thinks that Enlan is a humanoid of dangerous species, or a humanoid tegu. Fun, so much fun. Estes showed a crazy smile, and then attacked Enlan. Various ice attacks, but all were easily resolved by Enlan. Estes is strong, and his fighting talent is even more terrifying. But no matter how strong she is only a mortal. How can she fight against the god of creation? While Enlon blocks Estes, let's quickly solve the three beasts, Chitong said suddenly. As soon as Brand and Leon heard this, they immediately fought with their respective enemies. Inside the barrier, after trying many attacks to no avail, Estes pulled out the western fencing from his waist. The ice attack is invalid. Are you ready to use the sword? Seeing her move, Enlon also took out a black hilt. Holding the hilt, he flicked it slightly, and the black blade extended from the hilt. This sword is a black tech sword that has not been used for a long time. Soon, the two were fighting together. Estes' fighting talent is beyond Enlan's expectations, and while competing with her, the psionic core has already begun to analyze Estes' fighting style. In addition, the protection of the Juggernaut also played a role at this time, absorbing the essence of Estes' swordsmanship. After some battle, Estes' physical strength began to gradually run out, and the rhythm of exhalation appeared chaotic. But during this period of time, the three beastmen had already been dealt with by the night attack. In the original book, Brand could beat the three beasts alone, not to mention Chitong and Leoni this time. Estes saw that all his three generals were killed, and his eyes showed anger. The barrier will be lifted in an hour. Enjoy the first failure in your life. Enlon gave Estes a smug smile and then withdrew from the barrier. Immediately, everyone in the night attack calmly exited the stage. On the deck of the dragon boat, only the bodies of the three beasts were left, and their emperors were also taken away by the night raid. On the way back, Tasmi couldn't help but ask Enlon, "You are so strong. Why didn't you just kill Estes?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Enlon with strange expressions on their faces. Naturally, Enlon couldn't say that he wanted to take Estes as his family, so he put the reason on Najida and said, "Leave Estes to Najida. She will go and defeat Estes herself." Everyone at the scene immediately understood, because Najida's right arm and eyes were abolished by AI sides. But the strength of the boss can't beat Estes. Tasmi continued. It's only temporary. Najida will surpass Estes soon. Enlon said again. Everyone knew that Enlon used to train Najida every day, but they didn't know how. Now that I see Enlan's strength, I already believe his words. Yugai obviously doesn't have an emperor, but he is so powerful. Are you a super dangerous humanoid transformed into a humanoid? Or a humanoid emperor? Maine suddenly said to Enlon at this time. What are you thinking about? Enlon glared at her and didn't answer. Because he is really not a human. He was a slime at first, then he evolved into a demon king, then he evolved into a dragon species, and now he is a dragon god. After several evolutions, only when he evolved into a god, the genetic information of the previous life was added, and the original asexuality was changed, which became a nonsense. Seeing that Enlon did not answer, everyone stopped asking. Because whether Enlon is human or not, as long as they are on their side, that's enough. On the other side of the Empire, because of the death of the three beast men and the strength of Enlon, Estes also felt the pressure, but more excited. After so many years, someone with strength above her finally appeared. Even if it was the Imperial General Bud, Estes thought he would not lose to him. But Enlon is different, that kind of powerful oppression, calm in battle. That's what it feels like, so excited. In order to kill Enlon and completely eliminate the night raid, Estes also started to establish his own hunter team through the minister. The members of the team are all Tycho envoys from all over the Empire. For a time, all the masters of the imperial tools that could be used in the Empire were recruited. In the night attack, everyone decided to celebrate because they killed the three beastmen and obtained 3 emperor tools. What Enlon didn't expect was that, in the middle of the celebration, Najida came back. And she also brought back a lot of people. In addition to the humanoid Tycho Lightning, Susanoo, and Chelsea in the original book, the Astria family and Yishio also came along. B********************, Enlon. You clearly know that there are so many geniuses in U-Raid here, but you didn't tell me, and let us run all the way to the Revolutionary Army, where you are crazy to collect family members. 35 Astley. As soon as you saw Enlon, she burst out. Enlon looked at Najida and seemed to be asking why. Nadetta explained helplessly, As soon as I returned to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Astriya-sama sensed that she was a family and that she was a god from another world who came with you. I will send your news. Told him. So they came with you? And Lon covered his forehead. He couldn't believe it. When Astriya and the others came, something would definitely happen to the imperial capital. With her absolutely righteous character, knowing what Estes did, she will definitely be destroyed. They're all so strong. Chitong saw the people that Najida had brought, and his eyes showed surprise. In particular, the 5 people, Arashi, Liu, Kagaya, Arturia, and Amiya Shiro, felt that each of them was stronger than Estes. My god, with our current strength, can we sweep the empire? Lubbock couldn't help but swallow. Seeking flowers. Are these Inland's friends? Leona asked. Well, they're all my friends, but they want to join the Revolutionary Army, and I joined your night raid. And Lon nodded and said. He didn't intend to reveal the identity of God now and make everyone lose their sense of tension. It's amazing, you are not only so strong, but even your friends are strong. Maine said with admiration. In Lon, we were on the side of the Revolutionary Army, but the soldiers of the Empire were beaten to pieces. Now many generals in the Empire have surrendered to the Revolutionary Army. Alissi smiled and told Lon about their achievements during this period. Amazing! And Lon exclaimed quickly. Stingy just admiration? What about the weapons promised to us? Layla jumped out and said. Don't worry, it's already been made. And Lon said and took out the good weapon that was already prepared. Alice's sword is the sword of the Emperor Yen, which looks like the matching sword of the fairy tale Urza Yen Emperor's armor. Kagaya's is red Sakura, and its shape is also a matching demon sword imitating the fairy tale Urza's pure heart clothes. Layla's weapon is similar to her previous weapon, so it is still called the flesh-eating flying sword, but the quality and level have been improved by several grades. All 3 weapons have been added with non-bad attributes by Lon, and they are definitely the top existences in Orari, and the price can be sold for hundreds of millions. The 3 girls were very happy when they got new weapons. On his own family side, Lon had forged weapons for Yishio, Su Muching, Dashima Siko, and the others from the very beginning, but they had just become adventurers at that time, worried that they would rely too much on powerful weapons, so they never gave them to them. Now that they are all level 2 adventurers, Lon took them out together. Yishio's weapon was forged according to the war spear in the Game of Glory, but the shape was exactly the same. It was a top-level weapon with indestructible attributes. Su Muching's weapon is a bow and arrow, and its shape is forged according to the noble phantasm of Atlanta in the Xingyue world. The name is naturally also called the Indictment and Arrow. It is also equipped with 12 arrows, a bow and an arrow. Yaha has the property of not being bad. Siko Pashima's weapon is a sword, and its shape is forged according to the contract of White in 2B in the game near Automata. The name is also called the Contract of White. Yishio and the others did not expect that Lon had prepared weapons for them, and they were deeply moved. The 3 of them were the first to join the family, and when Lon invited them, they were coaxed and deceived. For example, he promised Yishio that Su Muchio would be resurrected as long as he reached level 6. Because they are ordinary people, everything has to start from scratch, so Lon takes extra care of the 3. From weapons to magic skills, as well as various armors, almost all of them are arranged for them. After the weapons were delivered, the 2 major families and Yishio got to know each other, and then let go of the celebration together. Najida heard that Night Raid had killed the 3 beastmen this time, and that Lon had tortured Estes once again, not to mention how happy she was. Su Muching and Maine became good sisters. In the past, when she played games, Su Muching was a super strong gunner. After seeing Maine's DG, she envied 600. Late at night, the knight attacked the waterfall behind the base. Lon summoned all the familia together, including Najida and Hill. Then began to update the favors for them one by one. Everyone's ability value has improved, but there is still time to upgrade. On the other hand, Anna and Yunying, because they have been trained by Lon all the time, have to fight against mimetic monsters every day, so their stats have all been upgraded to a rank, and they can already be upgraded. However, the two women were very motivated and planned to level up after training their stats to S rank. After updating the favors for everyone, Enlon took out 2 more magic books to Momuching. The 2 magic books are the Magic Water Ice Magic Spear and the Skill Shadow Arrow. They were originally manufactured according to the principles of Orari's magic book. After reading it, you can learn the magic inside. Of all the clans, Su Muching had the lowest talent, so Enlon gave her some special care to balance her strength. He didn't have to worry about the talents of Yishio and Siko Pashima. Then Enlon asked Arturia and Amiya Shiro to take out their weapons, just like they upgraded Anna and Yunyun's weapons last time, and also upgraded their weapons. Arturia took out the Sword of Promised Victory, and Enlon reforged it, making it an EX-class Noble Phantasm. Amiya Shiro does not have a specific weapon. His Noble Phantasm is an infinite sword system, all of which are fakes. Enlon asked him to pick a fake at random and refine it into something beyond the real thing. In the end, Shiro Amiya chose the 7th Circle of Blazing Sky, obviously wanting to strengthen his defense. Enlon first analyzed it with the Sans core and then began to refine it. In the end, because the 7th Ring of Blazing Sky was added with the indestructible attribute and divinity, it directly evolved to the EX level. Anna and Yunying's weapons have been upgraded last time, so they don't need to be refined anymore. In this way, Yishio, Su Muching, Dashima Siko, and Yunying all possessed top-level weapons with a non-destructive attribute. The Noble Phantasms of Arturia, Amiya Shiro, and Anna have also been upgraded. Enlon also gave Hill a pair of top daggers with different attributes, which are also weapons with indestructible attributes. Then only Nadetta is left. Nadetta, what weapon do you want? 35 Enlon asked. When Nadetta was a general of the Empire, her weapon was the gun Taigu that Main used now, which was long-range shooting. Later, the arm and eyes were disabled by Estes, and after installing the mechanical arm, he began to practice close combat. Now that her arms and eyes have recovered, she herself doesn't know what weapon to use. Would you like to use a large sword or a large sword? Enlon asked. After Nadetta's arms and eyes were destroyed, her physical strength was very strong because of her training in melee combat. After the original Adidas was killed, she escorted Taiko to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, where she could easily play the axe with one hand. You must know that the 2 large axes, Belvic, can only be wielded by those with extraordinary arm strength, and the corresponding attack power is also extremely strong. It can be seen from this aspect that Najita's arms are very strong and suitable for large weapons. So this makes Enlon think of Tiona, the younger sister of the Amazon sisters in the Loki family. Her weapon is the Big Cut, which is a bit similar to the weapon of Thanos in the Avengers. The big sword seems to be good. Let's go with the big sword. Hearing Enlon's words, Najita's eyes lit up. Seeing that she had chosen a weapon, Enlon did not hesitate and started forging. First, I took out a variety of materials, including mithril and aliha, as well as materials for the super dangerous species in this world. After some refining and forging, he finally completed a big knife. The shape of this big sword is based on the Destruction Sword in Final Fantasy, so the name is also called the Destruction Sword. The Destruction Sword not only has the property of being indestructible, but also can manipulate gravity because of the material of the super dangerous species. In the future, the Destruction Sword can become stronger or heavier in Najita's hands. Think about the fact that when facing the enemy, he is clearly holding such a large weapon, but because the weapon becomes lighter, it does not affect his speed. At the moment of slashing at the enemy, the weapon becomes heavier, and the slashing power adds its own weight, and the destructive power increases linearly. Najita got the weapon, and after waving it a few times, she was very satisfied. Now everyone has their own weapons, and Lon can be considered a lot easier. Just as Hestia gave Bella Blade of Hestia, and Lon also gave all members of the kin a weapon. As the upper god of the family, he has already done what he can and should do. As for their future growth, it all depends on their own creation. After each went back to rest, and Lon saw Astria deliberately approaching Akihito, Leona, Chelsea, and Maine the next day, apparently wanting to cultivate their feelings first, and when they returned, they would be in the dark. Expose their identities and accept them as relatives. In fact, Astria also took a fancy to Najida and Hill, but Enlon took the lead. This made her angry, and she clearly said that this trip was to find a family for herself. The asterisk 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 Enlon, stinky brother, you can just accept the male family. Shouldn't these 2.4 female family members be left to me? 35 Astria glared at him and said angrily. Enlon shook his head helplessly and ignored it. Because of the arrival of Astria and others, the night raid base was no longer able to stay. Everyone's task today is to expand the base and don't be lazy. At the same time, after this period of recruitment, Estes also established a team composed of Tego envoys, named Hunter. The name also means hunting. The team members are Estes, Blackeye, Will, Ran, Fashion, Paros, Halimaka. Because the dog girl was killed, the Tego Warcraft 100-armed giant was swallowed by Enlon, so the hunter team did not have the dog girl. But the revision power of history is terrifying. Without the dog girl, there is an extra Halimaka. This holy marca also appeared in the original work. On the surface, he was a believer of Anning Dao, but in fact he was the minister's lackey. Anning Dao's assistant to the leader, Berlik, was actually a spy placed by the minister in Anning Dao. Halimaka was the emperor who was in charge of protecting Berlik. Unexpectedly, because of the death of the dog girl, the minister brought this guy back. This guy's emperor is a death sickle, named Wei 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 Ada Yusi, and there is no detailed introduction in the original book. A week later, the night raid base finally completed the expansion. After some training, everyone started their own affairs. The night raid was still the same, constantly taking on tasks to assassinate corrupt officials and nobles in the imperial capital. Just because of the existence of the Hunter Squad, it is now much more dangerous to perform missions. In order to establish a good relationship with the Night Raiders and establish a bond, Astria specifically asked Alice and the others to assist the Night Raiders in the mission. And Lan's side is much simpler. Since all of his family members are there, he will help them fill up their level 2 stats first, and then raise them all to level 3. More than 100 clones were separated at one time and then mimicked into various monsters, as well as dangerous species. Then, the family members were divided into 24 teams. Yishio led one team, and Najida led the other team, and cooperated with each other to fight. This can not only brush the ability value, but also cultivate mutual understanding. The night attack side has not accepted the mission during this time. Because of the existence of Estes hunters, it will be very dangerous to go to the imperial capital to carry out the mission. However, they were not idle either, so they went to Astria's family to compete and learn from each other. As a result, what Yi Raid couldn't believe was that, except for Chi Tong who barely defeated Layla, everyone else lost to the 3 daughters of Arashi, Liu, and Kagaya. Including Chi Tong and Brand, they are not the opponents of the 3 women at all. In order to establish a bond with the members of the Night Raid, Astria ordered Alice and the others to be sparring partners in the future. In this way, the strength of the members of the Night Raiders has all been improved. The most obvious of them are Chi Tong and Tasmi. Chi Tong has a strong talent for learning. After fighting with Alice and the others many times, his swordsmanship has become more refined. Tasmi has just acquired Taigu, so there is a lot of room for growth. After a few days of fighting, he can already use the matching weapon haunted by evil spirits. So, more than a month has passed. All the members of the Enlon family have finally reached the full level of their abilities. Hill's stats all reached S rank, and he took the risk alone to kill the enhanced version of the Minotaur who was an imitation of Enlan's clone. He completed the great achievements required for the upgrade, and his stats were all raised to SS rank, and then to LV2 rank. Name, Hill. Level, LV2. Ability value, Strength, 10 Durability, 10 Dexterity, 10 Agility, 10 Magic, 10. Development ability, Hunter 1. Magic. Skill. Unfortunately, there is no awakening skills and no magic. Yishio, Nagita, and Siko Pashima also reached S rank in all attributes, and then they formed a team to take risks to defeat the doppelganger Goliath, completing the great feats required for the upgrade, and their stats were all raised to SS level, and then to LV3 level. Name, Yishio. Level, LV3. Ability value, Strength, 10 Durability, 10 Dexterity, 10 Agility, 10 Magic, 10. Development ability, Hunter H, Abnormal Resistance 1. Magic Fighting Spirit, Dazzling Pattern. Skill, Fighter's Will. After rising to LV3, Yishio acquired the second development ability, Abnormal Resistance. Name, Nagita. Level, LV3. Ability value, Strength, 10 Durability, 10 Dexterity, 10 Agility, 10 Magic, 10. Development ability, Hunter H, Broken 1. Magic, Destroy the Red Thunder. Skill, Strange Force. After Nagita rose to level 3, she awakened the Strange Power, a skill that can magnify her own strength 10 times, which is quite terrifying. In addition, her second development ability, There is a Rare Broken. There is no doubt that she chose it. Name, Poison Island Siko. Level, LV3. Ability value, Strength, 10 Durability, 10 Dexterity, 10 Agility, 10 Magic, 10. Development ability, Hunter H, Abnormal Resistance 1. Magic, Gravity Control. Skill, Itai Sword. Poison Island Siko's upgraded second development ability chose the same abnormal resistance as Yishio, and then also awakened the skill. Taito, which is similar to Kagaya's skills, should have awakened similar skills under her long-term training. Yunying and Lan, Shiro Amiya, and Artoria are even more perverted. They're all SS rank. They took the risk of defeating the floor master Amphis Baina, who is a clone, and accomplished great achievements. All are upgraded to the SSS pole, and then to the LV3 level. Name, Yunying. Level, LV3. Ability value, Strength, 10 Durability, 10 Dexterity, 10 Agility, 10 Magic, 10. Development ability, Hunter H, Abnormal Resistance 1. Magic, Flame Manipulation. Skills, Spear Intent, Sweeping Fire Spear. This guy Yunying is indeed a genius. He awakened his magic by upgrading himself. This kind of self-awakening magic is better than the magic of awakening with a magic book. Flame Manipulation, which is very compatible with her fire-grabbing spear. Name, Anna. Level, LV3. Ability value, Strength, 10 Durability, 10 Dexterity, 10 Agility, 10 Magic, 10. Development ability, Hunter H, X, 600 Normal Resistance 1, Magic Defense B. Magic, Goddess Embrace. Skills, Magic Eyes, Strange Power, Magic Hair Chains, Mind Far Away, Illusory Sisters, Charming Belvoir, Goddesses Divine Core. Anna was a servant in the past, and her previous class skills and inherent skills were all inherited. Because the magic power has been transformed into the development ability, the LV3 Anna has one more development ability than other adventurers. The embrace of the noble phantasm becomes petrified magic. Name, Amiya Shiro. Level, LV3. Ability value, Strength, 10 Durability, 10 Dexterity, 10 Agility, 10 Magic, 10. Development ability, Hunter H, Abnormal Resistance 1, Magic Defense D. Magic, Projection Magic, Infinite Sword System, Fantasy Collapse. Skills, Magic, Mind Eyes, True, Clairvoyance, Crane Wings. Like Anna, his anti-magic power has also been transformed into the ability to develop magic defense, but because Amiya Shiro's anti-magic power is relatively low, the magic defense is only D-level. Then there is the projection magic that has become the projection magic, including the Infinite Sword System and the Fantasy Collapse, which have become the magic of the wrong world. The skills also inherited the class skills and inherent skills of the previous servants, among which the magic skill was his former magic skill. Magic skills used to increase the danger of his use of magic. Now magic skills can increase the power of his use of magic. Name, Arturia Pendragon. Level LV3. Ability value Strength 10 Durability 10 Dexterity 10 Agility 10 Magic 10. Development Ability Hunter H. Abnormal Resistance 1 Magic Defense A. Magic Wind King Barrier Sword of Oath of Victory. Skills Writing, Intuition, Mana Release, Leader Temperament. Arturia is even more terrifying. Because of the advanced level of magic power, the development ability Magic Defense directly reached the A level. The previous servant skills have also been inherited, and the Noble Phantasm and the Wind King Barrier are classified into the magic column. In the end, it was Su Muching. Her talent was relatively ordinary, but she still raised all of her stats to a rank. After that, she took the risk of beheading a super dangerous species on her own, and after completing her great achievements, her stats were raised to S rank and then to S rank. LV3 level. Name, Su Muching. Level, LV3. Ability value Strength 10 Durability 10 Dexterity 10 Agility 10 Magic 10. Development Ability Hunter H. Abnormal Resistance 1. Magic, Magic Arrow, Shadow Arrow, Water Ice Magic Spear. Skill, Eagle Eye. The attributes are relatively simple, and the 3 magics were awakened by Enlon, who gave her the magic book. However, this upgrade has actually awakened a skill. Eagle Eyes, similar to Amiya Shiro's clairvoyance, are very suitable for archers. After all the 9 families were upgraded, Enlon already had a comparison in mind. Obviously, the talents of the family members are divided into 3 echelons. The first echelon, Yunying, Anna, Amiya Shiro, and Artori, broke the SSS level, broke the limit twice, and the family is the strongest. The second echelon, Yishio, Hill, Najita, Pashima Siko, broke the SS level, broke the limit once, and became the mainstay. The third echelon, Su Muching, the ultimate S rank, is not out of the ordinary, but it is also the top talent in Orari. After Najita rose to level 3, she could clearly feel that she was much stronger than before. Now even if she doesn't have an emperor, she can still win the ordinary emperor. At this moment, she finally understood the power of the family. This kind of power is entirely its own power, and it does not need to rely on the external power of the emperor. Although I have become stronger, I feel that I am still worse than Estes. If I want to defeat her, I need to level up to level 4. Najita thought to herself. Enlon knows what Najita is thinking, so next he will start special training for Najita alone. Because all the family members were upgraded, Enlon gave them 3 days to rest. 3 days later, continue to fight against the cloned mimic monsters to increase the ability value. As for Najita, Enlon only gave her a day off. The next day, he started special training with Nadetta. The content of this training is not to fight monsters, but to develop derivative abilities for Najita's magic, Destruction of Red Thunder. Unleash your magic and attack the distant stones. Enlon said to Najita. Najita nodded, and then red lightning appeared on her palm, and she slapped it out with one palm. The lightning turned into a thunder dragon and hit the stone, and the stone was blown to pieces. But after using this move, Nadetta clearly felt that her magic power was drawn by 1/3. In other words, when she is fighting, she can only use it 3 times. It consumes too much mana, and there are many ways to attack Raiden, but you chose the stupidest. 33 Enlon criticized directly. Najita didn't get angry either, but humbly accepted and asked, "Is there any other way for Raiden to attack?" "Okay," Enlon said, and also used the Thunderbolt skill. This is the Black Thunder that he has not used for a long time. The Black Thunder and lightning spread all over the palm of his hand, and then begin to materialize, making a sizzling sound, like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Substantiate the thunder and lightning in your hands, and your hands will become indestructible weapons. Enlon said and inserted his hands full of thunder and lightning into the ground. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and a huge hole was blown out in the ground. After Najita saw the scene, she felt that the door of thinking had been opened. It turned out that thunder and lightning could still be used in this way. Just use a little magic power to spread thunder and lightning all over your hands and make them materialize. This move is called Chidori. After Enlon finished speaking, he started to show the next move, only to see that he took out an ordinary long sword and poured the power of lightning into the long sword. In an instant, the body of the long sword turned into a black and white light blade. Enlon waved casually a few times, and wherever the light blade passed, everything was easily cut off. It's amazing! Nadetta's breathing began to quicken. The original simple thunder and lightning can also play so many tricks. This move is called Chidori Blade. Then Enlon began to show the third move Chidori Ryu, based on the first move Chidori, to spread thunder and lightning all over the body for defense. The fourth move, thousands of birds and thousands of needles, turns the lightning into thousands of needles and shoots out at the enemy. The fifth move, Chidori Sharp Spear, is also based on Chidori, changing Chidori into the shape of a long spear to adapt to mid-range battles. It's amazing! I'll start practicing now. Najita was very excited to see so many Thunderbolt fighting methods. Originally, she was worried that her lightning attack was too simple, not as good as Esti's ice ability. Now it seems that the thunder and lightning system is the strongest. Hurry up, there are 2 more skills. 35. Enlon interrupted him and began to perform his 6th move. This is to stimulate its own cells with lightning to increase its speed. This kind of stimulation needs to be grasped at a certain degree. Once the stimulation is not good, it is very likely to electrocute yourself. Even if you are not electrocuted, you will be paralyzed by electricity. Wouldn't it be a joke if you electrocuted yourself on the battlefield? So this trick is very dangerous. You need to experiment frequently, and then you can grasp that degree by yourself. Najita nodded while looking at it, but she didn't expect Raiden to make herself faster. Next is the 7th move. This move uses more thunder and lightning and consumes more magic power, the king's good, and the main character of this move is not thunder and lightning, but magnetic force. Enlon said to Najita explained, pressing both hands to the ground. Through electromagnetic force, the metal buried deep in the ground is crushed into iron sand and then extracted. That's right, this is exactly the ability of the gun's sister Misaka Makoto. The controlled iron sand can attack the enemy, protect itself, and use it as a variety of weapons, and finally even become a giant ray. 55. Enlon said and showed, and finally directly manipulated the iron sand and the surrounding metal, and turned into an oversized giant. Najita was so excited that as long as she could learn these tricks, even if she didn't upgrade to level 4, she could go to Estes for revenge. A total of 7 lightning-type abilities have been shown to you. In the next time, your task is to learn these 7 derivative skills. Enlon ordered Najita. Understood, Nadetta said. After speaking, she started to try to practice. Meanwhile, while Enlon was training Najita, the night raid side was temporarily managed by Akihito. On this day, Chitong received an eyeliner from the Revolutionary Army in the imperial capital, saying that the minister was going out, and this was a very good time to assassinate. After hearing this news, Chitong and Yiraid everyone discussed and decided to dispatch all of them to assassinate Minister Ernest. When Astria heard the news, she also sent Alicelius to go with her. However, they did not know that the eyeliner of the Revolutionary Army had already betrayed him. After he was caught by Estes, he was tortured and questioned, and said everything. Because there had been no movement during the night raid, Esters asked him to inform the night raid and the news that the minister was out. The net of heaven and earth is already in ambush, waiting for the night attack to take the bait. On the main road of the imperial capital, a gorgeous carriage under the escort of countless soldiers headed towards the gate of the imperial capital. What was in this carriage was Minister Ernest, the culprit behind the corruption of the empire today. In addition to the soldiers, there are Estes and several unfamiliar Tegu envoys. Seeing this scene, everyone in the night raid can be sure that it is the minister inside. Don't miss the opportunity to act immediately. Maine, who was hiding upstairs on both sides of the street, had already set up a sniper and aimed at the inside of the carriage. 3 = 603. Dash. With a swoosh, a golden light shot out, directly penetrating the carriage. The people in the carriage were dead, and the blood stained the curtains of the carriage red. Success, Maine said happily. However, the people who attacked at night have an indescribable strangeness. They simply killed the minister? It seems to have gone so well. Night attack. Estes has already discovered the members of the night raid based on the shooting point. At this time, the ordinary people on both sides of the street actually took off their disguise. All of them were elite soldiers of the Empire. Estes also surrounded the night raid with her hunter team. 3. Apart from that, General Bud also blocked the city gate with a team of men. We were betrayed by the eyeliner. This is sinking. Lubbock's face changed greatly. John, break out as much as possible. Chi-Tong indifferently pulled out the demon sword. Brand and Tasmi transform at the same time, and Leone also begins to transform into a beast. Hill took out the 2 daggers that Enlon had given him. The new member Chelsea has no fighting ability, and her Tegu transforming into Freedom, Gaia Foundation, is a cosmetic Tegu that allows users to transform into anything according to their own wishes. She usually assassinates people who are close to her target, and she has never been too hard on the front. Susanoo is very strong, but he is Nagita's emperor, and Nagita didn't come this time, so Susanoo can't show the strongest fighting power. Seeing the scene, Arashi and Lee looked at each other and took out their weapons. Astria had explained to them that they must protect the Night Raiders. Suddenly, Chi-Tong discovered the black pupil in the hunter team. Black pupil? Chi-Tong was stunned, and his face was extremely ugly. Sister, you should surrender. Haitong said to Chi-Tong. Estes didn't see Enlon on his side, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Since the last time she was abused by Enlon, she still had a fresh memory. To deal with Enlon, she even created the ability to freeze time and space. If Enlon knew, he would be very speechless. Because Estes' technique of freezing time and space is called Mokobatmo, and the original book was created to prevent Tasmi from escaping. Take these rebels for me, life or death. With the order of General Bude, countless soldiers rushed to the night attack. Not only that, but also the Emperor of the Hunter. However, in the face of such a desperate scene, Alice smiled disdainfully. In the wrong world, adventurers and mortals are the gap between heaven and earth. Ares, the god of war, once led tens of thousands of troops from the kingdom of Lakia to attack Orari, but as a result, the Loki family only sent a LV6 Grace to defend. An axe split the earth, Cece, directly let tens of thousands of troops flee. Although Alysse doesn't have the strength of LV6, she is also an extremely powerful LV5. I saw her pulling out the sword of the Emperor Yen, presented by Enlon, and slashing it down at the soldiers who were rushing up. Crimson flames, like a volcanic eruption, instantly covered these soldiers. In an instant, all the soldiers were cremated on the spot, and the dead could no longer die. What kind of imperial envoy is this? Seeing the scene, General Bude's eyes widened in disbelief. Because the power of the sword just now was too great, even he dared not say that he could stop it. Too strong. I think Enlan's friends are just as terrifying as him. As expected of Alice, it seems that when she competes with us, she doesn't show the real character. Great, as long as Alice can block Estes and Bud, we can break through. After everyone in the night raid saw the scene, they were all extremely surprised. Alyssa's strength was beyond their imagination, which also gave them hope of breaking through. There are so many masters in the night attack, let me meet you. Estes was so excited when he saw the scene, he took the lead in attacking Alice directly. Alice laughed lightly, then play with you. 35. In an instant, the two were fighting together. I saw the Western sword in Estes' hand swinging out, and the ice blades slashed towards Alice. The Flame Emperor's sword in Arashi's hand was burning with flames, and all the ice blades melted. Immediately after, Estes pressed one hand on the ground again, and Alice stabbed out ice thorns. However, this has absolutely no effect on Alice. Adventurers in the wrong world need to brush their ability points to level up. For a top-level adventurer like Xiang Alice, every time he leveled up, he would basically brush all his abilities to A level, or even S level. Therefore, the physical functions of such adventurers are improved in all directions, and none of them are weak in strength, durability, dexterity, agility, and magic power. Coupled with various passive development abilities, their bodies are even harder than steel. Collapsing a building at every turn, these are small scenes. So when Alyssa faced Estes' move, she stomped her foot. When the ice thorns were the size of bamboo shoots emerging from the ground, they were completely smashed. Not only that, but in the area centered on Alyssa, the ground was dented and cracked. This terrifying physical strength and that fire-controlling sword, what kind of emperor is this? After seeing the scene, General Bude couldn't think of what kind of emperor it was. Among the 48 pieces of Tijin made by the Empire, are there really such Tijin? It doesn't matter if he can't figure it out. As a general, he knows that every minute counts on the battlefield. Taking advantage of Alice being restrained by Estes, he directly ordered the other emperors to attack the night raid.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.